Yu-Gi-Oh! From Overlord to Ruler of the Dimension. Chapter 1. The host's soul is detected to be hosting the Overlord's soul. Overlord system, activated. System tasks loading. Rule all dual dimensions. Become the Supreme King. Complete the Overlord's hegemony. Current task progress, 0%. Wake up, Jade. Release the darkness within you. Become the real Overlord. Hey, I didn't expect that 15 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On the rooftop, the young man slowly opened his eyes, his expression indifferent. He stood up and covered his face with his hands. From time to time, a figure wearing dark armor flashed in his mind. In his soul, it seemed as if something was clamoring. It wanted to break through his own constraints and occupy his consciousness. Did you dream about that person again? Jade. A neutral voice sounded from the boy's side. A half-human, half-demon shadow appeared behind the boy. The boy did not look back. He lowered his head. Between his fingers, his pupils flashed with golden light. Ah, Yubel. It seems that there is no point in escaping. The boy raised his head. He looked at the skyscraper that reached the sky in this city full of tall buildings. The KC logo was hung on the top of the tall building. The familiar Blue Eyes White Dragon also stood on the top of the skyscraper. It seemed to be announcing its majesty to the world, showing a roaring posture. The boy picked up his backpack and slowly stood up, stretching hard. After 2 years of traveling, do I have to come back here? Really? I still can't escape the bondage of fate. Become Overlord's fate. Ding! The dual identity card was placed at the front desk of Kaiba Corporation. The boy's full identity information appeared on the screen. Duelist, Jade. Age, 15. Duelist rating, 1 star. Duelist competition results, none. Tour the city, 10th generation, hey. Taking the ID card from the machine, the receptionist looked at the name and headshot on the ID card and compared it with the boy in front of her. Compared with the slightly immature appearance in the photo, the boy in front of her looked much more mature. The brown jellyfish hairstyle made him look much taller than in the photo. His face was cold but particularly mature and handsome. Coupled with this slim black outfit, he looked like a cold-faced handsome guy who made little girls look at him and scream. However, as a duelist, this handsome boy's duel resume was a bit. You know, nowadays, even an 8-year-old child has a duelist rating of at least 2 stars. Moreover, the results of this duel competition are blank. Have you not even participated in a duel competition in elementary school? He has such a handsome face. Although the receptionist felt a little sorry, she still had a professional smile on her face and returned the ID card to the boy in front of her with both hands. Are you here to take part in the duelist rating exam this time? Well, if you sign up for the Duel Academy, the lowest duelist rating is 2 stars, right? Yu Zhao asked calmly after taking the ID card handed over by the front desk lady. Ah, having said that. The lady at the front desk blinked. So this is the kid who wants to take the Duel Academy exam? However, the selection of the Duel Academy is quite strict. Although the lowest standard duel rating is 2 stars, this is only the lowest standard. Like this 15-year-old duelist with a 1-star rating. Even if he is lucky enough to be admitted to the Duel Academy, he will probably only be able to spend the next 3 years in the lowest level Osiris Red class, right? Well, actually, if you don't have talent, you don't have to enter the Duel Academy, there is no need to fight for the duelist rating. The lady at the front desk couldn't help but kindly remind him. Although it is a world of dueling for all people nowadays, duelists enjoy a very high status. But if you really don't have the talent of a duelist, even if you go to an ordinary school, you will have the opportunity to shine in other industries in the future. Jade didn't respond. His eyes were only on the screen, on the assessment between the different levels. Is the highest duelist rating now only 5 star? Hearing what Jade said, the receptionist was slightly startled. Ah, yes, that's right. Duelists with ratings above 5 stars can only be improved by participating in various competitions. A 5-star rating is barely the level of a formal duelist. If you start from elementary school and upgrade 1 star at a time, it is not that difficult. However, if you want to jump directly from a 1-star rating to a 5-star rating, the difficulty of the assessment will increase exponentially. There is no way this 15-year-old duelist who is still rated 1 star can pass the test. Well, little brother, you may have spent a lot of money to buy some rare cards to participate in the assessment, but the level skipping assessment is not as easy as you think. With your strength, you'd better get a 2-star rating. The receptionist hastened to remind her. She has seen too many people who are weak but want to upgrade their duelist level by buying some powerful rare cards at high prices. And these people, without exception, have been taught a very miserable lesson. The receptionist has a good impression of Yuki Jade. She doesn't want the boy's self-esteem to be smashed to pieces by Kaiba's strict rating system. No, just choose the 5-star rating. Yuchen Jade ignored the advice of the front desk lady. He took his ID card and stuck it in the card swiping area of the 5-star rating. Seeing the words "successful registration for the assessment," the front desk lady's eyelids twitched, and her good impression of the boy in front of her disappeared instantly. What? You insist on participating in the 5-star rating after being advised like this, right? In that case, let me show you how devilish the rating of Kaiba Company is. Chapter 2. Hippocampus Entertainment Group is the largest gaming company in the world today. The company has mastered the most advanced stereoscopic imaging technology and cooperated with many world-class companies including the International Illusion Society to create the most perfect Duel Monsters duel experience. Do you want to fly in the blue sky with monsters? Then hurry up and take part in the duelist assessment and become a glorious duelist. The latest high-tech duel disc is waiting for you to experience it. The Duel Monsters advertisement in the elevator is playing in a loop. On the screen, the announcer with green curly hair is showing the latest high-tech duel disc of Kaiba Corporation, blinking cutely and sticking the card in her hand on the duel disc. As the dazzling summoning array flashes on the field, an angel girl in a nurse's uniform emerges from the light holding a huge syringe and blinks cutely. You can fight with the monsters as if you are there. This is why Duel Monsters has become popular all over the world. The three-dimensional image of the Blue Eyes White Dragon is in the entire Kaiba. The company is soaring. The majestic figure can be clearly seen in any room of Kaiba Company. From time to time, the surprised cheers of tourists can be heard on the floors. Several tourists in the elevator excitedly took out their cameras and took pictures of the roaring white dragon outside the elevator. Compared with those excited tourists, Yuchen Jade just leaned silently in the corner of the elevator, slightly closing his eyes, as if he was resting. Beside him, the lady at the front desk pointed at the assessment machine in her hand with an unhappy look on her face. While entering the assessment information for Yuchen Jade, she glared at Yuchen Jade with angry eyes. Really, I have to challenge this impossible test, causing me to waste my time today again. Isn't it better to honestly choose the 2-star assessment? If you can pass the assessment, I can also complete the performance. The young lady muttered in a very low voice. She thought that Yujo Jade would not be able to hear her complaints in the noisy elevator. However, when she looked up, she suddenly found that Yujo Jade was staring at her silently with his indifferent eyes. The young lady felt her hair stand on end, and immediately clenched her fist and coughed to dispel the embarrassment. Well, little brother, are you sure you don't want to change the rating? This is your last chance. Yet. Yuchen Jade hummed calmly, his eyes swept over the name tag on the young lady's chest. Shimizu Yuka. Seeing the young lady's name, Yuchen Jade retracted his gaze. The elevator also stopped at the 12th floor. As the elevator door opened, Yuchen Jade walked out of the elevator, and Yuka behind him hurriedly followed. Wait a minute, do you know where the assessment area is? Hey? Have you been here before? Came here 10 years ago. 10 years ago? Yuka quickly counted on her fingers. In other words, this child came to Kaiba when he was 5 years old, right? But it has been 10 years, and he still remembers it so clearly. After complaining in her heart, Yuka looked up and saw that Yuki Jade had already walked several meters away with his backpack on his back. Hey! Wait a minute! Yuka hurriedly trotted to catch up, flipping through the records on the assessment machine in her hand while talking to Yujo Jade about the assessment matters. This assessment adopts a standard duel assessment. You will face a test robot with a duel level of LV.5. Both sides have 4,000 health points each. The first to attack is the test robot. You must defeat the test robot within 6 rounds to pass the test, do you understand? The card decks of the test robots are all predetermined, and they will summon powerful monsters at the beginning. You must be mentally prepared. Yuka kept reminding Yuki Jade from behind. But the latter seemed to have heard nothing and just walked towards the test area silently. Really, why be so cold? I reminded you kindly, but you didn't listen at all. Yuhua was even more angry. You little brat! When the test starts, I'll see what expression you'll show when facing that terrifying and powerful monster. Soon, the two of them came to the LV.5 test room. After opening the door, the lights in the test room suddenly lit up. On the wide duel stage, the duel robot wearing the duel disc also started up at this moment. Please invite candidate Jade to the stage. A mechanical voice came from the robot. The surrounding duel facilities also opened in response. Anyway, you should do your best. Yuuka sighed, shrugged, and told Jade to fend for himself. This dueling robot was made according to the dueling data of a legendary duelist. It should have reached the strength threshold of a professional duelist. Cross-level duels are quite deadly. Yuka walked to the side of the audience and sat down, muttering helplessly. Yuzhou. Jade turned a deaf ear to her. He put down his backpack, took out his duel disc from the backpack, and put it on his arm. Walking onto the duel stage, Jade unfolded the duel disc on his arm and looked coldly at the robot in front of him. Duel. Yuchen 10th generation, LP4000. Duel robot LV.5, LP4000. He, I am a LV.5 mediocre robot. Please witness my mediocre power. The robot let out a strange laugh. On that silly machine face, it seemed as if someone's devilish facial expression was revealed. President Kaiba has a really bad taste. Complaining secretly in his heart, Jade drew 5 cards from his deck. I take the first strike, draw a card. They. Duel robot also took the first strike and drew a card from the deck. He, what a pity. I, a mediocre person, have already won this duel. Activate magic card, fusion. The robot shouted in a stiff mechanical voice, and the magic card in its hand was already attached to the duel disc. I will fuse the Devil Summon and Red Eyes Black Dragon in my hand. Come out. This mediocre trump card. Holding the card in his hand high, the robot chirped and shouted. Dark Dragon. Dark Dragon. Star rating, 9. Dragon/Fusion. Attack power, 3200, defense power, 2500. The fusion vortex quickly spread in front of the robot. As the two monsters, Demon Summoning and Red Eyes Black Dragon, merged into the fusion vortex. The Dark Dragon pushed the vortex apart with its claws and stepped out of it with a roar. Click! Seeing the Dark Dragon, Yuka, who was watching the battle, felt her heart tremble. It's over. A monster of this level was summoned all of a sudden. Don't even think about defeating the opponent within 6 rounds. Chapter 3. Dark Dragon. 9-star fusion monster. A powerful dragon formed by the fusion of the legendary dragon Red Eyes Black Dragon and the devil summon known as the strongest devil. Indeed. In this era, in a duel environment where everyone is mortal. Once this monster appears, the opponent can basically only declare the duel over. This kind of attack power and the oppressive feeling of the monster's size will only be infinitely magnified under the 3-dimensional image. Attack power 3200, which is 200 points higher than the strongest dragon. Yuka bit her handkerchief, her heart in her throat. He, now you have seen how powerful this mediocre person is. The robot began to put his hands on his hips and laughed. This is the most shameless mediocrity of this mediocrity. A duelist who can't even beat this mediocrity is even more of a mediocrity. He. Jade. How much does Kaiba president hate that mediocre? He calls him a mediocre person in every sentence. Is he really that hateful? This is how I end my turn. The robot pressed the end button on the duel disc, and the turn immediately shifted to Jade. It's my turn, draw a card. He drew a card from the deck. Zhao's eyes quickly scanned the deck. Didn't you back down? Could it be that the reason why Jade has the courage to challenge the high difficulty rating is that he really has the corresponding strength? Seeing Jade's calmness, something flashed through Yuhua's mind. Could it be that Jade is playing dumb? He looks like a duelist with only 1-star rating. But in fact, he is an incredible hidden master? Thinking of this, Yuhua immediately felt a sense of expectation. Yes. If he is really such a master, then wouldn't it be said that she has completed a LV.5 level performance? Help the duelist complete a LV.5 level assessment. That would be so cool. She is sure to get the Outstanding Employee Award this month. Yuhua stood up excitedly and looked at Jade with anticipation. It seemed that the scene of how she would squander the bonus after getting it this month had already emerged in her mind. I'm ending this round. Shit. Seeing Jade pass by, Yuka slipped and fell flat on her face. What the hell? You don't have any way to deal with it. I was expecting you to do that. Grabbing the back of the chair and getting up from the ground, Yuka waved her fists and shouted angrily. This bastard, I thought he was so confident that he would definitely find a way to win the duel. And now you tell me that you failed? Are you kidding me? What's the difference between this and admitting defeat? He actually missed directly. It turns out that he is a third-rate duelist using a fourth-rate deck. If you want to duel with this mediocre person, you are still 10,000 years away. A mediocre robot also began to mock loudly. The way he laughed with his hands on his hips made Yujiro seem to see a non-mainstream yellow-haired man with a smug look on his face. And when you set the duel lines, don't insert your own quotes into others. It's my turn. Draw a card. It's over. This mediocre person summons Red Eye's flying dragon. The robot waved his hand, and a small black red eye appeared on the field. Red Eye's flying dragon. Star rating, 4. Dragon. Attack, 1800. Fighting. First, the Dark Dragon. Direct attack. The robot roared loudly, mediocrity flame. The Dark Dragon opened its huge mouth, and the black flames condensed in its mouth immediately spewed towards Jade. It's over, it's over. Not only is my bonus for this month gone, but I've also wasted so much time today. Yuka quickly covered her eyes, not daring to look at what was going to happen next. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly reached Yuka's ears. At this moment, I activate the effect of Yubel Elf in my hand. When the opponent's monster declares an attack, this card is special summoned from the hand. Special summoned from the hand? Yuka was slightly startled, and hurriedly opened her eyes and looked at the field. She saw Jade throwing a card in his hand on the duel disc. The next moment, a terrifying dark whirlwind gushed out, and on Jade's field, a figure with dragon wings spread out gathered. Hee. A rather feminine voice slowly rang out from the mouth of the demon on the field. The demon with half a male body and half a female body slowly opened the dragon claw on his left arm. The demon eye on his forehead suddenly opened. Yubel Elf. Star rating, 10. Demons. Attack, 0, Defense, 0. What an ugly monster. Yuka's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. However, this monster's star rating was very high, and it seemed to be an incredible high-star monster, only. Looking at the attack power scoreboard marked on the side of the monster, a bean-sized bead of sweat oozed from Yuka's forehead. Attack power is only 0. And it's in attack position. Yuka felt dizzy and almost fainted. You special summoned a monster with 0 attack position? Chapter 4. In a broad sense, the summoning of monsters is divided into 3 situations: normal summoning, special summoning, and face-down display. In today's duel rules, both normal summoning and special summoning can choose to summon the monster in attack display or defense display. Attack display means that the monster can threaten damage to the opponent and can choose to actively attack the opponent. Although defense display cannot actively attack, it can defend against the opponent's battle, even if the defense is lower than the opponent's attack. When a monster destroys a monster in defense display by battle, the controller of the monster will not be damaged by the battle. Even Yuka, a half-baked duelist, knows that if there is a chance, it is better to summon a monster with 0 attack power like this in front of him in defense display. But Jade actually chose to special summon a monster with 0 attack power in attack display. And it was done during the opponent's battle phase. What's the difference between you and not summoning a monster on the field? Yuka is going crazy. No wonder. No wonder Jade's duelist rating is only 1 star. I thought he was playing the pig to eat the tiger. It turns out you are really a pig. He, I don't know what you are doing, but summoning a monster with 0 attack power is so stupid that it's almost laughable. The mediocre robot made a perfect mocking sound. Even the mocking posture had a mediocre flavor. Yet, Jade still looked indifferent. He turned a deaf ear to the mocking voices around him. Yubel Elf activate when special summoned successfully. Select a spell or trap card with the name of Yubel from your deck and add it to your hand, or set it on your field. Jade calmly selected a card from his deck. I choose to add the continuous magic card Pain of Nightmare to my hand. No matter what cards you add to your hand, Dark Dragon will continue to fight. They. Mediocre robot immediately launched an attack. Dark Dragon, attack Yubel Elf. Take this 3,200 points of combat damage. Boom. The pitch-black flames gushed out of the Dark Dragon's mouth and rushed straight towards the Yubel Elf. Yuka bit her handkerchief tightly, and her legs were shaking with nervousness. It's over. It's really over now. My performance. My bonus. All gone. However, just when Yuka thought everything was over, the pitch-black flame bomb suddenly passed through the body of the Yubel Elf and disappeared without a trace. Hey! The mediocre robot and Yuka were both startled. No effect? Not only did the attack cause no damage, it didn't even hit the monster? What the hell is going on? Hehe, stupid robot. The Yubel Elf sneered, as long as I am here, no one can harm the 10th generation. Yuka rubbed her eyes and stared at the Yubel Pokemon on Yuki Jade's field in amazement. Yes, did she hear it wrong? The dual monsters spoke? The Yubel spirit does not exist in reality, so any attack on it will be ineffective. Yajo Jade said calmly. In other words, Yubel Pokemon cannot be destroyed by battle, and the battle damage incurred is also 0 for me. Hiss. Yuka took a breath of cold air. So that SY Jade chose to special summon this monster with 0 attack power in attack position. Because he knew very well that he would not receive any battle damage at all. Whispering sound, what a troublesome guy. This mediocre robot ends his turn in a huff. His unhappy movements are exactly the same as someone else's. Good, awesome, did he manage to withstand the attack of a dual robot LV.5? Yuka was dumbfounded. Since she started working at Kaiba, this was the first time she had seen someone survive the third round against a dual robot LV.5. Too strong. Was this boy really the type to play dumb and eat the tiger? However, the Dark Dragon's attack power is 3,200. Although the Yubel Elf will not be hurt in the battle, there is no way to end the duel, right? But soon, Yuka thought of something. This assessment has a hard rule that the duelist must defeat the dual robot within 6 rounds. Once it exceeds 6 rounds, even if Jade can win the duel, he will not pass the assessment. Now the duel between the two sides has entered the 4th round. In other words, there are at most 2 rounds left. It's over. Yajo Jade's lips moved. A whisper came out of his mouth. Hey! Yuka blinked, thinking she had misheard something. It's over? Really? Really? Chapter 5. This thought in her mind was rejected by Yuka in an instant. No. This is absolutely impossible. There is only one monster with 0 attack on the field. How can Jade win the Dark Dragon with 3,200 attack points and the Red Eyes Flying Dragon with 1,800 attack points in one turn? Not to mention the duelist. Even an elementary school student who can count knows which side has the bigger number. My turn, draw a card. A golden light flashed in Yujiao's eyes. As the card was drawn from the deck, the golden light trailed a flame and gradually dissipated in the corner of Yujiao's eyes. Seeing the card drawn in his hand, Yujiao's mouth curled up with a cruel sneer. What a pity! Against an opponent of this level, you don't even have a chance to play. Activate the continuous magic card. Nightmare Pain. Yajo Jade placed the card in his hand on the dual disc. As the continuous magic card rose beside Yajo Jade, circles of thorns covered with spikes immediately entangled the body of the Yubel Elf. Is it the card that Jade drew last turn using the effect of Yubel Elf? Yuka immediately thought of Jade's previous operation. However, if there is only one continuous magic card. Before Yuka could think about it, Yajo Jade had already started his next move. Activate the effect of the continuous magic card Nightmare Pain. Activate this card during your main phase to destroy a face-up dark monster in your hand or on the field. From the deck, add a card with the name of Yubel, in addition to Nightmare Pain, to your hand. Choose to destroy the monster on your own field? Seeing Yuka Jade's choice, Yuka's eyes suddenly widened. Destroy the monster that can protect you from harm. Doesn't that mean that Jade doesn't even have a card that can resist the attack of Dark Dragon? Hehehe, that's too much, Jade. I love you so much, but you are so cruel to destroy me. The Yubel Elf sneered. The thorns around the Yubel Elf became tighter and tighter. Cracks appeared on the Yubel Elf's skin. But, this kind of love full of pain is more unforgettable than gentle love. 10 generations, my 10th generation. Snap, snap. The sound of cracking continued to be heard from the Yubel elf. The skin continued to fall off the Yubel elf. Thick darkness gushed out from the wounds, shocking Yuka. What is that? Dual spirits? No, that's not right. When did stereoscopic imaging equipment replicate even this thrilling feeling one-to-one? This isn't a duel anymore, is it? What is going on? He. The black mist regathered from the broken body of the Yubel elf. A cold laugh echoed throughout the hall. The thick darkness even covered the lights in the hall, making the surrounding environment completely dim. Activated when Yubel elf is destroyed. The real Yubel will awaken here. Jade opened his hands, and darkness continued to gather in his palms. Come out, Yubel. Yubel. Star rating, 10. Demons. Attack, 0, Defense, 0. The dragon's wings spread out from behind the demon named Yubel. With red and green eyes, he stared at the dark dragon and the red eyes flying dragon on the field. Roar! The dark demon dragon and the red eyes flying dragon roared at the same time. The two black dragons twisted their bodies restlessly. It seemed that they sensed the uneasy breath from the monster in front of them. Alert! Alert! Abnormal dual data detected. Alert! Alert! The mediocre robots gave up their previous performances, and a big red exclamation mark appeared on their faces. Fighting! Yubel, attack Dark Dragon! Jade slowly raised his right hand. In response, Yubel also sneered and raised his right claw. The right claw engraved with the mark of the demon dragon flashed a dazzling light. Roar! The dark dragon's eyes suddenly turned blood red. Its body began to move uncontrollably. It opened its huge mouth, and a ball of black flame bomb condensed in its mouth, aiming at Yubel at the moment. Use a monster with 0 attack power to attack a monster with 3200 attack power. How can this be? Yuka was shocked as she watched the scene unfold. She watched as the dark dragon's black flame bullets shot out of its mouth and headed straight for Yubel. All combat damage taken by Yubel will be reflected to the opponent. Original effect. Likewise, nightmare pain will return the damage taken by Yubel to the opponent intact. That is to say. Jade lowered his head. In the darkness, his eyes shone with golden light. The damage caused by this attack will be reflected back to the opponent twice. The combat damage you take is 6,400 points. Boom! The moment the black flame bomb touched Yubel, it was bounced back with double the horror. In just a moment, the mediocre robot was hit by the terrifying black flame. It was instantly blown to pieces in the explosion. The scrapped parts fell from the sky like raindrops. Jade stood silently in place, listening to the prompt sound of end of assessment in his ear with a calm expression. Yuka sat in the audience seat in a daze. Looking at the scattered debris and Jade's indifferent profile. I couldn't help but speed up a lot. What? This guy? Isn't it a bit too handsome? Chapter 6. You mean, I failed the 5-star duelist rating? Yuka was standing at the check-in window. After hearing the staff's response, she looked surprised. Wait a minute. What's going on? Didn't the candidate Jade pass the duel test? And the time is also within 6 rounds, right? What? The examinee violated the rules and destroyed the duel facilities, so he failed the exam? Wait, why haven't I heard of such a rule? Besides, the explosion of the duel robot was obviously due to a technical problem. Shouldn't the technical department be blamed for this? Why should the examinees be blamed for this? Hey! Are you guys being unreasonable? This is too much. Looking at Yuka arguing with the staff until her face turned red, Jade remained calm, picked up his backpack and walked out of Kaiba company. Wait a minute, Jade. There must be something wrong here. You must have passed the duelist rating assessment. Seeing Jade walk out of Kaiba company, Yuka quickly let go of the staff member she had dragged out of the window and ran after him. 10th generation, your strength is definitely more than just a 1-star duelist. Believe me, it will be easy to upgrade your duelist rating. No, it's not necessary anymore. Jade interrupted Yuka. He paused, turned his head, and looked at Kaiba company behind him. The corner of his mouth raised a slight arc. I just need to tell him I'm back, that's all. Hey! Hearing what Yuka said, Yuka blinked her eyes in confusion. She turned her head to look in the direction of Yuka's gaze. All she could see was the KC logo hanging on the top of the building and the lifelike blue eyes white dragon. Before Yuka could figure it out, Yuka had already turned around and walked towards the street. Wait for me a moment. With no other choice, Yuka could only quickly catch up. At the same time, on the top floor of Kaiba Corporation, in the president's office, in a bright room, a tall figure stood in front of the French window with his back to the door, looking at the bustling Duel city in front of him. There was a knock on the door. Hearing the sound, the man slowly spoke, and the magnetic voice rang out from his mouth. Come in. The door was pushed open. A burly man in a black suit and sunglasses walked in. President, I have followed your instructions and invalidated the duel result of that candidate. Looking at the file bag handed over by his subordinate, Kaiba Sito's eyes moved away from the French window. He opened the folder and glanced at the assessment record with the name of Yuki Jade written on it. Snort, a mediocre person is a mediocre person. A dual robot made with the dual data of a mediocre person is also a mediocre person. Kaiba Sito snorted coldly and threw the file bag on the desk. It seems that after 2 years of traveling, the dual skills of the 10th generation boy have become much stronger. As a result, the power in his body also. Another voice was heard in the room. The strange accent and the unique quirk of speaking made Kaiba Sito frown slightly. The red suit was clearly visible in the reflection of the French window. Kaiba Sito did not look back, his eyes were only focused on the back of the boy who was walking away with a backpack downstairs. Yuki Jade. A special duelist who can hear the voices of elves. Also, a boy with a dark side in his soul. Since Jade was very young, Kaiba Sito noticed that this child had a dueling talent far beyond that of ordinary people. Similarly, Kaiba Sito also noticed the dark side in Yuki Jade's soul, the terrifying power sleeping in Jade's soul. In the countless duels with darkness, Kaiba Sito knew very well that if such a person with great potential could not be guided in the right direction, it would bring a terrible disaster to the whole world. And Yuki Jade was obviously not a child who could be controlled by the will of others. This child showed a high degree of independence and a genius mind since he was a child. On the other hand, his personality that was totally inconsistent with his age also made Kaiba Sito, who had seen him in person, feel quite uneasy. Maybe, never getting involved in a duel, is the best choice for this child. The travels during this period have made the boy look much more grown up. Perhaps, we shouldn't suppress the growth of the Jade boy too much. The voice in the room sounded again. Glancing at the man drinking tea in the reflection of the glass, Kaiba Sito looked out the window, still silent. And the dual world is now full of undercurrents. We really need the power of Jade boy to deal with the evil in the dual world. Even if... The man paused. But Kaiba Sito had already guessed what he wanted to say. Chapter 7. In a small and exquisite restaurant in Tomino City, Yujo Jade ordered his food and sat down by the window. Yuka, who had been following Jade, hurried over and sat down opposite Yujo Jade. I'd like a simple meal, thank you. After nodding to the waiter, Yuhua stretched her body, propped up her face and hummed a little song while waiting for the food to be served. You really are haunting me. Yujo Jade stared at the woman in front of him coldly. Don't you have to continue working? Actually, it's time for me to get off work just now. I'll take you to the assessment and treat it as my free overtime. Yuhua spread her hands. And I am also responsible for your duelist rating. I have passed the assessment, but my score was cancelled due to some inexplicable regulations. It is simply unreasonable to bury such a dual genius. Yuhua was filled with righteous indignation, waving her fist angrily. Moreover, this is related to my performance appraisal and this month's bonus. This sentence is the most important. Yuki Jade poured a cup of hot tea and took a sip. However, he already knew the result of this assessment. The reason for the cancellation of the score must be the instruction issued by Kaiba Corporation's president, Kaiba Sito. I didn't expect that those seniors in the dual world are still wary of the dark power in their souls. That evil, wicked, and powerful Overlord's power. Come to think of it, Jade-kun wants to enroll in the Duel Academy, right? Yuka glanced at Yuki Jade secretly. Jade-kun's strength doesn't need to be taught by the academy, right? The dueling robots with the data of legendary duelists can easily kill people in seconds. The boy in front of him must be at least at the level of a professional duelist. No matter how you think about it, there is no need to apply for the Duel Academy. Yuka's question was met with Yuki Jade's cold silence. It was not difficult to see that Jade didn't seem to have any intention of talking to this unfamiliar woman. Really cold. Yuka complained quietly. Maybe he wants to take the exam like this because there is a girl he likes in Duel Academy. I know best what you kids are thinking. Seeing Yuka mumbling to herself, Jade looked away and gazed indifferently at the street scene outside the window. There, it was indeed the place where the boy named Jade began his dream. However, all of this had nothing to do with him. Jade's eyes sank slightly. As a transmigrator, he had no interest in playing the life of Jade, the male protagonist of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. The naive, dueling-loving, passionate boy in the original work had nothing to do with him. If we had to say that they had any relationship, perhaps it was only their names that were the same. And in their souls, they both had the souls of the most evil, wicked, and powerful overlords. Anyway, since he was born as Jade 15 years ago, Jade had no intention of following the old path in the original work. In his previous life, he was a card player who loved dueling monsters. Even if he did not receive any duel training in this life, his strength was far beyond the average professional level. So, Jade did not follow the original path in this life. He accepted Yubel. He did not send Yubel into the universe as in the original work. He also changed his character in the original work. He was very serious about everything. He constantly improved his duel. At the age of 5, he was already well known among the high-level duel players. However, since the awakening of the Overlord system, Jade realized that his destiny was heading to another extreme. Inherit the ambition of the Overlord and become the king who rules all dimensions. At first, Jade had no interest in this. But as he grew older and his duel skills improved, the restless Overlord power in Jade's soul expanded exponentially. This power shocked many legends in the duel world. It seemed that they were afraid that they would become the next evil existence that threatened the safety of the world. Many high-level executives of Kaiba Corporation began to contact him frequently. And they deliberately persuaded him to give up dueling and become an ordinary person. In this regard, Jade did not give any answer. 2 years ago, Jade left Tomino City with Yubel and traveled around the world to complete his journey. Until now, the call of fate brought Jade back here. This time, he decided to accept fate with Yubel. Accept the fate of the Overlord. Unify the spirit dimension. Unify the dual dimension. Become the supreme Overlord. And now Jade's primary goal is to obtain the power to rule everything. The 3 phantom demons sealed under the Duel Academy sealing stone. The mysterious and ancient alchemy. And the powerful spirit power buried on the Duel Academy island. These are the only reasons why Jade decided to go to the Duel Academy. Yubel's shadow slowly appeared behind Jade. Feeling Jade's uneasy excitement, Yubel's mouth curled up into a smile. 10 generations. Even if we are enemies with everyone except each other, I will always stand by your side. Chapter 8. Night fell. After dinner, Jade walked out of the restaurant. Yuaka behind him immediately ran out of the restaurant and followed him. How long will you follow me? Jade frowned slightly. I've already told you that there's no need for you to worry about the assessment anymore, right? Don't get me wrong, don't get me wrong. Yuhua waved her hands repeatedly, and then quickly took out her cell phone from her arms. Although I didn't pass the assessment, we now know each other. How about adding each other's contact information first? Next time you come for the assessment, please call me in advance. It's only a matter of time for a duelist of this level to pass the 5-star duelist rating. Yuka doesn't want to let this genius run away in vain. After all, that's related to her monthly bonus. If you don't want to add your phone number, just add your email address. Yuhua hurriedly lowered her head and opened the email on her phone. Do you have a registered email address? Otherwise, I will give you my contact information first. Where are they? However, when she looked up again, Yuka realized that Jade had disappeared without a trace. No, gone. Looking at the quiet street in front of her, Yuka held her phone with a dull look on her face. What's going on? Can this child perform magic tricks? In the shadow of the corner, Jade leaned against the wall. Seeing Yuaka leave angrily, Jade breathed a sigh of relief. Then he took a card named Subspace Jump device from the dual disc. Humph, what a troublesome woman. If you don't use some tricks, it will never end. Yubel's voice sounded in Yuki Jade's ears. It is not difficult to see that Yubel's patience has reached its limit. If it weren't for Jade's face, Yubel would have torn this woman who seemed to have some ulterior motives to pieces. Although not as extreme as in the original work, Yubel's character is still quite troublesome and protective. Yuki Jade sighed, but didn't say much. Anyway, as long as he was there, Yubel would not go berserk. Let's go, find a place to rest tonight. Yujo Jade was about to put the dual disc back into his backpack. However, the next moment, his eyes suddenly focused on the dark shadow deep in the alley. A tall figure slowly walked out of the shadow. A rough voice came out from that person. Long time no see, Yujo Jade. Seeing the person in front of him, Yujo Jade was slightly stunned. But then, the corners of his mouth also raised an arc. Ah, it's been a long time indeed. The president of Kaiba. Neat short brown hair, a white windbreaker that never changes like a symbol, and the Azure Kaiba Company technology on his body. After experiencing countless life and death duels, the current Kaiba Sito has long lost the immaturity of a high school student. The mature face, serious expression, and cold eyes are all filled with the aura of a top duelist. Just facing his opponent, Yuki Jade's heart has already begun to beat rapidly. This is not because of fear. This is excitement. It is the excitement of a duelist when encountering a strong enemy. From your looks, you have already decided on the path you want to take in the future, right? Staring into Yuki Jade's eyes, Kaiba Sito slowly narrowed his eyes. Who knows, but President Kaiba took the initiative to find me so late at night, so he shouldn't be here to reminisce with me, right? Yujo Jade smiled calmly. Snort. Kaiba Sito's eyes darkened and he raised his right arm. On his arm, the high-tech dual disc that looked like a shoulder armor flashed a blue light. Rather than letting the duelist with evil darkness become an unstable factor that destroys the world in the future, it would be better to completely crush him before he grows up. He pressed the AR viewer on his left eye. A blue aperture ripple immediately appeared in Kaiba Sito's right eye. Dual system connected successfully. Duelist, Kaiba Sito / Yuki Jade. Open the duel board. Both players draw 5 cards from their decks. Yuchen 10th generation, LP4000. Kaiba Sito, LP4000. Duel. As the duel was declared, the alley was immediately covered by an invisible electronic network. I'll take the first strike. Draw a card. Glancing at the card drawn from the deck, Yujo raised his lips. President Kaiba, you must be very curious about how my strength has changed during these 2 years of traveling, right? Yuchen Jade showed the card in his hand. Let's start with some appetizers. Magic card, Dark Fusion activate. Fuse the evil hero, Fierce Spirit Corpse in your hand with the Yubel in your hand. Dark Fusion? Kaiba Sito frowned. Darkness suddenly enveloped the surroundings like a thick fog. In the twisted black vortex, the bodies of the Fierce Spirit Corpse and Yubel gradually twisted. A brand new figure was born. Come out. My loyal servant. Evil Heart Hero Evil Blade Death Demon. Evil Heart Hero Evil Blade Death Demon. Star rating, 8. Demon/Fusion. Chapter 9. Evil Hero? Seeing the hero slowly descending on Jade, Kaiba Sito's face darkened. This is a monster he has never seen before. Sure enough. During these 2 years of traveling, has the dark power in Yujo Jade's heart become stronger? Although there are some interesting developments that I would like to show the president. Yujo Jade scanned the cards in his hand and placed a card on the dual disc. 2 cards are set, and my turn ends here. Evil Hero. One of the hero systems. The deck used by Tyrant Tende. Although they are hero monsters, in fact, these evil heroes have nothing to do with the word hero at all. During his journey with Yubel, Yuki Tende gradually accepted the dark power in his heart. This evil hero deck was born for this reason. Humph, what an annoying monster. My turn, draw a card. Kaiba Sito snorted coldly. He opened his hand, and a blue card popped out from the dual disc on his arm. Then I'll show you. Kaiba Sito waved his hand, and his fingers quickly brushed across the 4 cards in front of him. Activate magic card, Fusion. Let the strongest dragon's figure after evolution be imprinted deep in your eyes. Swish, swish, swish. The light flashed. 3 dazzling white dragons emerged from the summoning circle in front of Kaiba Sito one after another. They quickly entangled in the fusion vortex, and bloomed with light that was enough to illuminate the darkness. Fusion summon. Show up at this moment. True Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. True Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Stars, 1-2. Dragon/Fusion. Attack, 4500, Defense, 3800. The light faded. The aura comparable to that of a god. The three-headed dragon with scales shining like glass descended behind Kaiba. The ultimate dragon spread its wings. The darkness caused by the evil heart around was quickly shaken away at this moment. This power that was enough to crush all the monsters in the GX world made Jade's mouth raise an arc. You are indeed the president. In the first round, he gathered all 3 white dragons in his hand. 3 white dragons and 1 fusion at the beginning. If this were put in a real duel, it would definitely be a duel accident. However, in the duel world, this power of showing the trump card in one breath is indeed something that only very few people can master. However, this monster has only attack power but no resistance at all. Open the trap card. Purgatory's Fall. Jade waved his hand. The cover card on the field opened at this moment. The moment he saw the cover card, Kaiba's expression changed visibly. This can only be activated when the opponent special summons a monster with an attack power of 2000 or more. Select the monster with an attack power of 2000 or more, invalidate its effect and destroy it. Jade sneered. I'm sorry, although I also want to have a soul clash with the president. But unfortunately, for me, a duel is better to end quickly. Boom. In just a moment, the body of the true Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon turned into a burning flame. Under Kaiba's dull expression. The symbol of Kaiba's soul and dignity. Just under this small purgatory falling hole, it was shattered to pieces. A surge of anger surged from Kaiba's heart. He looked at Jade with a twisted expression. The anger in his eyes seemed to want to devour Jade whole. How dare you fool me with a card like this? He took out a card. In that case, are you ready to bear the wrath of Blue Eyes? In the hand card, the effect of Abyss Eyes White Dragon is activated here. When a monster with 8 stars or higher on the field is destroyed, this card can be special summoned from the hand. Original effect. Kaiba gritted his teeth and showed the card in his hand. Also, this card's ATK can be changed to the same as that of any dragon-type monster in your graveyard. At the same time, when the summon or special summon is successful, for each dragon monster in the graveyard of both parties, inflict 600 HP of damage to the other party. Behind Kaiba, the brilliant souls of several white dragons emerged. Now, there are 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons and 1 True Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in my graveyard, a total of 4 dragon monsters. In other words, you will take 2400 points of damage. Is that so? However, before Kaiba could finish his attack, Jade raised his eyelids and interrupted Kaiba. I'm so sorry, President. I have no intention of enduring the wrath of the blue-eyed people. Activate the trap card. Raising his hand, the second chapter cover card beside Jade also opened at this moment. Trap card, Gravehole activate. This effect can only be activated when the opponent activates the effect of a monster in the hand or graveyard, or a monster that is being banished. That effect is invalid, and the opponent is dealt 2000 points of damage. Jade said calmly. Compared to letting me taste the anger of the blue-eyed. Chapter 10. As soon as he finished speaking, a green arm suddenly emerged from the tomb, pointing directly at the Abyss Eyes White Dragon in Kaiba's hand. Behind Kaiba, the Abyss Eyes White Dragon transformed into a transparent soul, emitting waves of painful cries. Damn it! Kaiba had never expected that everything that happened to him seemed to be within Jade's calculations. This guy obviously knew a lot about his duel. Whispering sound, face. A card, turn ends. With no resources left in his hand, Kaiba could only face down the last face card in his hand in grief and anger, and ended the turn in frustration. It's the style of the president. Seeing Kaiba stepping into the trap step by step as planned, Jade smiled indifferently. He started with 3 white dragons and fusion, and had the bottom Zhongyuan as a barrier. People who are familiar with the president can think of this kind of thing before the duel begins. As for the last cover card, according to the dueling habits of the older generation in the dueling world, at least it is an attack pit that can invalidate the opponent's attack. A powerful terminal, a soul to the extreme hand pit bottom, plus a desperate attack pit. This is the Kaiba he is familiar with. It's a pity. I don't have such a righteous hero's soul. Jade raised his mouth in an arc. It's my turn, draw a card. Draw a card from the deck. Glancing at the card, Yubel knew that the duel was over. Activate magic card, Hurricane. Return all magic and traps on the field to their owner's hands. Seeing the card activated by Jade, Kaiba Sito's face changed. A hurricane rolled up from the center of the field and began to spread rapidly around. The trap covering Kaiba Sito's field also emerged, and was blown away by the hurricane, and bounced back to Kaiba Sito's hand. Gate of counterattack. It has the effect of being activated when the opponent's monster declares a direct attack. That attack is invalid, and you draw a card. It was the key card that President Kaiba used to smash the floor in anger and draw the giant god from the underworld when he faced the blue god. Jade's mouth curled up slightly. It was just as he thought. This duel is completely over. Go. Evil Heart Hero, Evil Blade Death Demon. Direct attack. The Evil Blade Demon, who had already prepared for the battle, slowly raised his head. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth under the devil mask. The Evil Blade Demon opened his arms and the sharp blade pierced through Kaiba Sito's body in an instant with the force of lightning. Ah! A piercing pain came from Kaiba Sito's body. He stepped back a few steps, holding his chest. Then he knelt on one knee uncontrollably. Kaiba Sito, LP 20000. Jade, win. The electronic images around him gradually dissipated. The Evil Blade Demon who returned to Jade gradually disappeared with a sneer. Kaiba Sito raised his head with difficulty, gritted his teeth and looked at the boy in the darkness in front of him. This child's strength. Is it far above his own? Although he didn't want to admit it. But this kind of duel in which he was suppressed from beginning to end and he was speed passed in 3 rounds. Even in Kaiba Sito's duel career. That is extremely rare. Could it be that? In this world, no one can stop the darkness in this child's heart. Just as Kaiba Sito was feeling a little desperate, Jade, who was standing opposite him, had already put away the duel disc, picked up his backpack, turned around and walked out of the alley. Wait a minute. According to the bet of the dark duel, shouldn't my soul be sealed? Kaiba Sito frowned, stood up and called Jade. Kaiba Sito is a duelist with dignity. Even if he loses, he never wants his opponent to let him go out of pity. That would definitely be a blow to Kaiba Sito's dignity. Dark duel. Yubel paused for a moment. He turned his head with a faint smile on his face. President, when did I tell you? Is this a dark duel? Hey? Looking at the back of Jade leaving. Kaiba Sito was stunned for a moment. It seems that Jade boy has not released the darkness in his heart as you worried. A strange accent sounded from behind Kaiba Sito. Kaiba Sito frowned and turned to glance at the man who walked out from behind him. What's the meaning? I mean, the boy of the 10th generation can obviously control the dark power in his heart easily. As we have faded out of the dual world, it's better not to get involved in the affairs of these younger generations. Hearing that person's words, Kaiba Sito's face was gloomy and uncertain. He showed a thoughtful look. Let this child continue to grow up like this. Is it really okay? Congratulations to the host for defeating the legendary duelist, Kaiba Sito. The host detects the breath of God in the opponent's soul, and gains the ability Breath of God LV.1. God's Breath LV.1, possessing the ability to control gods. When the Breath of God is raised to LV.max, the host can obtain the recognition of the God of creation of light and become the controller of God. The host was detected to have defeated the Dragon Clan deck owner Kaiba Sito. The Dragon Clan deck random pack has been issued. The host defeats the Blue Eyes White Dragon deck to absorb some of the dragon's breath. The dimensional link function has been enabled. A series of noisy system sounds have been ringing in my ears since I defeated Kaiba Sito. To be honest, Jade has been in this world for 15 years. This is the first time I have seen the system go crazy like this. It seems that compared to those small fry that I usually deal with, the rewards given by the system to me will be better if I defeat a legend in the dual world like Kaiba Sito. After listening to all the rewards issued by the system with his eyes closed and patiently, Jade let out a long sigh of relief. He opened his eyes and could clearly feel that the power in his body had expanded a lot at this moment. He opened his hands. As the power gathered in his palms, Jade was surprised to find that the Blue Eyes White Dragon's explosion gale bullet of destruction had gathered a mini version in his hands. He threw it out gently. Who knew that the small gale bullet would instantly penetrate the ground? Amidst the violent roar, a basketball-sized hole was left on the ground. Thick smoke was billowing around the hole. Jade was stunned for a moment. Wait! What the hell is going on? Chapter 11. Jade's own overlord power. Its source is the power of the most ancient darkness of the universe from the depths of the universe. This power allows Jade to materialize the abilities of the card elves, allowing the card elves to appear in the human world as entities. And use the power of these elves after they are materialized to cause severe damage to the opponent's body and soul. However, the Overlord system has upgraded this Overlord power at this moment. Jade can not only materialize the image of the elves. He can even use the power of the elves independently without the assistance of the elves. For example, the explosion gale bullet of destruction released just now. This itself belongs to the ability of the card elf, Blue Eyes White Dragon. After Jade defeated Kaiba and the Blue Eyes deck at the same time, the Overlord system took away some of the power of Blue Eyes White Dragon for Jade and integrated it into Jade himself. This makes Jade's power also incorporate some of the Blue Eyes White Dragon's abilities. That mini version of the explosion gale bullet was released in this way. This also means the 10th generation of Overlord power has been upgraded with assimilation. Yet, now, I can fuse with the power of any spirit and control the power and ability of any spirit in my hands. I see. Closing his eyes, he silently felt the aura surging in his body after integrating part of the power of the Blue Eyes. Jade had a better understanding of his current power. In other words, the more opponents he defeated, the more spirits he defeated, the more power he could take from them and use it for himself. Maybe, when this power is strong enough, he can also give the power of God too. Thinking of this, a golden glimmer flashed in Jade's eyes. That's all. Those things are still too far away. The most urgent thing for me now is to find a place to stay. Jade stretched and looked up at the prosperous sky of this dual city. Jade's parents are senior researchers of Kaiba Corporation. Later, because of the existence of the terrifying dark power in Jade's body, the senior management of Kaiba Corporation transferred Jade's parents to a branch abroad 2 years ago and settled them abroad, keeping Jade's parents away from these things that ordinary people cannot bear. And Jade's family's original residence in Tongjinyi City has also been sold by his parents. It can be said that Jade is now in a state of being alone in this dual city. But this is not an important matter for Jade, who embarked on a journey early. Soon, Jade found a hotel in the city. After getting the room information, Jade also came to a small room on the second floor that was relatively tidy. Throwing his backpack on the bed, Yuzhao took a comfortable bath and packed his things. Just as Yuzhao was about to have a good sleep, there was a knock on the door. Is there anyone looking for me this late? Jade frowned. He specifically told the innkeeper downstairs not to disturb him. He didn't know anyone well in the current Tongxi city. And even if there was, he had just returned to Tongxi city today, so it was impossible for anyone to come to him, right? Although he was confused, Jade still patiently opened the door. Outside the door stood a man he had never seen before. The man had dark skin, was tall, and wore a well-fitting suit. The heavy sunglasses covered half of the man's face, giving people a rather mysterious feeling. Who are you? Jade frowned slightly. This is a gift from my boss to Mr. Jade. The man spoke in an awkward tone, obviously not a local. He took out an envelope from his arms and handed it to Jade. Then, I will take my leave now. Seeing Jade accept the envelope, the man did not say much nonsense, bowed slightly and turned away. 10 generations, do you want to get rid of him? Yubel's shadow appeared behind Jade, watching the man's back coldly. No, he's just a delivery boy, there's no need to embarrass him. Yuzhao closed the door and opened the envelope. However, what appeared in the envelope seemed different from what Yuzhao had imagined. The 11th Tongxi City World Class Duel Invitational Tournament. Invitee, Jade. This is, Duel Invitation? Looking at the invitation in front of him, Yujiro couldn't help but frown. World Duel Invitational Tournament. Yujiro had heard of this event before. This is different from the world-famous Duel City Tournament. The Duel City Tournament was initiated by Kaiba Corporation, inviting all duelists with a duel rating of 5 stars or above from all over the world to go to Tojino City to participate in the world-class competition. Back then, Yanushi Tsutomu almost failed to register because of his rating of only 2 stars. Since Yugi Muto won the Duel City tournament for 2 consecutive years and sat firmly on the throne of the Duel King, the Duel City tournament was changed to be held every 5 years. Now, it is not the time for the Duel City tournament to start. And this World Duel Invitational Tournament, it is held every 2 years, and the organizer invites famous duelists from all over the world to gather in the Duel City and broadcast it live to the world. These competitions have little to do with Kaiba Corporation. They are all funded by some large companies that have close cooperation with Kaiba Corporation, and then held by Kaiba Corporation in the name of the event. In previous years, the organizers invited those who ranked in the top 10 in the world in duel points or were famous duelists. But these have nothing to do with me, right? I may have a little fame among the top executives of Kaiba Corporation. But in the world, I should not get much attention. But why did this invitational tournament specifically invite me to participate? Just as he was wondering, Yujo Jade's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked up the phone and saw a strange video call. Yujo Jade frowned slightly. After answering the call, a man's figure immediately appeared on the screen. The man was wearing a red suit. His silver hair like a waterfall covered the left half of his face. Seeing Yujo Jade answer the call, the man smiled and crossed his hands to his chin. Nice to meet you, boy from the 10th generation. Chapter 12. Because Jake Rafordo, chairman of the International Illusion Society. He also created the game Duel Monsters. He is called the father of duel monsters by the duel world. The moment he saw Pegasus, Yuki Jade already knew who sent this invitation letter. I see. But Mr. Pegasus actually sent an invitation to a little-known character like me. This is really flattering. Yujo Jade walked to the window and looked out through the gap in the curtains. He could see that on the street outside the hotel, several mysterious men in black suits were looking towards his room from time to time. It seemed that they were monitoring his every move. I'm afraid Mr. Pegasus has been eyeing me since I got off the plane in Tomino City. Hehe, I heard that the power of Jade Boy contains a terrifying existence that can destroy the world. No matter how much I personally believe in Jade Boy, for the safety of the world, some security measures must be taken. Pegasus had a faint smile on his face. From this gentle smile, it is difficult for people to tell what the man in front of him is thinking. However, as a legend in the duel world who came out of the dark duel, Yuki Jade would not underestimate the man in front of him. So, what does Mr. Pegasus want to do by inviting me to participate in this competition? Want to test my strength? Or do you just want me to participate in a duel exhibition match? Yujo Jade drew the curtains and asked in a deep voice. Why doesn't Jade Boy find the answers to these questions in the duel himself? Pegasus did not respond to Yujo Jade's question. He tapped the table lightly with his fingers. His face was still that mysterious smile that made people unable to see through it. In this competition, the 10th generation boy may encounter something that interests him. Besides, Jade Boy also wants to pass the duelist rating and get the qualification to participate in the Duel Academy assessment, right? Yujo Jade frowned. Did this guy even know that he participated in the Kaiba company's duelist rating? Moreover, he even guessed his idea of wanting to contact the Duel Academy. If it weren't for Pegasus in front of him, he would have lost the Millennium Eye long ago. Yuki Jade thought that this guy still had the ability to see through other people's thoughts. Hehe, 10th generation boy, although I have lost some of my powers. But to see through a person's heart, you don't need that kind of fancy stuff. Pegasus looked at Yujo Jade through the screen with a smile. For the 10th generation boy, the island of Duel Academy hides countless exquisite treasures. You need those powers to satisfy your dark desires. And I also need the power of the 10th generation boy to protect some things that I value. Pegasus's expression gradually calmed down from smiling. How? If the 10th generation boy is interested in this competition, come to Hime Company to sign up before 10 o'clock tomorrow. I am waiting for Jade Boy to show his strength in the game. After the words fell, Pegasus showed a meaningful expression. Then he slowly hung up the video. Seeing this, Yujo Jade also turned off the screen and couldn't help frowning. Call. So, I really hate these old foxes in the duel world, every word made me feel a little uncomfortable. Now that I think about it, a simple duelist like President Kaiba is really the most relaxing person I have ever met. However, no matter how much I hate intrigue, Pegasus really made me interested in this competition. Yuchen Jade looked at the invitation letter in his hand and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Pegasus said that in this competition, he could encounter something that interested him. Although it was probably just Pegasus's provocation. But it must be said that his words did arouse Yuchen Jade's interest. There are still a few months until the Duel Academy exam. I have nothing to do during this period of time, so I might as well take a look at what Pegasus is up to. Yuki Jade lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and felt the rewards issued by his system. He put the reward card set aside for the time being. Jade was more curious about this Duel Links function. What is it all about? Do you want to enable the Duel Link function? The system's voice echoed in my mind. Open. He silently chanted open in his heart. In an instant, a dazzling light suddenly flashed in Yuchen Jade's mind. I don't know how long it took. Yuchen Jade's thoughts seemed to have traveled through countless dimensions and gradually became stable. He slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was an unfamiliar ancient city. The snow-white ancient city buildings stood in front of Jade. The streets were full of a lively and cheerful atmosphere. Many residents dressed in ancient European costumes walked past Yuchen Jade one by one. They passed through Yuchen Jade's body like false phantoms. When Jade turned his head to look, they disappeared into the vast light spots in the distance. The saint is coming. Just then, a loud shout from a distance broke Jade's thoughts. He turned his head and saw the knights riding tall horses and wearing silver-white armor, walking neatly from the distance of the street. The residents avoided on both sides of the street and bowed down. Only Yuchen Jade stood in the middle of the road, frowning and looking at the carriage guarded by a group of silver-white knights. The curtain of the carriage was slowly opened. Inside the window, a blonde girl of the same age as Jade and with a lovely appearance appeared in front of Jade. The girl was wearing a white saint's dress that symbolized purity. The eyes that had not yet been polluted by the world had a clear and kind background. At this moment, the girl's eyes met Jade's. It was as if they had traveled through time and space. The girl's eyes stayed on Jade for a moment, and a look of surprise jumped in her eyes. She was. Seeing the girl, something suddenly emerged in Yuchen Jade's mind. However, before he could study it carefully, the light around him seemed to no longer support this world. Yuchen Jade only felt a flash before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the hotel where he lived. That was a scene from the fairy world. Holding his forehead, he sat up from the bed. Looking at the sunrise outside the window, Yuchen Jade suddenly understood. Chapter 13. Of course. Jade could also sense that his current strength could not sustain this function for too long. If he wanted to use this ability without any constraints, it seemed that he could only continuously improve his domineering power in duels. Looking at the invitation letter of the competition on the bedside, Yuchen raised an arc at the corner of his mouth. And this invitational competition was just a good place for him to brush experience. That guy, Pegasus, really gave him a big gift. After breakfast, Yujiro, with his backpack on his back, walked towards Kaiba Corporation. From now on, although this competition was held by Pegasus himself and was a private duel event, it was held in Kaiba Paradise and promoted by Kaiba Corporation. Therefore, contestants must first take an invitation letter to Kaiba Corporation to register before they can officially enter the competition. Entering the lobby of Kaiba Corporation, Yujiro was still thinking about where to go to register. Suddenly, an exclamation sounded in Yujiro's ears. Oh! She's actually here. Upon hearing this voice, Jade couldn't help but frown. Turning his head, he saw a woman wearing a burgundy Kaiba company front desk uniform skirt and short green apple hair, pointing at him with an exaggerated look on her face. It was indeed her. Shimizu Yuka. When Jade felt a little noisy in his ears when he saw this woman. He wanted to pretend that he didn't see it and walked aside. Unexpectedly, Yuka actually left the guest who wanted to take the duelist rating assessment in front of him and ran directly towards Jade. Hello. I haven't filled out my registration form yet. Sorry, you just fill it out yourself first. Ignoring the angry shouts of the customer behind her, Yuka ran to Yuchen Jade and stretched out her arm to block Yuchen Jade's way. Hey, where did you go last night? You left me alone on the street. Yuka's voice seemed as strong as her personality. This was a bit ambiguous. It immediately attracted the attention of a group of passers-by. I said, we just met yesterday, right? And I've already said that the assessment has nothing to do with you. That won't do. I have already reported yesterday's assessment to the company's top management for you. There will definitely be good results. You must believe me. Looking at Yuaka's serious face, Yuki Jade felt a little speechless. This woman is just like a door-to-door insurance salesperson. Once you get entangled with her, it will be endless torture. By the way, Jade, what are you doing here this time? Do you need to take the assessment again? Yuaka blinked and looked at Yuki Jade with a little curiosity. Yuki Jade was about to ignore Yuaka. Suddenly, he thought that instead of looking around in Kaiba company like a headless fly, it would be better to ask this noisy woman. Do you know where the registration for the 11th World Class Duel Invitational Tournament is? World Class Duel Invitational Tournament? Yuka's eyes suddenly widened. Are you talking about the duel event that has been hyped up online recently? Did you know? Yuzhou. Jade was stunned for a moment. He was not the kind of person who liked to surf the internet. In addition, he had been traveling around the world before, and spent most of his time in various dense forest ruins. He did not pay attention to the recent hot topics on the internet. There's no way that no one knows about this. Yuka suddenly became excited. This Duel Invitational Tournament is sponsored and hosted by the legendary father of duel monsters, Mr. Pegasus. Moreover, Mr. Pegasus has only invited 16 duelists from all over the world to participate in this invitational tournament. 16 duelists? Yuchen Jade was slightly stunned. Speaking of which, he seemed to have no idea who Pegasus had invited. The identities of 2 of the duelists are unknown, and it seems that they will only be revealed on the day of the main competition. Yuaka touched her chin and said thoughtfully, but the identities of the other 14 have been completely confirmed. The first one is the talented duelist who made his mark in the world-class competitions a few years ago, Frog Johnny, who is currently ranked 9th on the duel points list. The second one is the professional duelist known as the King of Strength, Musashi Kayama. He is also the current duelist ranking 13th. The third. 4th place. Yuzhou Tende. Watching Yuaka rattling off a bunch of names he had never heard of, Yuki Jade suddenly felt that his question seemed a bit redundant. However, Yuki Jade was very confused. These people might be professional-level powerhouses in the dueling world of the GX world. But to those real legendary duelists, these professional duelists are actually just so-so. Among these people, are there really opponents that Pegasus said he was interested in? Yuki Jade shook his head and prepared to leave with his backpack. It seemed that he could see that Yuki Jade was not interested in listening anymore. Yuaka hurried over and grabbed Jade. Wait, I haven't finished yet. 13th, that's my idol. Yuaka said, her eyes immediately twinkled like stars. Anyway, it's another guy she has never heard of. Yuki Jade rolled his eyes and was about to ignore him. However, Yuaka suddenly said a name that made Yuki Jade stunned. That person is the youngest professional duelist in the professional duel world. Ed Phoenix, known as the Noble Prince. Isn't that amazing? In terms of age, Ed is 1 year younger than Jade. Ed Phoenix? When Jade heard this name, something flashed through his mind like lightning. So that's it. The person that Pegasus was talking about, the one he would be interested in. Chapter 14. Ed Phoenix is an important character in Society of Light of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. He uses Destiny Hero deck designed by his father. However, because his father designed Destiny Hero, Blood Demon D, which is the evil force light of destruction from the universe, Ed's father was killed by this card. Blood Demon D, which is the light of destruction, also disappeared. Since then, Ed has made up his mind to use Blood Demon D as a clue to find the murderer of his father, and thus stepped into the professional duel world. With his genius duel skills and the Destiny Hero deck designed by his father, Ed has never lost in the 30 Duel League competitions so far. In addition to his young and handsome appearance, Ed's reputation in the duel world has risen rapidly, and he is a star among the stars in the duel world. Yuki Jade did not expect it. Pegasus actually invited Ed Phoenix to participate in this invitational tournament. Is he trying to use Ed, who is also a hero, to test his current strength? Yuki Jade lowered his eyes. However, he is no longer the boy who can only use elemental heroes in the original work. If it is just Ed at this stage, he is really not an invincible opponent for him. Oh, yes, why does Jade have to go to the invitational tournament registration office? Yuaka looked curious. Or, is there any professional duelist that Jade is interested in this invitational tournament? In Yuka's eyes, although Jade has passed the test of strength and defeated the dueling robot LV.5 that is comparable to a professional duelist, in the final analysis, it is just a fight against a robot. Jade's strength may have reached the level of a semi-professional, but there is definitely a considerable gap between him and a formal professional duelist. I went to participate in the invitational tournament. Hey! Before Yuka could finish analyzing the situation, Yuki Jade's words almost frightened Yuka to the point of jumping up. Really, is this true? Jade, are you one of the 16 invited duelists? Yes. Yuchin Jade nodded calmly. At this moment, Yuka's eyes looked at Jade with some changes. This is too fake, isn't it? A 15-year-old duelist with a duel rating of only 1 star. He is actually a contestant personally invited by Mr. Pegasus, the chairman of the International Illusion Society? This is too outrageous. Is this for the show effect? Or does this Jade guy really have some hidden side? Yuka felt a little confused. Until she arrived at the registration office, took Yuki Jade to fill in the registration form, and then walked out of the registration office. Yuka was still a little dazed. The invitation letter is also real and the registration is successful. What is happening? Ignoring the confused Yuka, Jade Yuchin took out his phone and opened the schedule that Kaiba company had given him. The registration was successful. The invitational tournament will officially start in Kaiba Paradise in a week. This time, the standard duel rules of the GX era are adopted. In the past 10 years in the GX world, Jade Yuchin has become accustomed to this duel method with only 4000 LP. Because the total LP is small. So no matter what deck it is, there is a chance to seize the opponent's mistakes and complete the reversal without worrying about the problem of the kill line. However, because the identity of the invitee has not been fully disclosed, Jade does not know who his opponent will be in the first round, nor does he know the opponent's deck information. It seems that if he wants to avoid a car accident 100%, he can only study all the decks of all participating opponents in case of emergency. While thinking, he walked towards the outside of Kaiba company. However, just after walking out of the hall, a brake sound came into Jade's ears. Jade looked up. Then he saw a black luxury car parked in front of the Kaiba company. As the car door slowly opened, a silver-haired boy in a silver-grey suit slowly walked out of the car. And from the other side of the car door, a man wearing a white astrology cloak that made it difficult to see his face also walked out of the car. As soon as he got out of the car, the appearance of the silver-haired boy immediately caused quite a stir around him. Yes, it's Ed Phoenix. Yuka immediately covered her mouth and screamed. It seemed that this scream ignited the crowd around them. In just a moment, the two people who got off the car were surrounded by a group of fanatical fans. If it weren't for the bodyguards, Jade always felt that Ed might be torn to pieces by this group of fanatical fans at any time. Aren't you going over there? Glancing at Yuka beside him, Jade was a little curious. He remembered that Yuka had just said that her idol was Ed. I am a very principled person. I cannot be disturbed by any external things during work. Yuka coughed lightly and said seriously. Recalling Yuka's resolute abandonment of customers just now, Yuki Jade was a little powerless to complain for a while. Women are really good at double standards. Ed has to be said to be a boy who has been surrounded by the halo of stars since he was a child. Facing these fanatical fans, Ed just smiled politely and walked out of the crowd with the man in the white robe. Under the starry eyes of countless fans, Ed walked up the stairs and passed by Yuki Jade. At the moment of passing by Jade, the man in the white robe paused slightly. He slowly raised his head. A pair of purple eyes showed a chilling cold light under the hood. Is it really that guy? There are really many extraordinary people coming to this invitational tournament. Jade glanced at the two people who passed by him calmly. It seems that this invitational tournament will be quite interesting. Zhe Wang, what's wrong? You seem to be very concerned about that person just now. Inside Kaiba Corporation, as the elevator door slowly closed, Ed turned his gaze to the man in white robe beside him. Although the movement of the Zhe Wang just now was very slight, Ed still keenly noticed something. He. A cold laugh came from under the man's hood. He opened his hand. A tarot card with the word devil engraved on it appeared in his hand. The gears of fate. It's already started turning. Chapter 15. Kaiba Paradise. Located on the outskirts of Tojino City, it was built by Kaiba Corporation and is a top entertainment venue dedicated to serving duel monsters. It integrates dual venues, entertainment facilities, amusement parks, and hotels. Everything you need is available. Even if you live here for the rest of your life, there is no problem. 1 week before the start of the game, duelists invited to the game can live in the hotel inside Kaiba Paradise for free. Moreover, all consumption in Kaiba Paradise will be reimbursed by the International Illusion Agency. After all, in this era where duels are supreme, as long as you can show a strong duel talent, no matter where you go, you will be given a green light all the way. Came to Kaiba Hotel. Yuki Jade's room had been booked in advance. Room number is 601. Please contact the front desk staff if you need anything. After receiving the room card from the front desk, Yuchen Jade also took the elevator to the 6th floor of the hotel and opened his room 601. The facilities in the room were extremely complete. In addition to the necessary toiletries, computers and the like, this hotel is equipped with all kinds of mainstream game consoles on the market. There is even a dedicated small game room in the room. This complete range of game equipment made Yujo Jade sigh. Throwing the backpack on the bed, Yujo Jade decided to investigate the card decks used by the contestants this time and their previous duel records. After turning on the computer, Yujo Jade thought for a moment, then took out his mobile phone and made a call. Soon, a full of energy voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Wow, is this true? Jade, you actually called me. How was it? Did you check into the hotel successfully? Did you encounter any troubles? Yuka's voice sounded excitedly on the other end. If it weren't for the work, Yuka would have followed Jade to Kaiba Land just now. It's not a big deal, but I have something I want you to do me a favor with. Yujo Jade said in a deep voice, can you help me retrieve the duel records and videos of the last 10 rounds of duels of the duelists in this invitational tournament from Kaiba Corporation? Yes, you can, but what do you want these things for? Yuka was a little confused. These duel records that could be registered with Kaiba Corporation were basically some public competition records, so it was not a big deal to retrieve them. However, what was the use of these duel recordings? Well, if you don't want to answer, forget it. I'll help you. Unable to hear Yuki Jade's response, Yuka put her doubts behind her and used the front desk computer of Kaiba Company to retrieve the list of all participants in this invitational tournament. Then, based on these lists, she found the duel records of these people. Ah, I found it. I'll send the link to your mailbox and you can check it yourself. Soon, Yuchen Jade received an email from Kaiba Company in his mailbox. After thanking him, Yuchen Jade hung up the phone and prepared to start studying his opponent's deck. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. As a card master in his previous life, Yuchen Jade always believed in one truth. That is, there is no invincible deck in the world. Any deck has its own limitations. Even a strong Pearl Tears in its complete form cannot have a 100% chance of winning. Therefore, before the start of such a duel, it is the most important thing to collect information about the opponent's deck and make all targeted preparations before the game. Frog Johnny, in the last 10 games, used a deck that was mainly based on the Frog deck, a powerful Frog Cannon deck. Is he an opponent who is good at using OTK tactics? Muto Kayama, the owner of the Sword Fighting Beast deck, also a mainstream powerhouse in the old days. There is also an Emperor deck without additional deck tactics. Sure enough, even though it is a dual world, as long as the duelists can enter the professional level, the decks they use will definitely not be the same as those in the original anime. It seems that I need to reassess my opponent's strength. Yujo Jade stroked his chin and stared at the duel video in front of him. Moreover, the effects of many cards in this era still maintain the effects of the old version. The 3 effects of the Ghost Frog are not limited to once per round, no wonder Frog's Frog Cannon deck is so powerful in this era. Soon, Yujo Jade had watched the duel videos of the top 14 contestants whose identities he already knew. In his heart, he already had a very clear target pattern. However, there are still many missing cards in his current card pool. Chapter 16. It's a pity. There is no card store that sells duel cards in Kaiba Paradise. And most of the ordinary card stores in Tojino City sell ordinary duel cards. If you want to buy powerful cards or the latest cards, you must go to the large stores designated by the International Illusion Society and Kaiba Corporation, or in layman's terms, the flagship stores, to buy them. Yuchen Jade took a taxi to the largest card store in Tojino City. Before entering the store, the head of Kaiba Sito hanging on the sign and the arrogant roar of the blue eyes white dragon made Yuchen Jade feel his wallet tighten. After entering and taking a look, Yuchen Jade actually felt sweaty. Who can imagine what it feels like to have a magic card black hole that no one pays attention to in his original world, and the official selling price is actually more than $5,000. The International Illusion Society is headquartered in the United States, and the card price is marked as dollars. Look at these cards framed in decorative frames like collectibles. Like heart-changed attention, well-known powerful cards such as Snatch and Sapphire Dragon are priced at 5 figures. Even the ordinary 4-star blank card. The selling price of Sapphire Dragon with an attack power of 1900 has reached the outrageous price of 999. In my own world, this kind of card would be despised if it was put in a blind box to make up the number. In the Duel world, its value has increased by who knows how many times. This is really eye-opening. No wonder ordinary people in the Duel world can only afford card piles. At this price, who wouldn't be annoyed? A slightly stronger card is equivalent to an ordinary person's monthly salary. But there is no way. After all, the International Illusion Company and Kaiba Corporation are the leading companies that monopolize the global duel monster game. In this world of universal duel, duel is supreme. Wouldn't they definitely show the ugly face of the capitalists and madly squeeze the wallets of cattle and horses like themselves? I still underestimated the president. This guy is not clean. After looking around, Yujiro has given up the idea of spending money to buy cards. Just kidding. If you really want to pick a few usable cards from here, you can't afford it even if you sell Yujiro's entire body. In the 2 years since I left, not only has the city changed a lot, but even the prices of cards have become something I don't recognize. Yujo sighed. After thinking it over, he took out his phone again and called Yueka. Oh? Do you want to buy a card? Speaking of card shops, I know a very niche place that sells the best cards. After listening to Yuchen Jade's question, Yahua was like a know-it-all and immediately thought of a place. Where are you now? Wait for me for 10 minutes and I'll be there soon. He hung up the phone. A few minutes later, Yuka drove a 2-seater mini car and drove over from a distance. Yuka rolled down the window and stuck her head out. She was not wearing her usual work clothes now. She was wearing a light pink crop top, blue jeans and an orange sun hat. Compared with her work clothes at Kaiba Company before, she was like a completely different person. It seemed that before coming here, Yuka had specially returned home to change her clothes. Good guy, this almost made Yuki Jade fail to recognize her. Let's go, I'm off work today. Waving at Jade, Yuhua shouted carelessly, now I'll take you to a good place. At this moment, Yujo suddenly felt that this woman was not as noisy as he had imagined. That store is not a place that sells dual cards, but the owner of that store has collected many rare cards. Moreover, the boss has a very strange temper. Even if he opens the shop, he will not sell those rare cards. But I heard that if you win the duel with him, you can get a good card from him. The mini car headed towards the old city. On the way, Yuka even introduced the details of the store to Yujo Jade. However, this introduction was a bit too much like telling an urban legend. If you beat the store manager, you will get a card reward. Is this an RPG game? After listening to Yuka's words, Yuzuki Jade couldn't help but complain in his heart. Soon, the car drove away from the bustling Duel City and came to the old town of Tojino City. With the successful holding of the Duel City competition, Tojino City has received attention from all over the world and has become an absolute holy place for duelists all over the world. And the attention from all over the world has also brought considerable changes to Tojino City. The whole city has become more futuristic. Countless high-techs have emerged one after another, and high-rise buildings have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. However, super-fast development will inevitably leave behind areas like the old town that have not kept up with the development. It still maintains the appearance of an ordinary city. Many residential buildings and bungalows even give people a slightly retro feeling. We're here, this is it. 10 minutes later, Yuaka's car stopped in front of a humble store. Yuzuki Jade got out of the car and looked over. The first thing he saw was a sign with a turtle on it. This place looked so familiar that Yuzuki Jade subconsciously looked at Yuaka, thinking she had taken him to the wrong place. This is not. That's right, this is the home of the first duel king, Yugi Muto. Yuaka locked the car door, put her hands on her hips and looked at the store. This is the old town, a must-visit place for duelists, the Turtle Game House. Yuki Jade didn't know what to say for a moment. Good guy, I wanted Yuaka to help me find a more affordable card store. But this guy dragged me directly to Mutayugi's house. Is he asking me to duel with Mutayugi in advance? Get out, get out. I've told you hundreds of times that games are not at home, not at home. Old man. If Mr. Yugi is not here, you can help us contact him. Old man. When Yuki Jade was thinking, the door of the turtle game house was suddenly pushed open. Several men in suits were pushed out of the door. Judging from their appearance, they seemed to be the senior executives of a game company, who wanted to invite Mutayugi to be the advertising spokesperson or something. I've already said it. That kid won't accept this kind of advertisement. Instead of trying so hard to get endorsements, just make the game quality better. An old man with a grey starfish hair and a short stature waved a broom wildly. He drove the men in suits and leather shoes out. Looking at the men who fled in panic, Yujo raised his eyebrows. He beat those big men out by himself. This old man is still as good as ever. I was sighing in my heart. The old man standing at the door, panting, also noticed Jade and Yuki not far away. At this moment, the old man's face suddenly became gloomy again. You too. Chapter 17. Obviously. Master Suguroku seemed to have misunderstood something. Ever since Yugi Muto became the Duel King, there have been a constant stream of people who want to make money by using Yugi Muto's fame. Master Suguroku obviously didn't have a good attitude towards these people. No, you misunderstood, we are not here to see Mr. Yugi. Yuka waved her hands and explained, this time, we are here because of the duel cards. This kid named Yuki Jade wants to see your collection, Mr. Suguroku. After hearing Yuka's words, Suguroku slowly stopped waving the broom in his hand. Is that so? Touching his chin, Muto Suguroku came over and began to look Yujo Jade up and down. Yujo Jade, I seem to have heard of this name somewhere. After scanning up and down, Muto Suguroku's eyes stopped at Yuki Jade's eyes. Muto Suguroku was slightly startled. What an interesting child. Deep in this child's heart, there might be a darkness that ordinary people cannot understand. Well, from the looks of you guys, you don't seem to be the kind of people that people would hate. Muto Suguroku also had a kind smile on his face at this moment. It's been a long time since someone wanted to see my collection of cards. Since the game became famous, most of the kids who come to me come for the game. It's a pity that I have so many collections here, nowadays, no one can appreciate it. Muto Suguroku shook his head and opened the door with a look of regret. Jade and Yuka followed Suguroku into the store. As soon as they entered the door, rows of extremely complete games were displayed in this not-so-big room. Many of the game equipment have a history of at least 20 to 30 years. Even many out-of-print old game consoles can be seen here. In the glass window, there are many Duel Monsters cards that Jade has never seen. Judging from the workmanship of the cards and the arrangement of the pictures, these cards are probably older than Jade. In addition to the cards, the most common thing in the whole house is various stone slabs that look very old. The stone slabs are engraved with many obscure ancient Egyptian characters and some images of Duel Monsters. Jade, I can feel the breath of dual spirits in these stone tablets. Yubel's voice sounded in Yuchen Jade's ears. Hearing Yubel's words, Yuchen Jade's eyebrows couldn't help but jump. The stone tablets that contain dual spirits. This thing is really a priceless treasure for the dual world. Old man Muto Suguroku is really a hidden talent. But think about it. The person who could take out Blue Eyes White Dragon and old AI it will back then, how could he be an ordinary person? The things I have collected here are all very good, right? Muto Suguroku looked at Jade and Yuka with pride, just like an old man at the door showing off his collection. These things are the result of my hard work for half my life. Many of them are out of print now. They are indeed very old and rare cards. Yujo Jade looked at the cards in the glass cabinet and agreed with Muto Suguroku's words. Hehe, it's rare to find a young person who knows what's good. In that case, I will show you my most powerful and mysterious collection. Suguroku's affection for Jade was obviously rising, and he even personally pulled Jade to the counter. The most mysterious collection. Yuaka was also a little curious and looked over. Muto Suguroku rummaged around the counter for a long time. Then, he mysteriously took out a golden box from under the counter. The golden box was engraved with ancient Egypt, symbolizing the sacred Eye of Horus. From the outside, it looked exactly like the magic card sealed golden cabinet. Inside is the rarest item I unearthed from the pharaoh ruins of ancient Egypt decades ago. Legend has it that this thing contains the soul of the ancient Egyptian pharaoh, and has thousands of years of history. Muto Suguroku said mysteriously while gently opening the mechanism on the golden cabinet. Could it be that what is placed inside is the 1,000-year-old item that seals the Duel King's other personality in the urban legend? Yu Hua's heart was in her throat. Her big eyes looked into the golden cabinet with expectation. Hee hee. Muto Suguroku sneered. His expression became more gloomy. This is legendary. Click. The golden cabinet opened with a sound. Yuka held her breath, fearing that the things in the golden cabinet would be damaged if she took a breath. However, when Yuka looked clearly, she was stunned. There was nothing in the golden cabinet. Not to mention the legendary 1,000-year-old prop. There was not even a hair. I lied to you. In fact, that thing is gone a long time ago. Old. Man Suguroku stuck out his tongue and smiled at Yuka, whose expression gradually changed from dull to speechless. His naughty look made Jade beside him silent. What are you doing? Don't make people so excited. Just liven up the atmosphere a bit, don't get angry at an old man. Looking at the interaction between the old and the young. Jade on the side, however, stared thoughtfully at the empty gold cabinet. 10 generations, do you feel it, the dark aura lingering in this golden cabinet? Yubel's voice reappeared in Jade's ears. Yes. This time, it was not only Yubel who felt it. Jade also felt the dark power remaining in the golden cabinet. It is not difficult to guess that this golden cabinet must be the box that once contained the Millennium Block. There is a breath of Pharaoh Adam and the great evil god Zork sealed in the Millennium Block. I didn't expect that after so many years, this breath has not dissipated. His fingers gently touched the golden cabinet. Jade closed his eyes, feeling a trace of dark power merging into his body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a trace of divine breath. Breath of God LV.1 LV.2. Hearing the voice beside him, Jade was slightly startled. He didn't expect that he would have such an unexpected gain. The upgrade of the Breath of God means that the level of God that he can control has also been improved accordingly. If he had previously obtained the qualifications to control God, Sky Dragon, and Giant God Soldier, then now he must have the qualifications to control the high-level God, the Sun God Winged Dragon. And with this level upgrade, he can not only control the cards of God at will. Maybe, he can also use the power of these gods for himself. Jade was thinking. Yuka, who was standing by, also asked Jade about the duel cards. Oh? You want to buy duel cards from me? Knowing Jade's intention, Muto Suguroku immediately raised his hand to reject Yuka's request. Sorry, the rare cards I have here are not for sale. But... Mr. Suguroku paused for a moment. Then he took out a duel disc from under the counter and smiled again. If you can beat me in a duel, I might consider giving you a rare card. Looking at the smile on Muto Suguroku's face, Jade smiled calmly. Sure enough. In the end, we still have to play cards. Chapter 18. In the open space behind the turtle game house, Muto Suguroku and Jade put on their duel discs and stood in their respective duel areas. Yuka watched nervously from the side, her heart pounding. Muto Suguroku, the grandfather of the Duel King Muto Yugi. When he was young, he was also an invincible gaming champion. It can be said that no matter what game, Grandpa Suguroku is absolutely as powerful as anyone. He is undoubtedly a super strong man in the gaming world. Can he win 10 generations? Muto Suguroku, LP4000. Yuchen 10th generation, LP4000. Duel. Both parties shouted the duel declaration at the same time and took out 5 cards from the deck. Then, I will take the initiative. Muto Suguroku drew a card from his deck. Wow, the development of duel monsters is really getting faster and faster now. When I first came into contact with this kind of 3D image, I was really shocked. Well, I won't talk too much. Suguroku smiled and took a card from his hand. Magic card, Pot of Greed activate. Through the effect of this card, I draw 2 cards from the deck. After saying that, a green pot with an ugly smile appeared in front of Suguroku. Replenishing the hand right away. Jade was slightly startled. Pot of Greed. This simple and crude 1 for 2 card. In his own world, it was already a powerful banned card that would be locked up in the dark room for life. But in this era of banned cards, it looked very ordinary. At this time, Muto Suguroku had already drawn 2 cards. It seemed that he had drawn the card that suited his taste, and a smile appeared on Muto Suguroku's face. It seems that I have pretty good luck. I have drawn the key card. Muto Suguroku showed a card in his hand. Quick attack magic card, Curry Ball's Calling Flute. From your deck, add a Curry Ball to your hand or special summon it on the field. Special summon, Chestnut Ball. Bang! A small explosion exploded on Muto Suguroku's field. A furry brown ball appeared on Muto Suguroku's field, blinking its cute big eyes. Chestnut Ball. Star rating, 1. Demons. Attack power, 300, defense power, 200. Ah! So cute! Seeing Kurikoma, Yuuka immediately covered her cheeks and screamed with love. This furry creature is too lethal to girls. However, compared to Yuuka who only pays attention to Kurikoma's cute appearance, Yuki Jade couldn't help but frown at this moment. Kurikoma. The god card of the Yu-Gi-Oh! DM era. It is also the life-saving card that saved Duel King Muto Yugi countless times at critical moments. The effect of this card must have been heard by all duelists. When the opponent's monster attacks and the damage to itself is calculated as battle damage. By discarding this card from the hand card, the battle damage inflicted on itself in that battle is reduced to 0. As the first generation of hand pits, Kurikoma does have a very strong life-saving ability. But that's just its performance in the hand card. The Kurikoma special summon to the field is no different from ordinary 1-star monsters in terms of attack power and defense power. Unless Yuki Jade seems to have thought of some tactics. Hehe, don't underestimate low-level monsters. Old man Suguroku said with a smile, and activated another card, activate magic card, sealed golden cabinet. Select a card from the deck and banish it. In the second standby phase after activation, add the banished card to your hand. Speaking of this, Master Suguroku selected a card from the deck and put it into the gold cabinet that appeared in front of him. As the gold cabinet disappeared, Master Suguroku's tactics had entered the third stage. Then, activate the magic card. Release the face-up Curry Ball on your field, and special summon Curry Ball token in defense position as many as possible on your field. Here it comes. Yuki Jade frowned. It was indeed that tactic. Swish! The chestnut ball on the field quickly began to split. In just a blink of an eye, 5 chestnut ball clones were neatly arranged in front of the old man Suguroku. Chestnut Ball Derivative. Star rating, 1. Demons. Attack power, 300, defense power, 200. Summoning 5 monsters at once. Yuka couldn't help but start to be surprised. But then, Yuka thought of another question. However, most of the derivatives are normal monsters with no effects. Although they seem to be numerous, they are actually quite weak. Yuka knew that with Jade's strength, this fragile monster could be completely destroyed in just a moment. Hehe, not bad, not bad, this little girl is right. Old man Suguroku still smiled. According to the rules of dual monsters, derivative monsters are considered normal monsters. In other words, I have 5 level 1 normal monsters on my field. Then, I can activate the effect of this card. Suguroku slowly showed a card in his hand. Magic card. You can only activate this effect when there are only 5 face-up normal monsters of level 2 or lower on your field. Both players discard all cards in their hands and destroy all cards on the field except for normal monsters below level 2. Discard all cards in your hand and destroy all cards. Bang 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 bang. Accompanied by a series of explosions. Yuki Jade's 5 cards in his hand were all shattered. Muto Suguroku also smiled and sent the remaining cards in his hand to the graveyard. In this case, Jade-kun, you don't have any cards in your hand now. Yuuka's chin almost hit the ground. Attack first and cut 5 cards. Chapter 19. The Weak. Good, awesome, he is worthy of being the grandfather of the Duel King. He pushed Jade to a dead end in one breath. Yuuka on the side broke out in a cold sweat. Having 5 cards cut off from his hand is basically the same as losing in front of ordinary people. The only thing Jade can do now is probably to surrender, right? However, when Yuuka and Muto Suguroku looked at Jade, they found that Jade's expression was still quite calm. It was as if the 5 cards cut off from his hand were not Jade's own, but someone else's. Could it be that in Jade's heart? Even at this point, there is still a possibility of a comeback? Jade boy, just give up. I used the sealed golden cabinet to send the card to the outer area, which was Chaos Emperor Dragon, Messenger of the End Dash. This card has the effect of paying 1000 life points and sending all cards Indiana both players' hands and on the field to the graveyard. So far, no one has been able to overcome this monster head-on. Muto Suguroku looked at Yajo Jade with a smile. He didn't want this young man, who was very much to his liking, to suffer too much of a blow. Rather than waiting to die with nothing in his hands and facing the terror of the Chaos Emperor Dragon, it would be better to end it quickly. In this way, at least in the future duels, there will be no shadow in his heart. No, sir. Don't forget, I still have one chance to draw a card on my turn. Muto Suguroku seemed to have underestimated Jade's mentality. He calmly interrupted Muto Suguroku's persuasion. He raised his head. With an indifferent look, he looked at old man Suguroku calmly. His finger slowly placed on the top of his deck. Like a sword about to be unsheathed, he seemed to be ready to draw the card from the top of the deck at any time. Draw a card? Muto Suguroku and Yuka were stunned at the same time. Could it be that Jade still firmly believed that he could change the current situation with just one card draw? However, even if Jade was lucky enough to draw a powerful monster, but facing Muto Suguroku's 5 Kuritani derivatives in defense position on the field, no matter how you think about it, it is impossible to clear them in a short time, right? Once dragged by Muto Suguroku to Chaos Emperor Dragon, Messenger of the End into the hand, then this duel is really over. Under the nervous gaze of Muto Suguroku and Yuzuru, Yuki Jade waved his finger. A golden light flashed through the air from Jade's fingertips. My turn. Draw a card. Click. As the card came out of the sheath, Muto Suguroku felt an inexplicable sense of fear in his heart. How is this possible? Could it be that, at the 10th level, he could really turn the tables with just one card? It's over. Glancing at the card he drew, Yu Zhao's mouth curled up. Activate the effect of Evil Hero, Dark Star Gold Demon in your hand. Evil Hero. Seeing the card in Yuki Jade's hand, Yuuka and Muto Suguroku were both surprised. Discard this card from your hand to activate. Add a Dark Fusion card other than Evil Heart Hero, Dark Star Gold Demon, or a card with the name of that card, from the deck to the hand. A golden light appeared in Yuki Jade's eyes. The change in the boy's eyes fell into Muto Suguroku's eyes. At this moment, the guess in the old man's heart was more confirmed. Sure enough. This child has a very strong dark power in his body. The child that Yuki told him before. It's this person in front of him. I add the magic card Dark Summoning to my hand and activate it. Except for Evil Heart Hero, Dark Star Gold Demon in the graveyard, and Evil Heart Hero, Fierce Spirit Corpse Demon in the graveyard. Perform Dark Fusion. Yajo Jade raised his hand. A mist-like darkness suddenly gushed out from behind him. In the darkness, in the vortex of lightning and thunder, the Dark Star Gold Demon and the Fierce Spirit Corpse Demon, 2 heroes corrupted by evil, continued to merge. The surging evil aura rushed towards Muto Suguroku from the dark vortex like a tidal wave. Yajo Jade, who was shrouded in darkness, seemed to be wearing a black armor at this moment. He exuded a strong domineering spirit. Come out. My servant. Evil Heart Hero, Evil Blade Death Demon. Evil Heart Hero Evil Blade Death Demon. Star rating, 8. Demon/Fusion. Attack power, 3000, defense power, 3000. Whoa. It was the first time that the old man had seen such a terrifying scene. He felt the terrifying momentum coming at him, screamed, and retreated again and again. This monster. Yuka was so frightened that she couldn't speak for a moment. Especially when she looked at Jade who was bathed in darkness. At this moment, Yuki Jade seemed to be a completely different person. Whether it was his eyes, expression, or aura, or the dark armor around him that made it hard to tell whether it was a three-dimensional projection or a real one. All of these made Yuka feel for the first time that the boy in front of her was so terrifying. Evil Blade Death Demon effect activated. My main stage. Destroy all monsters on the opponent's field that have an attack power lower than this card's. Yajo Jade slowly raised his finger and pointed at the 5 chestnut ball derivatives on Muto Suguroku's field. Every time a monster is destroyed, the attack power of the Blade of Death will be permanently increased by 200 points. The blade of death let out a terrifying roar. The strong evil aura instantly shattered all the chestnut ball derivatives on the field of the old man Suguroku. And as the derivatives were completely destroyed, the attack power of the blade of death also increased wildly. Evil Heart Hero Evil Blade Death Demon. Attack power, 3000 4000. 4000 points. That's the end of it. Jade said coldly. Evil Blade Death Demon, attack directly. As the sharp blade of the evil blade demon quickly cut through Muto Suguroku's body. Muto Suguroku screamed and fell straight to the ground. Muto Suguroku, LP 40000. Yuchen Tende, win. Seconds. Killed instantly. With only one card in hand, he gave Duel King Muto Yugi's grandfather to, killed instantly. Looking at the boy who was gradually fading away from the darkness. Yuka covered her mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Chapter 20. Win, win. Yuka finally recovered from the shock. She hurried to Jade's side. Looking at Jade who was sorting out the duel disc. Yuka seemed to remember the terrifying side of Jade when he summoned the evil blade demon. For a moment, her face was tangled, as if she wanted to celebrate but didn't dare to celebrate. What's wrong? Jade glanced at Yuka and asked knowingly. No, nothing. I might have seen it wrong just now. Yuka waved her hands hastily. Just treat the scene just now as the special effect of Kaiba Company's dual equipment. Old man, are you okay? Jade came to Muto Suguroku and helped him up from the ground. It's okay, Jade boy, you won beautifully. Old man Suguroku held his waist tightly. He took a deep breath from time to time. He admitted that he had underestimated this kid named Jade. He thought that this kid was just an ordinary duelist. But judging from his luck in drawing cards and the powerful dark power in his body, this kid is really strong, maybe not below the game. I think I already know what kind of cards I should give you. Muto Suguroku pondered for a moment, put his hands behind his back, turned around and walked into the turtle game house. Soon. Muto Suguroku walked out of the house slowly, holding a simple box. My grandson said a long time ago that the owner of this card is not him. Also said. In the future, this card will meet its true owner. Now it seems that the real owner of this card might be you. Jade took the box from Muto Suguroku and opened it. A card that seemed to be inhabited by a dual spirit appeared in front of Jade. Winged Kurikoku Ball. The moment he saw the card, Jade felt something in his soul tremble. As if it was destined. The moment he saw the card, Jade felt that he had a close connection with it. He reached out and took out the card. The moment he touched the card, a crisp sound rang in Jade's ears. Crike crike crike. It was the sound of the winged Kuritama. Jade seemed to see the spirit that flashed by his side. Feeling the beating soul in the card. Jade showed a faint smile on his face. Please give me more advice in the future. Abo. Looking at the smile on Jade's face. Muto Suguroku put his hands behind his back and nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. Although this child seemed to have an extremely dark heart, the deepest part wrapped in this darkness was still extremely kind. This card might be able to change this child. After getting the winged Kuriko ball from the old man Suguroku, Jade and Yuka also said goodbye to Muto Suguroku and drove towards the city center. In the main driver's seat, he looked at Jade, who had never taken his eyes off the card in his hand since he got in the car. Yuka couldn't help but complain. I said, 10 generations, this card does look cute, but there's no need to read it all the way through. After all, it's just a one-star monster. Yuka was a little confused. She originally thought that the old man Suguroku could give Jade some powerful rare card. Who knew that he only gave a one-star little ball of fur? Of course, this little ball of fur is different from other balls of fur. After all, it has a pair of small wings. And Jade, a duelist who can easily take out rare monster cards of 8 stars or above, is so fond of this kind of one-star little monster. It's just like him. Unbelievable. Jade did not respond to Yuka. After all, he was not really looking at the card in his hand. He was just using the cover of looking at the card of winged Kuriko ball in his hand to secretly listen to the rewards issued to him by the system. Congratulations to the host for defeating the legendary duelist, Muto Suguroku. Detected that the host has obtained the key soul card, Winged Chestnut Ball. The Chestnut Ball card group has been transferred to the host's collection card book. has absorbed some of the power of the chestnut balls. The host can use the power of the chestnut balls to resist all attacks at critical moments. A thick collection card book appeared in front of Jade. As the card book opened automatically. In the card book, the responses of chestnut balls in various forms appeared on the paper. Among them, there are even pendulum cards, entertainment partner, classic chestnut ball, and connection cards, connected chestnut ball. However, with the current duel system, this kind of card cannot be used for the time being. It is still quite a pity. Of course, these are not the point. The point is the power of this chestnut ball. It can resist all attacks for itself. Although it is not difficult to see from the description that this is a life-saving ability that takes effect automatically and has a certain recovery period, that is, a cooling time. But the description of being able to withstand all attacks really makes Jade a little concerned. Being able to withstand all attacks. That means even the power of gods. Or the power of those ancient demons. Can it be resisted? Chapter 21. As we all know, the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not just a world of playing cards. The dual world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is connected to countless parallel dimensions of the spirit dimension. It can be connected with a bunch of monsters in the spirit world. Moreover, countless monsters like to run to the dual world. As a result, a bunch of evil bosses with thousands or tens of thousands of years of history will pop up in the dual world from time to time. Perhaps most big bosses will honestly play cards with the protagonist when facing him. But there are also quite a few bosses who, relying on their own strong strength, often play some unethical card games. For example, they transform while playing, change the deck while playing, and destroy the world while playing. So, sometimes playing cards doesn't work. You have to borrow these supernatural powers to solve the game. I strongly name the old silver coin on the Thousand Masters. Playing cards with the Z4 protagonist group, secretly hiding your field magic card. After finally finding it, he made his own field magic like a time bomb and insisted on a one-for-one exchange with the protagonists. That was quite despicable. Now I have the power of the chestnut balls as a guarantee. If I encounter such an opponent who plays the trolley problem with me in the future, it may have a very good effect. In addition, the chestnut balls do have miraculous abilities at critical moments. Even when facing gods, these little guys can usually block all damage for their masters without fear. It can be said that this star's small body is full of mysterious power. This ability should never be underestimated. Back at the hotel, Jade said goodbye to Yuka. He also began to think about the duel match and building his own deck. Until late at night, Jade, who had begun to feel sleepy, lay on the table in a daze. In front of him, the white light seemed to appear again. Do you want to turn on the dual link function? A familiar system voice came into Jade's ears. It seems that we can go to the elf world we saw last night again. Yuchen Jade chose to turn it on without hesitation. The next moment, as the light gradually became brighter, the surrounding dimensions began to change rapidly. When Yuchen Jade opened his eyes again, he was already in an unfamiliar bedroom, lying on a soft big bed. Yuchen Jade sat up from the bed. Looking at the room. The whole room is full of ancient European Vatican-style decorations. White occupies most of the tones in this room. Yuchen Jade grabbed the quilt on his body. He could smell a faint fragrance from the quilt. The dressing table next to him could also tell Jade a message. Here. It seems to be a girl's room. Judging from the decoration in the room, this girl seems to have a considerable social status. Is she a princess or lady from an ancient European-style elf country? Or maybe... Yuchen Jade rolled over and got off the bed. He stepped on the ground. Jade then realized that the clothes he was wearing were not the clothes he wore in the dual world. Instead, they were a set of noble clothes in ancient European style. The person in the mirror still had his original face. However, this ancient European-style clothing made Jade feel like he was an elf prince in his previous life. What's going on? Is this outfit built into the system? Why am I here? Will this dual link function allow random teleportation? Moreover, compared with the last time, this time I can feel a more real physical sensation. Could it be that this time not only the soul but also the body was transported? Yuchen Jade was full of doubts. He did not fully understand the function of his system. He turned on the system and wanted to find out what was going on. However, in the system interface, there was only a countdown of 1 hour. It seemed that the system was telling him that his current strength could only sustain him in this world for 1 hour. Yubel. Seeing that the system was useless, Jade immediately called Yubel in his heart. It seems that we have arrived in an interesting world, Jade. What Jade did not expect was that Yubel's voice actually appeared in Jade's ears. He could feel that Yubel's soul was now living in his body, and was maintaining his current body together with him. Yubel's existence made Jade feel relieved. It seemed that even in this world, his connection with Yubel was not cut off. Well, I am now curious about which elf dimension we have come to. Jade raised his head and looked at the flag hanging on the wall of the room. On the flag, there was a golden diamond mark. This mark made Jade feel familiar. Could it be that? Is this the same place as the elf dimension I traveled through last time? Walking to the window, Jade looked out the window at the white buildings that were like mountains and clouds. His guess was more certain at this moment. The door of the room was slowly opened at this moment. Jade turned his head and saw a blonde girl wearing a soft white saint robe, holding a bowl of steaming rice standing there. Sure enough, she was exactly the same as the girl he saw last time. Long blonde hair, a flawless and cute face, and 2 prismatic marks on the forehead separated by an X mark. All of these indicated the identity of the girl in front of him. Ah, you're awake. Seeing Jade, the girl smiled widely. You have been in a coma for 2 days. You just woke up, so you must be hungry. Seemingly feeling that Jade's eyes were a little strange, the girl hurriedly explained. Judging from your clothes, you should be a merchant from another country, right? My name is Ecclesia. She is the saint of Long Yuguo. Chapter 22. Long Yuguo. Hearing this name, Jade was shocked. As expected. This is the spirit dimension, the abyss dimension. The place where he is now is a religious country dominated by the church. Teaching country, teaching dragon country, also known as dragon righteous country. This country believes in the power called Holy Mark. The people of Dragon Righteous Country have something called Holy Mark on their bodies since they were born. And use the Holy Marks to release magical power. The so-called Holy Marks are the marks on the forehead of the girl named Ecclesia. Of course, rather than calling them Holy Marks, Jade prefers to call them brands. It is called a blessing, but it is actually a curse from the abyss. Of course, these things involve many troublesome things. Jade is not interested in these disputes. He is more curious about what Ecclesia said just now, that she has been unconscious for 2 days. Could it be that 2 whole days have passed since he fell asleep and entered this world? Ah, you don't remember what happened before. Hearing Jade's question, Ecclesia was a little surprised. Do you remember what happened 2 days ago when the church was holding a parade? You fainted in the middle of the road and were almost trampled by the knights. The parade 2 days ago? Jade did remember the scene when he used the system to come to this dimension last time. But it seemed to have happened only 1 day ago, right? According to his own physical sense, not even 24 hours had passed. Moreover, how could he have stayed in this world for 2 whole days? Could it be that, because of the system, there was a time shift when his soul traveled through time? After pondering for a moment, Jade suddenly understood something. Because of the system, his soul came to this world 2 days ago and traveled to the last save point. But because of insufficient power, his soul slept in this world for 2 days. It was not until now that it woke up. And the time in the elf world and his original dual world is obviously distorted and chaotic. So in his own physical sense and Yubel's physical sense, there is a strange sense of interweaving in time. You must be hungry after being unconscious for so long. Come and eat something first. Ecclesia smiled and handed the rice bowl to Jade. The gentle smile on her face further highlighted the purity of the girl's heart. She saved a man of unknown origin and let him live in her room. This girl is indeed innocent and has no idea of the evil of human nature. Looking at the rice bowl, Jade shook his head indifferently. Thank you, I'm not very hungry now. The current Jade is just a soul from another world. Although he looks like a normal person, but in fact, as a soul, he doesn't need any food at all. Don't you want to eat? Ecclesia blinked in surprise. It was hard for her to imagine that a person who had been in a coma for 2 days and 2 nights would not eat a single bite of food after waking up. This was too amazing. However, looking at Jade's expression, Ecclesia could also feel that he was not holding on. So, Ecclesia stopped forcing him. Instead, she turned her eyes and looked at the rice bowl in her hand with a look of eagerness. Well, if you don't want to eat them, Can you give them to me? As she spoke, Ecclesia raised her head, with cute little stars twinkling in her big eyes. And if possible, when Sister Flordelis asks you about it later, just say you ate it all by yourself. Is that okay? Hey! Jade was slightly stunned, thinking he had heard something wrong. No, that's fine. Seeing Jade nod, Ecclesia's face immediately flushed with joy, and she began to wolf down the rice in the bowl. She looked like a starving ghost who hadn't eaten for several days. If Jade hadn't confirmed that the person in front of him was the saint of teaching, Ecclesia among the Duel elves, he would have thought it was some starving ghost reincarnated. That, as a saint, don't you have enough food to eat on weekdays? Looking at the girl sitting on the bed, eating without caring about her image, Yubel couldn't help but ask. No, it's all because of Sister Flordelis. Ecclesia said angrily while eating. She said that I had gained too much weight recently and it damaged the image of the saint, and she forced me to lose weight. I haven't had a full meal for several days. As she spoke, Ecclesia puffed up her cheeks. The baby fat immediately became clearly visible on the girl's face. Indeed. This face does look very round. Jade complained madly in his heart. By the way, what's your name? Which country are you from? Ecclesia chatted with Jade while eating. Jade, national words. Jade thought for a moment. It's from a country in the far south. Lonji country is located in the far north of the Abyss dimension. Speaking of a place that is completely opposite to it, it would not arouse any suspicion. Sure enough, Ecclesia nodded in confusion, and looked at Jade with stars in her eyes. That's amazing. You came here from such a far place alone? Could it be that you are not a businessman, but an adventurer or something? I guess so. Oh. The admiration in Ecclesia's eyes increased significantly. Great. I used to dream of becoming an adventurer who could travel around the world. It's a pity that as a saint, for the sake of the people, I can't leave Lonji country for the rest of my life. After saying that, Ecclesia lowered her head, looking a little disappointed. Of course, the speed of eating didn't slow down much. Looking at the girl who looked obviously a little depressed, Jade's heart softened, and he reached out and gently rubbed Ecclesia's head. Your dream will definitely come true. He knew Ecclesia's future destiny very well. Her dream of traveling around the world might come true one day in the future. 10 generations, being encouraged by Jade, Ecclesia's mood immediately improved. She looked at Jade with curiosity in her eyes. Jade, can you tell me about the outside world? I'm really curious. Hey! Looking at Ecclesia's curious eyes, Yubel was stunned. Oh no! He had boasted too much. He was not a native of this world at all, how could he know what was in this world? Just when he was considering whether to tell Ecclesia some stories about Katu, the bedroom door was pushed open heavily. A purple-haired woman with a proud figure and a slim white saint's dress walked in with a cold expression. Ecclesia turned her head and immediately hid the bowl in her hand behind her in panic. Hey! Sister Flordelis! Flordelis stared at the bowl that Ecclesia hid behind her. She reached out and grabbed the bowl. Her eyes wandered back and forth between the empty bowl, which had not even a grain of rice left, and the rice grains at the corners of Ecclesia's mouth. Ecclesia, you stole food again, is it right? No, no. I'm giving this to Jade, right, Jade? Ecclesia turned around and looked for help. However, at this moment, Jade had already disappeared without a trace. Only Flordelis and Ecclesia were left in the room. 10 generations. Looking at the empty room behind her, Axilia's forehead was immediately covered with sweat. Behind her, Flordelis clenched her fists and stepped closer. The burning anger seemed to overflow from the background and burn Axilia. Sister, elder sister. I was wrong. GX dimension. As Jade suddenly woke up, he had returned to the dual world from the Abyss dimension. Moreover, he glanced at the time and date on his phone. Sure enough, he had only spent one night in this world. Chapter 23. A few days later. Kaiba Paradise, the World Duel Invitational Tournament. The wide competition venue is the size of a football field. The audience is packed with people, and many fanatical fans have even held up banners and shouted the names of their idols. Jade came to the lounge with a backpack. At this moment, all the participants of this invitational tournament have gathered in the lounge. Jade's appearance also attracted the attention of others in the lounge. Is this one of the two remaining duelists that the organizers haven't announced? Humph, I thought he was some expert, but turns out he's just an ordinary kid. Jade, duel rating is only 1 star? What a joke. Jade's appearance immediately caused other duelists in the lounge to discuss in low voices. Many duelists cast curious glances at Jade. They seemed to be wondering how this boy with only 1-star duelist rating was invited by Pegasus to participate in such a world-class event. Jade. On the lounge chair, Ed, wearing a silver-grey suit, sipped his tea while looking at Jade. The inexplicable words that the King Sai said to him a week ago still made Ed very concerned. He was very curious about what was so special about this young man. It seems that these guys' eyes are not very friendly. Yubel's voice sounded in Jade's ears. It is not difficult to see that the duelists gathered here looked at Jade with some unfriendly eyes. Besides, there are a total of 16 people in the invitational tournament, and there are only 15 duelists here, including me. Jade glanced at everyone in the room, and, these people have appeared on the list before. In other words, there is another contestant whose identity has not been made public yet. Yubel obviously noticed this as well. As he was thinking, the TV screen in the lounge suddenly flickered and lit up. Pegasus' face emerged from the TV and appeared in front of everyone. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedule to participate in the invitational tournament held by our company. I guess everyone except the last duelist has arrived by now, right? Pegasus asked with a smile on his face. They are indeed here, but what do you mean, Pegasus? At this time, a blond man with a somewhat unfriendly expression walked in front of the screen and pointed at Jade behind him without any hesitation. That kid's duel rating is only 1 star, right? We are basically the top 20 duelists in the world. What do you mean by arranging a guy with a 1-star rating here? They. Blond man's words also made the other duelists in the room nod in agreement. A duelist with a 1-star rating. This is almost the same as a beginner. Such a person can actually compete with them on the same stage? Isn't this too much of an underestimation of the world's top duelists? Oh? You are the 9th ranked player in the world duel points, Frog Johnny, right? Pegasus still had a faint smile on his face. That's right. Frog had a proud look on his face. He was ranked 9th in the world duel points. This title alone was enough to show how powerful he was. Hehe, but duel points don't really have any real effect on duelists. Who knew that? Pegasus changed the subject. Even the duel king Muto Yugi didn't even make it into the top 10,000 in the world duel points ranking. Does Johnny Boy think that the duel king is a weakling? What? Frog's expression changed, and he wanted to refute something, but he couldn't say it in the end. Indeed, the world duel points are ranked according to the professional duelists' wins in the professional duel world. However, the legend of the duel world, the duel king Muto Yugi, has never set foot in the professional duel world. This is why there is no Muto Yugi on the world duel points list. But as Pegasus said, does the absence of a name on the list really mean that this person is not strong enough? But, is this little brat worthy of being compared with the duel king? Frog gritted his teeth and asked back. This is hard to say. With a calm expression, Pegasus said something that made the entire lounge explode. Not to mention the others. Even Jade was a little stunned. Isn't this bragging a bit too much? Is Pegasus trying to attract hatred for himself? Just as Jade thought. The other duelists looked at Jade with some hostility. Pegasus, the father of duel monsters, actually said that this duelist with a 1-star rating in front of him has the strength that can be compared with the duel king. Isn't this evaluation too much? You know, that was what the father of duel monsters said. If this gets out, even if the boy in front of him is just a waste who doesn't know how to duel, it will definitely have a sensational impact in the duel world. Interesting. I actually received such an evaluation from Mr. Pegasus. It seems that this guy named Jade might really be as Sai said, it should not be underestimated. Ed took a sip of tea and looked at Jade with increasing interest. Now that everyone knows each other. Then, let's start the grouping of the competition. Seeing that everyone's emotions have been aroused, Pegasus smiled and snapped his fingers. Everyone's duel discs immediately vibrated, and their duel matches and opponents appeared. Jade also took out the duel disc from his backpack. His match was the first one after the opening ceremony. And the opponent? Jade frowned slightly. He looked up, only to find Frog staring at him with a cold face. Is this the guy he will face in the first round? Frog Johnny. A duelist using the powerful mainstream deck of this era, Frog Cannon. Chapter 24. At the same time as the duel groups were formed, the opening ceremony of the competition venue at Heiba Park had also officially begun. The gorgeous special effects performance was vividly brought to life by Heiba Corporation's most advanced 3D imaging technology. Various familiar duel elves soared into the air in rays of light, causing the surrounding audience to exclaim in surprise. Look, look, it's the Black Magician. There is also a Blue Eyes White Dragon. So handsome, they are all legendary duel monsters. In a corner of the audience, several girls in elementary school uniforms were sitting in the audience with great anticipation, excitedly watching the images of the duel monsters on the field. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of duel monsters will appear in this invitational tournament. Ah, the contestants are coming on stage. One of the little girls with dark blue hair pointed excitedly at the big screen. On the big screen, the two players wearing dual discs appeared. Jade vs Frog Johnny. Wow! So handsome! Is the guy with blonde hair the professional player ranked 9th in the duel points ranking? That player named Jade is also very handsome. Which league is he a professional player in? Let me see. Let me see, amid the girl's excited screams, the little girl with dark blue hair opened the search engine in her hand. Jade. Duelist rating, 1 star. Hey! Dueler rating, 1 star? Not only the elementary school students were puzzled. There were also waves of doubts from the audience. Is this true? Only 1 star. Is there still a 1-star duelist in this world? A dueling idiot can't be that low, right? Did he pay to be on stage? This is too dark. No wonder the audience was so heated in the discussion. Although the invitational tournament was not the main tournament of the World Championship, in a tournament where the invitees were all the top 20 professional duelists in the world, a guy who was so weak suddenly appeared. And he played in the first game. This was too disrespectful to the audience. It seems like everyone's reaction is very intense. But there was nothing we could do. After all, no one expected that the first match would be a one-sided boring duel. Wearing the duel disc and walking onto the duel stage, Frog sneered at the indifferent brown-haired boy in front of him. Although he didn't know what Pegasus valued about him, no matter what. Since he met this guy in the first round, he would let him see what the real duel world is like. One-sided. Maybe it was indeed a one-sided duel. Jade raised his eyelids. Slowly raised the duel disc on his arm. Well then, duelists, please take your positions. The duel begins. With the referee's order, the two of them simultaneously drew 5 cards from their decks. Yuchen 10th Generation, LP4000. Frog Johnny, LP4000. Duel. As the duel declaration fell, the duel disc showed the order for Jade to attack first. Oh? Looks like you're lucky, kid. Seeing Jade attack first, Frog sneered. If you are allowed to attack first, you can at least show off your strength and enjoy the fun of dueling monsters. Otherwise, if I attack first, you won't have a chance to draw a card. Looking at Frog's undisguised arrogance, Jade raised his eyelids. The Frog Cannon deck was once a powerful mainstream champion deck in ancient times. It uses the ancient banned card exchange Frog to mobilize the resources of the entire deck. And by filtering cards, it adds the mass accelerator, which is also an ancient banned card, to the hand. Then, through the pure Frog in the Frog deck, after removing the Frog monster from the graveyard, it repeatedly jumps sideways, and uses the effect of mass accelerator to reduce the opponent's health. In that environment where there were no hand traps and very few blocks. Once it is launched. Unless the opponent miscalculates. Otherwise, there is basically no way to stop the opponent. However, he drew a card from his deck. He glanced at his hand. Jade pressed the end button on the duel disc. That's it, the round is over. Seeing Jade's choice, the audience immediately booed. Doing nothing in the first round. Just choosing to pass it in vain? What on earth is this guy doing? Jade, what do you mean by this guy? Frog was also confused by Jade's trick. What a joke. Attacking first, with 6 cards in hand. Not only did he not summon any monsters, but he didn't even cover the cards? What on earth is this guy up to? Didn't you say that if you attack first, I won't have a chance to draw a card. Jade raised his head slowly. There was a golden light flashing in his eyes. Then I want to see if you have the ability to defeat me in one round. A click. Frog's heart trembled. The boy in front of him actually made him feel pressured at this moment. Are you kidding? How dare you look down on me and pass me by? Frog's teeth creaked. He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. His fingers pressed on the dual disc, and his expression gradually twisted with anger. In that case, you can taste it yourself. Chapter 25. It's my turn, draw a card. Draw a card from the deck. Frog scanned the cards in his hand, and then put a card on the dual disc, activate the quick attack magic card, handbook break kill. Both players sent 2 cards from their hand to the graveyard, and then drew 2 cards from their decks. Are you filtering out the important components? Yuzuki raised his eyelids. His eyes scanned the 6 cards in his hand. Then, he selected 2 cards from his hand and sent them to the graveyard, and drew 2 more cards. Hee. Glancing at the card he drew, Frog sneered, what a pity, Jade. I drew the key card right at the start, it seems the duel is over. Activate the effect of Ghost Frog in your hand. Showing a monster in his hand, Frog sneered. Discard a water monster from your hand other than this card. This card is special summoned from the hand. A column of water burst out from Frog's field. A frog with brown and red tattoos appeared in front of Frog, croaking heavily. Ghost Frog. Stars, 2. Aqua. Attack, 1000. It appeared. It was Frog's frog cannon tactics. In the audience, a spectator exclaimed. Ghost Frog, activates when summon, special summon or flip summon is successful. From your deck and face-up monsters, select a level 2 or lower aquatic or water monster and send it to the graveyard. Frog said, picking a card from his deck. I choose to send Pure Frog from the deck to the graveyard. And from the hand, normal summon Swap Frog. A vortex of white and black rose up behind Frog. Then, with the frog croaking, a frog with half pink and half dark black jumped out of the vortex and crouched on Frog's field. Swap Frog. Star rating, 1. Aqua. Attack power, 100 appeared, an important part of the frog deck. Yu Zhao's eyes darkened. Activate the effect of Pure Frog in the graveyard. By banishing a frog monster from the graveyard, Pure Frog can be special summoned from the graveyard. Frog said, taking out a yellow spring frog from the graveyard, I will banish the yellow spring frog from the graveyard and special summon Pure Frog. Bang! The green tattooed frog finally appeared on Frog's field with a dogtail grass in its mouth. And activate the effect of Exchange Frog, use Pure Frog as a sacrifice, and select a monster with Frog in its name from the deck to special summon. Frog immediately released Pure Frog and selected another frog monster from the deck. I chose to special summon Draw Card Frog. Select a frog from the deck, and Frog special summon it to the field. Card Drawing Frog. Stars, 2. Aqua. Attack, 100. Activate the effect of Swap Frog again to release Draw Card Frog. Special summon a second Draw Card Frog from the deck. Also, when Draw Frog is sent face up from the field to the graveyard, you can draw a card from your deck. Frog sneered and drew a card from his deck. Tisk. Didn't get mass accelerator? Frog glanced at the cards in his hand, then said, activate the third effect of Ghost Frog. Activate this card by returning a monster on the field to your hand. During this turn, you can only normal summon once, and can normal summon a frog monster other than Ghost Frog again. I return Ghost Frog to my hand. Normal summon. Magic Frog. As the Ghost Frog returned to Frog's hands, the next moment, a frog with a milky white body and a doctor's hat on its head appeared on Frog's field. According to the effect of Exchange Frog, Magic Frog is released, and the third Draw Card Frog is special summoned. At the same time, when Magic Frog is sent from the field to the graveyard, it activates. From the deck or graveyard, select a frog monster other than Magic Frog and add it to your hand. Frog said, picking up a card from the deck. I added Devil Frog to my hand. And activate the effect of Ghost Frog to special summon it to the field again by sending Demon Frog to the graveyard. And activate the special summon effect, from the deck, send the 2-star and lower water monsters to the graveyard. It started to cycle. Seeing Frog's actions, many spectators in the field exclaimed. The frog deck uses the effect of exchange frog to continuously send monsters on the field to the graveyard, thereby special recruiting and stacking frog monsters in the deck one by one. As long as the number of frogs in the graveyard reaches 10, you can use the effect of pure frog to jump back and forth, and then use mass accelerator to cause effect damage to the opponent. In the lounge, looking at the screen where frog is using the ability of exchange frog to jump back and forth on the monsters on the field. Ed seems to have seen the outcome of this duel. It seems that it's over. Jade. You were so reckless and gave up the initiative. It was a big mistake. He, the effect of the exchange frog continues to work. Release Ghost Frog and special summon a second Ghost Frog from your deck. Also, due to the second effect of Ghost Frog, when this card is special summoned successfully, send a level 2 or lower water type or water attribute monster from your deck to the graveyard. Activate the effect of exchange frog again. Release the Ghost Frog again and special summon the third Ghost Frog from the deck. And activate the effect of Ghost Frog to pile up the graveyard. Swish, swish, swish. A series of release, special move, release, special move. Frog's deck began to shrink rapidly. After just a few rounds, a large number of frog cards were piled up in Frog's graveyard. Activate the effect of the Swap Frog again, release the Ghost Frog, and special summon Unknown Frog. At the same time, Unknown Frog is released and special summoned. The effect of the exchange frog was constantly activated. By constantly releasing the frogs on the field, the next frog was special summoned from the deck. As the deck became thinner and thinner, almost all the frog cards in Frog's deck had been piled into his graveyard. Frog also used the effect of Draw Card Frog after being released to draw key cards from the deck. Quality Accelerator. Activate the continuous magic card. Quality Accelerator. Frog was delighted and immediately placed the card in his hand on the duel disc. Mass Accelerator. Every time you release a monster on the field, you can inflict 400 points of damage to the opponent's health. I activate the effect of Pure Frog in the graveyard, banishing a frog monster and special summoning it to the field. Pure Frog appeared again. At this moment, Frog's tactics have reached their climax. Use the more than 20 frog cards in the cemetery to continuously revive Pure Frog. Every time you revive Pure Frog, you can use the effect of Mass Accelerator to liberate Pure Frog and deal damage to the opponent. In this case, it only takes 10 times to release Pure Frog, and Jade will lose. In the audience, the dark blue-haired elementary school student who was watching the game clenched his fists nervously, holding his breath and staring at the scene in front of him. What a terrible tactic! As expected, once this tactic is deployed, the opponent will have no means of counterattack at all. Ha 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 ha. Frog opened his arms and laughed triumphantly. That's it. Activate the effect of Mass Accelerator. Release the Pure Frog on the field and deal 400 damage to the opponent. Pure Frog's body turned into a ball of light and poured into the Mass Accelerator. However, just as the Mass Accelerator was about to start, Jade, who had been listening to Frog's storytelling for a long time, finally yawned out of boredom. He slowly showed a card from his hand. When activating the card in hand, the effect of Wing Cotton. Discard this card from your hand to activate. This round, all the effect damage I received becomes 0. Hey? Frog, who was so proud, froze in place like a petrified man, staring at the card in Jade's hand in amazement. This round, effect damage becomes 0. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them in a daze. The way they looked at Frog was as if they were looking at a clown. Good fellow. You have been playing monkey tricks for half an hour, and the audience is tired of watching. In the end, you were defeated by a card from someone else? This is the 9th ranked master in the duel points list? This is too clown. Chapter 26. Frog Cannon has a very powerful FTK ability. In 2010, it defeated the Black Feather deck and won the World Championship of that year. However, it is well known that K Company has a very low tolerance for FTK decks. A deck like Frog Cannon that luckily escaped K Company's arrest and won the championship with a very high FTK success rate. Without saying a word, K Company was immediately hacked to death. The important parts of Frog Cannon, Exchange Frog and Mass Accelerator, were also buried together with Electronic Murloc Gunner. Coupled with the hand pits that gradually emerged in the environment, and the powerful blocking of the first hand field. Even if Frog Cannon returns to the arena now, it is probably difficult to make any waves again. Of course. I am afraid that fake cards like Exchange Frog that don't have a one-turn limit will never appear in this life. Jade also studied the opponent's deck before the game. He had a complete concept of the decks that these opponents might use. So when facing Frog, he deliberately put 3 Winged Cotton and 3 Hindering Tomato in the deck to avoid the effect damage of the Frog Cannon. It's not just the Winged Cotton in his hand. Jade took the initiative and even drew Hindering Tomato, a card that can avoid the opponent's damage in the graveyard. So even if Frog used Handbook Erasure to let both sides draw cards again, Jade is 100% sure to win this duel. It can be said that from the moment he knew the secret of the opponent's deck, Frog actually had no chance of winning Jade. In the Yu-Gi-Oh card duel, it is always a matter of information gap. No matter how mainstream it is. As long as you know what deck your opponent has before the duel, you can calmly choose the cards that target them at the beginning of the duel to increase your chances of winning. This is the eternal truth of Yu-Gi-Oh card duels. It is also the essence of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Even in the early days when there was almost only one deck fighting each other, the Pearl Tiers. In the battle between Pearl Tiers, whoever can prepare the cards that target the opponent in advance will gain an advantage in this battle of the same level. But, damn! Looking at the calm Jade in front of him, Frog's expression was frozen on his face. My invincible FTK deck, I was given a piece of wing cotton with unknown meaning. Jade's indifferent expression and the boos from the audience around him deeply hurt Frog's self-esteem. As a master ranked 9th in the duel points ranking, how could I lose to a duelist with only 1 star? Bastard! Don't think that FTK is the only choice for me. Frog's expression was distorted. He waved his hand and a card appeared in front of Jade. Activate magic card. Fusion recruitment. Show your opponent a monster from your extra deck, then select the fusion material determined by that monster from your deck or graveyard and add it to your hand. What I chose to show is the fusion monster. Frog's actions immediately cheered up the audience who were originally a little sad. The Triple Death Frog is an 8-star fusion monster summoned by fusing 3 death frogs. It is quite powerful. In the audience, the blue-haired elementary school girl tightly grasped the query device in her hand and said in a deep voice, "There are no monsters or cards on the field of Yuchin. Once the opponent summons that monster, he will be hit hard. I retrieve a death frog from the graveyard, and then activate the magic card. Fusion." Frog unfolded the cards in his hand with a twisted expression on his face. I will fuse the 3 death frogs in my hand. Fusion summon. Come out. The god of death who brings the death song, 3 dead frog. Boom. As the fusion vortex behind him exploded, a giant frog with the word extreme engraved on its arm fell from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust on the field. 3 dead frogs. Star rating, 8. Aqua/Fusion. Attack, 2500. Oh, what a huge monster. It's like a small hill. Amazing. Is this the true strength of Frog? The enthusiasm of the surrounding audience was immediately ignited. The attack power of the 3 dead frogs increases by the number of yellow spring frogs in your graveyard x 500 points. There are 2 yellow spring frogs in my cemetery, so the attack power of 3 dead frog is 3,500 points. Frog finished speaking. 2 frogs wearing angel halos circled the head of the 3 dead frog. The body of the 3 dead frog also became larger. It looked like a mountain standing in the center of the seahorse paradise. Although it's a little imperfect, it can also make you suffer a little bit. Frog's expression twisted and sneered 3 dead frogs. Directly attack Jade. Step hard on this arrogant kid. The 3 dead frog immediately jumped up from the ground and pressed down heavily on Jade. In an instant, dust scattered. All the audience held their breath. Everyone was watching this scene nervously. They wanted to see if Jade could still awaken the previous miracle. Frog also had a cruel smile on his face. Although it was a 3-dimensional image, in order to simulate the real duel scene, Kaiba Company specially added hit feedback to the 3-dimensional image. In other words, when being attacked by a monster, the duelist can personally experience part of the impact. Even if the impact is very weak, the larger the monster's body, the stronger the impact. The huge body of the 3 dead frog is Frog's most advantageous weapon. The opponent who once cracked Frog's FTK tactics would eventually be crushed by the huge body of the 3 dead frog and had to end the game. This kind of trick similar to playing tricks is the reason why Frog has been winning until now. Go! 3 dead frogs! Squash him hard! Frog shouted. However, his shouting stopped abruptly as the dust around him dissipated. In the end, is this the only attack possible? It's really disappointing. Yajojude's cold voice slowly rose from the dissipating dust. Yajojude was still standing there intact. The three-dead frog that was pressing towards Yajojude like a mountain was now being held up by a hand. No matter how the three-dead frog struggled, its huge body could not break free from that hand. Yubel Elf. Star rating, 10. Demons. Attack, 0, Defense, 0. Hey! Seeing the monster on the field of Yajojude that completely controlled his trump card with just one hand, Frog's expression froze on his face. Chapter 27. At this moment, Frog was dumbfounded. The audience in the audience were also stunned at the scene. The body of the three-dead frog was lifted up little by little. Then, the Yubel elf threw it back to Frog's field. The heavy body of the three-dead frog hit the ground with a bang, and Frog was frightened and trembled, and then he came back to his senses. Wait a minute, Yajojude, what's up with that monster? Frog couldn't hold it in any longer. Yajojude hadn't summoned any monsters in his previous rounds. Where on earth did this monster come from? Oh? Didn't you hear clearly just now? Yajojude raised his eyebrows and looked at Frog with a little pity. It seems that you are immersed in your own fantasy and can't extricate yourself. When your three-dead frogs declares an attack, the effect of Yubel Elf in my hand is activated. This card can be special summoned from your hand. Moreover, Yubel Elf will not be destroyed by battle, and the damage caused by battle to itself will be reduced to 0. Yajojude's words made Frog tremble. There was a light of disbelief in his eyes. He didn't expect that all his attacks would have no effect on Yajojude. Yajojude seemed to have completely dismantled his deck in advance. No matter what tactics he used, it was completely meaningless in front of Yajojude. There was no flaw. This guy's duel had no flaws at all. When Yubel is special summoned, select a magic or trap with the name of Yubel from your deck, add it to your hand, or place it on your field. Yajojude took out a card. A cold golden light flashed in his eyes. That look made Frog feel like he was falling into an ice cave. His heart began to beat wildly. It's my turn, draw a card. Activate the continuous magic card in your hand, Pain of Nightmare. Destroy the Yubel elf on the field, and add a Yubel other than Nightmare Pain, or a card with that card in the name from the deck to the hand. Bang! The body of the Yubel elf on the field gradually shattered. However, the Yubel elf did not disappear. Instead, the body of the elf gradually changed from semi-transparent to a completely solid state. Yubel. Star rating, 10. Demons. Attack power, 0. When the Yubel Pokemon is destroyed, you can special summon a Yubel from your hand, deck, graveyard, or banished state. It's over. Slowly raising his finger, Yajojude pointed at the giant frog on Frog's field. Yubel will not be destroyed in battle. Any damage inflicted on you during battle will be borne by your opponent, original effect. Nightmare Pain can also make the opponent bear the damage caused by the battle of Yubel monster. That is to say. Yajojude said. Yubel on the field also cooperated and floated up slowly with his arms folded. Yubel's eyes flashed blood red. The three-dead frog on Frog's field immediately floated up uncontrollably. Gwa, gwa. The three-dead frog struggled desperately with its four legs. However, no matter how it struggled, its body floated uncontrollably above Frog's head. In Frog's desperate eyes, it was like a mountain pressing down heavily. Woo-oh-oh-ay-ay-ay-ay-ay. Frog's screams resounded throughout the venue. The body of the three-dead frog shook up a cloud of dust, and the ground even cracked after it was smashed. The counterattack with double the attack power ended the duel in an instant. As the scoreboard on the big screen jumped, Frog's health value also dropped to 0 like water. Frog Johnny, LP 40000. Yajojude, win. The images of the monsters on the field gradually faded. The body of the three dead frogs also gradually disappeared from the field. Only Frog, who was lying on the ground and shaking uncontrollably, was left. He was carried away by the stretcher team that arrived later. Looking at his condition, I'm afraid he won't be able to get out of bed in the next month. The winner is Yajojude. As Frog was carried away on a stretcher, the referee woke up from his dream and shouted out Yajojude's name. At this moment, the audience on the field came back to their senses. Cheers and applause sounded like thunder. At this time, no one dared to question the strength of the one-star duelist in front of them. Rather, they were all confused. Why did a duelist of this strength only have a one-star duel rating? Isn't Kaiba's review standard a bit too ridiculous? In the lounge, watching Yuki Jade kill Frog in seconds on the big screen, all the professional duelists were stunned, totally unable to believe what they saw. The 9th-ranked expert in the duel rankings, how could he be defeated by an unknown little kid? It seems, we still underestimated this guy called Yuki Jade. Maybe he is the one in this invitational tournament. The strongest, right? As one of the professional players expressed his opinion, a small sigh spread among the crowd. The strongest? Ed, who was drinking tea silently, frowned. I'm afraid. Chapter 28. From the duel just now. Ed could tell that before the duel with Frog, Yuchen Jade had definitely studied Frog's duel tactics in depth. Otherwise, most people would not bring winged cotton in their decks, which was almost only used to deal with effect damage. And the reason why Frog lost to Yuchen Jade, in Ed's eyes, was just because of the information gap. Therefore, Ed was very confident in himself. Because, whether in ordinary duels or in professional competitions, Ed rarely used his real trump card deck Destiny Hero. Even if he used Destiny Hero, it was mainly to kill the opponent instantly. There was almost no record of a complete Destiny Hero deck in the duel world. Therefore, Ed believed that no matter how much Yuchen Jade studied, he would never know what his real deck would look like. On the contrary, he could use the next few games to observe Yuchen Jade's deck carefully and formulate a strategy based on this. Ed stared coldly at the boy with an indifferent expression on the big screen. The corner of his mouth curled up. Yuchen Jade. I hope you don't let me down. As the first duel officially ended, Yuchen Jade had just stepped off the duel stage and walked into the corridor when he was surrounded by a large group of reporters. Player Yuchen, in the duel just now, did you guess player Frog's tactics in advance? Is the monster you summoned at the end your trump card? Why is Yajo's duelist rating so low when his strength is so strong? Is there something fishy going on with Kaiba's ratings? Can you help us reveal some of the inside stories of Kaiba? Yuchen. The reporter's various questions made Yuchen Jade frown slightly. A golden light appeared in his eyes. The next moment, Yuchen Jade's body disappeared in the crowd in an instant. Only a bunch of reporters were left in the corridor, pushing each other. They didn't notice that Yuchen Jade had disappeared at the end of the corridor. Ah, the player from Yushin is missing. What a pity, I wanted to ask a few questions. Several elementary school students in the audience also came over at this moment. Seeing a bunch of reporters crowded in the corridor, the dark blue-haired elementary school student showed a disappointed expression. Although it was the first time he met Yuchen Jade, Yuchen Jade's neatness in the duel, as well as his indifferent and kingly attitude during the duel, left a deep impression on this elementary school student. Rei, don't be too disappointed, there will still be a match between Yuki Jade and Yuki Jade tomorrow. Yes, and soon there will be a duel with the nobleman Ed Phoenix, let's go back quickly. Under the persuasion of her friends, the girl named Lee could only walk towards the audience in disappointment. On the other side, Yuchen Jade has left the duel venue and is heading towards the Kaiba Hotel. Aren't you going to watch the next game, Jade? Yubel's voice appeared in Yuki Jade's ears. No need, the next match is Ed's duel. He rarely uses his own deck in ordinary duels. Yuchen Jade raised his eyelids. Although Ed didn't know him, he knew Ed too well. That guy's Destiny Hero must be used by him as his trump card. Even if he watched more of his duels, it would be meaningless. After all, he already knew him well, and there was no need to continue observing. So, instead of wasting time, it would be better to leave early and have a good rest. Oh, late. Why is Kaiba land so big? It's really hard for me who has a poor sense of direction. Just when Yuchen Jade walked to the door of the duel venue, a panicked voice suddenly sounded from the opposite side. Yuchen Jade looked up. He saw a boy with blue hair and blue eyes, wearing a dual disc, running towards Yuchen Jade in a panic. The boy and Yuchen Jade passed by each other. A trace of gentle breath flowed from the boy. That breath made Yuchen Jade pause. He turned his head and glanced at the boy's back. The identity of the 16th invitee was immediately clear in his mind. I see. The 16th duelist invited to participate, is that him? Hey? Yuchen Jade raised his lips. Because you really prepared a great gift for me. Chapter 29. Back to the Duel Hotel. It's just noon now. After booking lunch at the hotel, Yuchen Jade was not idle. He turned on the computer in the room and found the ongoing Duel invitational through the Hima live broadcast platform. Although he said he didn't want to watch Ed's game, but Yuchen Jade's body was still very honest. It would be more or less beneficial to know more about the opponent in this competition. As the Duel entered the era of diversification, in order to adapt to the development of the times, Kaiba company has also launched various live broadcast and video platforms. It has to be said that Kaiba company's appeal and server level are indeed quite strong. This Duel live broadcast facing the world, at least hundreds of millions of people are watching online at the same time, and the server is not stuck at all. At this time, in the live broadcast screen, Ed's duel with his opponent Helen has officially begun. Compared with Ed's suit and tie, Helen is dressed in a sailor suit, looking like a sailor who just came back from the sea. But although it looks incompatible with the duel, but this Helen is the 7th ranked duel master in the duel points. The deck he used, it was the C deck used by Kajiki Yuta, who was once the 3rd place in the national duel tournament. It is said that this Helen is Kajiki Yuta's apprentice. After following Kajiki Yuta in the ocean for several years, Kajiki Yuta gave his C deck to this apprentice. From then on, Helen started her official professional career until now. At this moment, the duel has come to the 6th round. It is not difficult to see from the situation on the field. Ed and Helen have fought for several rounds. Helen has deployed the field magic card C and the monster combo of Sea Dragon God Leviathan with a level of 5 on the field. As long as C exists in the field area, then the effect of Sea Dragon God Leviathan can be applied. Monsters other than water attributes on the field can only have one on each side. On the other hand, Ed's field is the same as what Yuki Jade guessed. Ed does not intend to reveal too many cards before the finals. He only has one elemental hero, Phoenix, on his field to face the opponent's attack. The Phoenix Man has the ability to not be destroyed in battle, but with only 2100 attack points it is no match for the Sea Dragon God Leviathan, which is enhanced by the sea. Even so, you don't plan to use the Destiny hero. Yujo Jade could feel that Ed was quite relaxed in the face of Helen's attack. Although he continued to suffer some minor battle damage, because Phoenix people were immune to battle damage, Ed's duel was still quite calm. At this time, the waiter of Kaiba Hotel also delivered lunch to Jade's room. Yujo Jade ate lunch while watching Ed's duel comfortably. In the 7th round, Ed used the field magic skyscraper to push down C. The situation has now been reversed. In today's dueling era, the dueling method in which both sides share the same venue area is still followed. Ed used skyscraper to easily knock out the most critical card C in the C deck. Without the protection of C, the cards on Helen's field immediately lost all their effects. Finally, with the appearance of several elemental heroes and the attack of the Phoenix Man, Helen was officially defeated by Ed and was unfortunately eliminated. With Ed's victory, the live broadcast barrage also reached a climax. It is not difficult to see that Ed has a very large fan base in the dueling world. After all, as the youngest professional duelist, he is strong and handsome, so he will naturally attract countless fans. Yuchen Jade also took a rough look at the next few games. Among them, Yuchen Jade is more what he cares about is the match of the 16th duelist, John Anderson. When Yuki Jade passed by the blue-haired boy when leaving the venue today, he recognized his identity. At the same time, he also understood at that moment who the 16th contestant of this match would be. I have to say that this guy Pegasus knows how to make things happen. A small invitational tournament invited the future male protagonist of GX and the 2 real second male protagonists. One is a duelist who uses the hero deck like Jade. One is a duelist who has the power of listening to elves like Jade. It is not difficult to guess what Pegasus is thinking. He doesn't want to test Jade's strength. What he wants to test is whether Jade still has the justice of being a hero. Although it sounds it's a bit childish, but Pegasus really wants to place the final bet of saving the world on Jade. Yuki Jade knows it. The International Illusion Company and Kaiba Corporation detected the existence of Light of Destruction and the final boss of GX Darkness in the universe many years ago. However, the former legends of the dual world have disappeared one by one and left the dual world. In today's era, only these newcomers can shoulder the responsibility. And Yuki Jade is undoubtedly the object of attention of Pegasus and Kaiba Sito. He may have the ability to save the world, but the domineering power hidden in Jade's body makes both of them afraid. Kaiba Sito's way of testing is more direct, and he chooses to communicate directly with a duel. But it's a pity that he was OTK in one round, and he didn't get to test anything out. And this invitational tournament? It was a test for Pegasus. Soon, John's game had already begun. Just as Jade thought, the deck John used was also the deck of his beloved family, the Gem Beast deck. This was a gift from Pegasus to John after John won the championship in a certain youth competition. Obviously, Pegasus saw a pure heart like a gem in John, so he gave the Gem Beast deck to John with confidence. Although there was no ultimate gem god Rainbow Dragon in the deck for the time being. But John still relied on the bond between himself and the deck to successfully defeat his opponent and advance to the next round. In this way, the first day of the game has come to an end. 8 people including Yuchen Jade, Ed Phoenix, and John Anderson advanced to the next round. And Yuchen Jade's opponent has also been confirmed to be Muto Kaiba, who uses the Gladiator Beast deck. Yuchen Jade had previously done research on this person. For decks like Gladiator Beast that like to jump back and forth. Jade Yuchen also prepared a special Underworld card for Gladiator Beast. When the time comes, Jade Yuchen would like to see if the opponent will show a scream on his face. After making preparations, Jade Yuchen also closed the live broadcast platform and prepared to check the forum. As an invitational tournament funded by the father of duel monsters, Pegasus himself. Needless to say, its value and popularity are naturally high. Sure enough, when you open the forum, the posts in it have been posted to the limit. Most of them are discussing the decks, monsters, and tactics of professional duelists that will appear in this competition. Of course, there are also some speculations about the champion of this competition. Judging from everyone's replies, most of them are optimistic that Ed Phoenix can win the championship. As for Jade himself, although he had a very eye-catching performance in the first duel, but it is obviously unlikely to attract attention through a duel. However, I always feel that the champion of this competition will definitely be Jade. Just when Jade was casually scrolling through the comments, a reply message suddenly caught Jade's attention. Looking at the reply floor where Ed's fans had argued with each other for hundreds of floors, Jade suddenly felt a little amused. Oh my goodness! Chapter 30. On the second day, the quarterfinals match was held as scheduled. The crowds of people were cheering enthusiastically. The duel between Jade and Muto Kaiba was about to begin. Compared to the first day when no one showed interest, there were some voices in the audience today who were cheering for Jade. He's here, he's here. It's Jade. The elementary school group that had come to watch the game yesterday appeared again in their old seats today. Looking at the big screen, the brown-haired boy wearing the dual disc walked out of the corridor. The dark blue-haired girl named Lee immediately showed an excited expression. It's really easy for Lee to like handsome guys, several friends beside him couldn't help but be speechless. Yes, and his opponent today is Muto Kaiba, a powerful duelist using the champion deck Gladiator Beasts. Can you really win? Jade. Listening to her friend's worried words, Lee's face puffed up and she showed a dissatisfied expression. You will definitely win. Because I believe that Yushin's players can definitely win the championship. Absolutely. Seeing Lee's firm belief, several friends beside him looked at each other helplessly. At this time, both sides had already stood in place. The two of them unfolded the dual disc at the same time. The duel officially began. Yuchen 10th generation, LP4000. Muto Kaiba, LP4000. Duel. Both sides drew 5 cards from their decks and took duel stances. After the first duel, few of the professional duelists who came to participate in the competition looked down on the boy named Jade. He only had a 1-star duel rating, but he could kill Frog, who used the Frog Cannon deck, in an instant. This was enough to show that this kid's strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed. However, since the duelists who were invited here, who doesn't have some strength? I get the first attack. Draw a card. Muto Kaiba took the first attack. Drawing a card from the deck, Muto Kaiba curled up a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Muto Kaiba was once the champion of the World Duel Championship. Although it was several years ago, he and his deck still left a legend of the champion in the duel world. In this case, his deck will inevitably be targeted. In addition, Muto Kaiba also studied Jade's duel before. The deck in the hand of this boy named Jade seems to be a deck that can jump out of the hand to save the life when the opponent's monster attacks. For a monster like Gladiator Beast, which is good at jumping back and forth in battle, it is indeed a very troublesome existence. Moreover, if Gladiator Beast wants to kill the opponent or blow up the field infinitely, it must go through 2 rounds of precipitation. This means that this round and the next round are not the time for him to exert his strength. Boy, let's slow down the speed of this duel a bit. Jiashan sneered and put the card he drew on the duel disc. Activate the magic card, Great Cold Wave. It can only be activated at the beginning of main phase 1, and until the next card draw phase, both players cannot activate or cover magic or trap cards. Big Cold Wave. Seeing Muto Kayama's operation, there were bursts of exclamations from the audience. It appeared. It was the Cold Wave Sword Beast fighting sword that Muto Kayama used when he won the championship. In the lounge, the professional players who were watching the game frowned when they saw the Great Cold Wave appear. In the next card drawing phase, both sides cannot activate or cover magic and trap cards. This simple description means that Muto Kayama, who attacks first, will not be restricted by the opponent's magic and trap cards in this round, the next opponent's round, and the next turn. In this case, the opponent is forced to use only monster cards to deal with the Gladiator Beasts, and thus fall into a melee with the Gladiator Beasts deck. Summon in defense position, Gladiator Beast, heavy fighting. After Jiashan made the layout, he immediately summoned the monster. The light of the summoning circle shone on the field. A rhino beastman wearing heavy white armor appeared on Jiashan's field. His strong arms acted like a shield to block Jiashan's attack. Sword fighting beast heavy fighting. Star rating, 4. Rock Tribe. Defense, 2100. That's it, round is over. Jiashan ended his round immediately. To him, the first round was just a small test between the two sides. The time for him to really exert his strength was in his next round. My turn, draw a card. It's Yujo Jade's turn. Glancing at the card he drew, Yujo Jade added it to his hand. Without the support of magic cards, it would be a fatal blow to most decks. Moreover, Gladiator Beasts have a low reliance on magic cards. Even for fusion, it can be like the new space without fusion, and the determined fusion materials can be returned from the field to the deck before fusion. But Yujo Jade raised a smile. Suddenly, Kayama frowned involuntarily. He found that the sword beast Jade on his field was emitting a faint light for unknown reasons. And under sword beast Jade, a blue summoning array was gradually unfolding. This is... Before Jiashan could react, a giant sea turtle suddenly jumped out of the summoning circle. Before Jiashan and the audience could see, it swallowed the sword beast in Jiashan's field in one gulp. Then, the giant sea turtle patted its belly and burped in satisfaction on Jiashan's field. Turtle Bad Beast Game Seal. Star rating, 8. Aqua. Attack power, 2200, defense power, 3000. Hey! Seeing the monster appearing on the Jiashan field, the group of professional players in the lounge all raised doubtful voices. Chapter 31. Gladiator Beast Deck. The champion deck in 2008 and the runner-up deck in the 2009 World Championship. After the battle phase, the ability to return monsters to the deck is used to continuously special summon new gladiator beasts from the deck to trigger effects. And by using contact fusion, powerful and violent fusion monsters are fused to bombard the opponent. But it's a pity. With the development of the times, Gladiator Beast, a deck that always needs to enter the battle phase to exert its strength and is always one step behind, is also eliminated in the subsequent environment where the speed is gradually increasing. But the glory of Gladiator Beast is still fresh in people's memory. Yuki Jade knows the Gladiator Beast deck, because of its complex races and messy attributes. The biggest nemesis is the continuous trap card Gozen Trial and Heroes Separation. Of course, these two cards are no longer a secret in today's environment. As a former champion, Muto Kayama naturally knows the nemesis of Gladiator Beast, and will definitely add Big Cold Wave and other means to Gladiator Beast's deck that can effectively restrain the heavy pit. In the previous duel video, Yuki Jade has already studied the deck of the man in front of him. Instead of filling the deck with heavy pits, it is better to use the underworld deck that he has never used before, Bad Beast deck. Bad Beast deck has the ability to devour the opponent's monsters and special summon them to the opponent's field. For a deck like Gladiator Beast that takes a turn to take effect, the Bad Beast is tantamount to a blow to Gladiator Beast. It directly suppresses the opponent's layout. It is not difficult to see that after seeing his Gladiator Beast heavy fighting turned into a giant turtle. Muto Kayama's face has obviously become a little uncomfortable. Release your opponent's monster and special summon it to your opponent's field. Could it be a variant of the monster called Lava Demon? Another monster that has never been seen before. Where did this boy named Jade get so many rare cards? In the lounge, a group of professional duelists immediately started a heated discussion. It is not difficult to see. The appearance of the Turtle Beast game seal still deeply shocked these professional duelists. What a great player, this player named Jade. At this time, in the room, the blue-haired boy looked at the screen and exclaimed. Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw John's eyes flashing with surprise, and he looked at Jade on the screen with an expression of emotion. This is the first time I have seen someone other than me who has so much spirit energy. Hearing John's mumbling, the other professional players in the lounge all showed confused expressions. Spiritual aura? Could this kid be having a Chiyunibiru attack? At this moment, on the playing field, looking at the bad turtle beast, game seal on his field, Muto Kayama's expression suddenly became uncertain. Gladiator Heavy Fight is the only one in his deck that can special summon Gladiator Spartacus. But he didn't expect that such a big monster would disappear just like that. You kid, where did you get such a disgusting card? Glancing at the turtle on his field, which was covered with stinking mucus, Muto Kayama was a little uneasy. Especially when he saw the saliva dripping from the corner of the turtle's mouth, emitting a foul smell. Muto Kayama felt a little nauseous. It seems that Mr. Muto doesn't like the gift I gave you. Jade raised his lips slightly. Then he took out a card from his hand. In that case, I will remove this monster from your field. If your opponent has a bad beast monster on the field, you can special summon this card from your hand in attack position. Come out. Thunderbolt Beast Thunder Dragon King. Boom. At this moment, the sky above the seahorse paradise was covered with dark clouds. Golden lightning flashed from the dark clouds like a dancing giant python. The Thunder Dragon King with 3 dragon heads emerged from the rolling thunder clouds. The 3 dragon heads roared violently. In a terrifying posture, they descended in front of all the audience. Thunderstruck Beast Thunder Dragon King. Star rating, 9. Thunder Clan. Attack power, 3300, defense power, 2100. There were bursts of exclamations from the audience. Compared to the turtle beast on Muto Kayama's field, this lightning beast was a bit too shocking, right? Of course, the turtle beast was also quite shocking to Muto Kayama, although it is a shock on the contrary. Don't forget, I haven't performed a normal summon this turn. Jade took out another card from his hand. I summon, Fossil Dinosaur, Pachycephalosaurus. The ground cracked. A Pachycephalosaur, with only bones left, rushed out from the broken ground. Fossil Dinosaur Pachycephalosaurus. Star rating, 4. Dinosaurs. Attack power, 1200, defense power, 1300. As long as Pachycephalosaurus exists in the monster zone, neither side can special summon monsters. Jade's words made Muto Kayama's pupil shrink. Both sides can't special summon monsters? No, that's not right. Wait a minute. You have already special summoned monsters this turn, and you won't let others special summon monsters, right? How can you be so selfish when playing cards? If you didn't know that this duel was broadcast live all over the world. Muto Kayama really wanted to compare his 2 fingers to a double-barreled shotgun and fiercely let Jade in front of him fly up. Fight. Thunder Strike Beast, Thunder Dragon King, Attack Turtle Beast, Game Seal. Jade did not give Muto Kayama any chance to react. In an instant, the battle had already begun. The 2 huge beasts on the field immediately wrestled with each other. However, compared to the Thunder Dragon King, the combat effectiveness of the turtle bad beast was obviously a level lower. In just a moment, the Thunder Dragon King bit its head, and blood splattered everywhere. The screams of the turtle bad beast echoed throughout the seahorse paradise. As the remaining 2 heads of the Thunder Dragon King began to exert force, the struggle of the turtle bad beast became weaker and weaker. It was shot in the head in an instant, and fell straight down. Looking at the turtle head with blood splattered, the male spectators on the field felt a dull pain somewhere, and cold sweat ran down. Sighs rang out from the audience from time to time. The impact of the turtle bad beast's fall also caused Muto Kayama to retreat again and again, and his health points dropped sharply. Muto Kayama, LP 4002900. It's not over yet. Fossil Dinosaur, Pachycephalosaurus, attack directly. Jade pointed directly at Kaiba. Before Kaiba could stabilize his footing, he saw Pachycephalosaurus running wildly with its tail swinging. Then, it knocked Kaiba away with one head. Kaiba, LP 29001700. Flying in the air, Kaiba felt as if his heart was dead, and tears suddenly filled his face. Well, now he is flying. Chapter 32. As Kaiba fell to the ground, there were bursts of sobs in the audience again. No, are you really the champion? Aren't you being pinned to the ground and having no power to fight back? The audience was dumbfounded. And the professional players in the lounge were even more silent. If it was said that Jade had defeated Frog's Frog Cannon deck before, everyone could still find an excuse, saying that Jade was able to win purely because of the targeted cards in the deck. But now, it's not just a matter of targeted cards. The targeted cards of the Gladiator Beast deck are very accurate. And Kaiba has already brought the anti-targeted card Big Cold Wave, and even launched it at the beginning of the first round. But even so, Kaiba had no room to fight back in front of Jade. It is useless to just put counter cards in the deck. Not only did Jade prepare a perfect strategy to deal with his opponents, but the bond between himself and the deck also reached a level that ordinary people could not achieve. In terms of strength alone, Jade has already defeated many opponents. The blue-haired boy named John stared at the big screen with an excited look on his face. This is the first time I've seen a duelist whose bond with the deck is far greater than mine. The bond between the deck and the card group? Hearing John's mumbling, all the duelists had strange looks on their faces. Could it be that there really is such a thing as a card elf in this world? But, damn! Amid the sighs of the audience, Kaiba struggled to get up from the ground. Looking at the calm Jade in front of him, Kaiba's eyes began to twitch unconsciously. Don't be happy too soon, fossil dinosaur, Pachycephalosaurus. Although it has the ability to block special summons, this monster's attack power is only 1200 points in the final analysis. As long as I draw any sword beast, I can turn to the offensive in the next turn. Oh? Really? Hearing that Kaiba was still stubborn, Jade raised his eyebrows. In that case, let me let you show off a little bit. Let me see how strong the world champion is. Jade pressed the button on the duel disc. That's it, the round is over. Buzz. As Jade's round ended, Kaiba breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. He saved the last half of his life. Kaiba swallowed his saliva and pressed his finger on the duel disc. For a professional duelist like him, life points are not valuable. As long as he can grasp the hope, it is common to counterattack and defeat the opponent. Moreover, Kaiba's eyes sank slightly, and the muscles on his body bulged slightly. He was a disciple of the ancient gladiator school in ancient Greece. In order to obtain the sword beast deck inherited from his master, he had already practiced duels in his body to the limit. A strong body, plus a fearless soul like an ancient gladiator, is the basis for manipulating the sword beast deck. Such a person. There is absolutely no way he can lose to this guy in front of him. Jade raised his eyebrows slightly. He could feel that Kaiba's aura was changing rapidly. Whether it was his eyes, his breathing, or the way his muscles were exerting force, it seemed that this guy was already preparing to draw cards with all his strength. Jade knew that. Unlike the duels in the modern world, there were some dueling schools similar to sects in the dueling world. Jade had investigated before. Now, various schools in the dueling world are spread all over the world. Each school has its own facade deck, such as the Cyber Dragon deck of the Cyber School and the Gladiator Beast deck of the Gladiator School in front of him. The practice of these schools is to use various practice methods to create a certain wonderful bond between the duelist and the deck. To put it simply, it is to use various training methods to cultivate the relationship between yourself and the card elves in the deck, and gain the recognition of the card elves. Although it sounds a bit nonsense. But according to the data survey of Kaiba Corporation, duelists who have undergone school training, when using the deck of this school, do have a win rate that is about 20% higher than that of non-school decks. This also verifies from the side. There are indeed things like card elves and bonds with card decks in the world. Of course, many professional duelists still don't believe in these things. Most people, like Kaiba, believe in science and show disdain for this supernatural mysterious power. And Kaiba in front of him. Obviously, he is the kind of dojo-type duelist who believes in dual elves. Jade, I can feel the breath of the dual spirit on this guy. Yubel's voice sounded in Jade's ears. Yuchen Jade nodded. The golden light of the Overlord also appeared in his pupils. Indeed. It can be seen that behind Muto Kaiba, a phantom of a dual spirit is slowly condensing. A black horse orc wearing gladiatorial armor appeared behind Muto Kaiba. This is the recognition of Muto Kaiba's sword beast spirit. My turn, draw a card. Muto Kaiba shouted, and suddenly pulled a card from the deck. Sword fighting beast, horse fighting. Seeing the card in his hand, Muto Kaiba raised his lips and immediately put it on the dual disc. Normal summon, gladiator horse. The phantom of the dual elf that Jade saw jumped out from behind Muto Kaiba, landed on the field, and officially appeared. Sword beast horse fight. Star rating, 4. Beast warriors. Attack power, 1700, defense power, 300. Then, activate the continuous magic card. Sword fight repulsion wave. Muto Kaiba waved his hand, and a continuous magic card immediately appeared on his field. The gladiator beast monsters on your field cannot be targeted by your opponent's effects outside of the battle phase. Advance to the battle stage. Muto Kaiba's goal was very clear. Kill the troublesome fossil dinosaur, Pachycephalosaurus first, and then he would be able to unleash the true power of the gladiator beast deck. Go! Sword beast horse fight. Attack fossil dinosaur Pachycephalosaurus. Muto Kaiba pointed directly at the Pachycephalosaurus and roared passionately. Next, it is time for him to turn the tables. Muto Kaiba seems to have seen his next victory. After defeating the Pachycephalosaurus, use the effect of Madao to special summon Gundu from the deck. Then activate the magic card Resurrection of Sword Beast from the hand to special summon Sword Beast Shooting Beast from the hand. Then use the contact fusion of Gundu and Shooting Beast. Fusion summon Sword Beast Caesar. According to the effect of Caesar, I can destroy the 2 cards on Yuki Jade's field in an instant. Then the Thunder Dragon King on Yuki Jade's field will also be completely defeated by me. The situation of the duel will be back in my hands. Thinking of this, Muto Kaiba became more and more excited. Yuki Jade, I admit that as a beginner, you are indeed a very good opponent. But it's a pity. I am the champion. With the roar of Muto Kaiba, the dark horse orc on the field also waved the chain blade in his hand, and slashed at the Pachycephalosaurus with overwhelming momentum. The audience also held their breath. In the lounge, a group of professional players were watching this scene intently. However, activate the effect of the spherical chestnut ball in your hand. When your opponent's monster declares an attack, send this card from your hand to the graveyard to activate this effect. The attacking monster changes to defense position. As Yujo Jade casually sent the Kuri Shenlong in his hand to the graveyard, he raised his head. A golden light appeared in his pupils. In an instant, it was like a tyrant descending. A terrifying momentum instantly and overwhelmingly attacked gladiator beast Madao and Muto Kaiba. Madao, who was swinging the iron chain, froze. He actually trembled uncontrollably. Then, Madao's body changed to defense position with difficulty. As if kneeling in submission, he knelt on one knee in front of Yujo Jade. Sword fighting beast horse fighting. Attack power, 1700 defense power, 300. At this moment, it was visible to the naked eye. Muto Kaiba's expression gradually became broken. Sword fighting beast Madao, which represented his will to duel, was actually in front of the boy in front of him. Trembling in fear, Muto Kaiba could clearly feel the fear and pressure that Sword Beast Madao was under. He looked at Yuki Jade with a look that gradually lost his fighting spirit. His spirit also quickly collapsed in the face of this terrifying pressure. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Muto Kaiba fell to his knees on the ground with a plop. He supported himself on the ground with both hands, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I give up. At this moment, the whole audience was in an uproar. Even the referee was stunned by the scene in front of him. Chapter 33. Duelists who can have telepathic connection with spirits can naturally see more than ordinary people. Muto Kaiba is one of them. At the moment when Madao's attack was blocked, Muto Kaiba seemed to see the darkness pouring out of Yuki Jade's body. He seemed to see the darkness covering Yuki Jade condensed into armor. Even the boy's eyes were so cold that they didn't look like humans at all. That look pierced Muto Kaiba's heart. Muto Kayama's fighting spirit was shattered in an instant. At that moment, the dignity of the champion and the outcome of the duel were gone. To be alive. The only thing left in Muto Kayama's heart was the instinct to survive. Surrendered? What a joke! How can you still be called a duelist? Is this worthy of being called a champion? Call! The boos from the audience became louder and louder. The audience who were waiting to see the champion deck come back. Seeing the people they supported surrender so spinelessly, they threw their water bottles and cheering sticks onto the field without paying. But Muto Kayama seemed not to see any of this. He lowered his head silently, like a defeated rooster, and didn't even dare to look at Jade in front of him. The winner of this game is Jade. Although he was a little confused by the scene in front of him, the referee was a man who had seen the world after all, so he quickly returned to work and loudly announced the winner of this duel. In the lounge, watching the news of Jade's victory on the big screen, all the professional duelists fell into silence. What's going on? Why did Jiashin surrender in the middle of the fight? Yes, although the attack failed, as long as he survives the next round, isn't there still a chance to turn defeat into victory? No one understands. Why did Kayama surrender so eagerly after eating only a spherical chestnut ball? No, it's over. This duel is over. Ed, who was standing by, saw it clearly. He took a sip of tea and said without looking up, even if he doesn't surrender, Jiashin will lose to Jade in the next round. What? Don't be ridiculous, Jiashin still has 1700 health points. Everyone was a little confused at first. But after careful calculation, they immediately understood what Ed meant. With only 1700 HP and a 300 defense, it is impossible for a monster to withstand the attacks of Thunderbolt Beast, Thunder Dragon King and Fossil Dinosaur, Pachycephalosaurus. Not just because of this. However, John on the side seemed to have a different opinion from Ed. No one saw it, so no one understood what kind of pressure Jiashin was under. John's face was also a little solemn. Looking at the screen, his eyebrows couldn't help but tremble. Very strong, 10 generations. Really, it's stronger than ever before. John held his pounding heart and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at John's haggard face, all the professional duelists in the room were speechless. Is this true? How strong is Jade to scare this kid like this? Did we really watch the same game just now? Just like yesterday's match. After defeating Muto Kayama, Jade escaped from the reporters without saying a word and fled back to Kaiba Hotel. Of course, Jade didn't know. He not only escaped the reporters' crazy questions, but also escaped a fan who had just become his little fangirl. Why haven't we caught him yet? Looking at the reporters blocking the corridor and desperately looking for Jade, Rei stomped his feet in anger while holding the small booklet for signature. He had clearly been waiting here 10 minutes in advance. But Jade seemed to be able to teleport and disappeared without a trace as soon as he turned a corner. Could it be that his luck was really that bad? That's too much. I will definitely catch you. Tsuyoshi-sama. Unconsciously, the girl's address had become a little extreme. Back at the hotel, Jade was not idle. After defeating Muto Kayama, Jade unexpectedly felt that his strength had increased slightly. This was a total improvement from the duel with Frog yesterday. Closing the door, Jade tried the fitness equipment in the entertainment room. Unexpectedly, he found that the dumbbell marked with 40 kilograms was as if nothing in his hand. This was the result of not using any strength. His arms didn't seem to have grown any muscles. But he could feel that his physique had undergone a qualitative leap. Was it because he defeated the Sword Beast deck? Jade pondered. Muto Kayama's Sword Beast and Frog's Frog Cannon deck. The biggest difference is probably that there really is a dual elf in Muto Kayama's deck, right? It seems that simply defeating the opponent's deck does not increase any strength. Only by defeating the deck with dual elves can you actually seize part of the power of the dual elves to strengthen yourself. But soon, Jade also put this behind his mind. The average person in the dual world has superhuman physique. This increase in strength does not make much difference. After all, dueling is a physical job. A person has to wear such a heavy dual instrument and stand there telling stories for a long time. Occasionally, he may be shaken to the ground by the impact of the monster explosion. Like Juju Yuma, he can be beaten to the ground and do more than a dozen sets of gymnastics. If ordinary people come to play cards, I am afraid they will not be able to hold on for 2 rounds and be sent to the hospital for glucose infusion. Compared with the increase in physical strength, the increase in the power of the Overlord is what Jade cares about. At the same time, Yuki Jade also wants to try it. Can he maintain the dual link for a longer time after his strength is enhanced? Whether to enable the dual link function. Open. Yujo Jade closed his eyes. This time, the familiar dimensional shock came again. When Yujo Jade opened his eyes, he once again appeared in this familiar world. The Abyss Dimension teach the country, teach the Dragon Nation. Chapter 34. Yujo Jade landed in a small and exquisite church garden. It was the same color as the main color of the city. The main color of the architecture of this church garden was still white, which symbolized the gods. Some blooming red flowers of strange colors dotted the sides of the road. It seemed to add a bit of weirdness to the monotonous white. Yujo Jade was still wearing the same ancient European noble clothes as the last time he came. But compared to the last time he descended into this world, this time, Yujo Jade could clearly feel the passage of time. It seemed that the time of descent had become more stable. Open the system interface. The maintenance time displayed on the interface has increased from 1 hour last time to 2 hours now. As expected, the time you stay in this world has a very direct relationship with the power in your body. As long as you keep dueling with the elf duelists and defeat them, the more elf power you take, the longer you can maintain the elf world. Until one day, your power can maintain the gate between the human and elf dimensions regardless of time. Speaking of which, it's really deserted here. Yujo Jade looked around but didn't see anyone in the church garden. The last time he came to this world, at least there was the silly and cute Ecclesia here. How come there's no one here this time? Crick, crick. Just then, a crisp voice suddenly sounded in Yujo Jade's ears. Yujo Jade was stunned for a moment, looked up, and saw a brown fur ball with small angel wings appear in his sight. It blinked its big, flickering eyes, as if guiding itself, waving its little paws. Winged chestnut ball? Seeing this little fur ball with wings, Yujo Jade showed a look of surprise. Moreover, compared to the human world, elves can only appear in the form of souls. In today's Abyss Dimension, the winged chestnut ball looks much more substantial. Yujo Jade blinked, and subconsciously stretched out his finger to poke the furry body of the winged chestnut ball. You know what, this fur feels quite soft. Carry. The winged chestnut ball waved its little paws a little unhappily, as if telling Jade to stop touching it and follow it quickly. Crike. Although the language of the Kurikoku race is somewhat abstract, Yujo Jade was able to understand what the winged Kurikoku said. Translated, the winged Kurikoku felt that a magical force was nearby, so he let himself follow. Now Yujo Jade was even more impressed by the wonder of the Kurikoku race. These small fur balls are like energy radars, and are extremely sensitive to the surrounding energy. This made Yujo Jade curious. What kind of existence are these Kurikoku races? Soon, under the leadership of the winged Kuriko, Yujo Jade followed the corridor and came to a church building in front of the garden. From a distance, Yujo Jade heard a holy song coming from the church. The magnificent church music sounded from the church. In the open door, rows of churchgoers in white robes lined up neatly on both sides of the hall. At the front of the hall, a statue with a lifelike silver-white twin dragons stood there. The silver scales of the dragons shone brightly under the dazzling holy light. Surrounded by the wings of the twin dragons, a golden statue of the first-generation saint stood on a silver platform. At this moment, under the magnificent dragon statue, Ecclesia was wearing a holy white robe and a white silk veil on her head, kneeling there. She crossed her hands, closed her eyes slightly, and her cute face with baby fat was full of piety. Next to the statue, an archbishop wearing a church robe with golden patterns and a mask with golden patterns was opening his right hand. The holy mark on the palm of his hand, like an eye, was flashing a strange purple light. May the great and sacred dragon god bless Longi Kingdom and your most loyal people forever. The 665th saint, Ecclesia, wishes to pray for the blessing of God with the most pious heart. The holy mark on Ecclesia's forehead flickered with strong fluctuations under the illumination of purple light. Circles of holy fluctuations continued to flow into the dragon statue. Yujo Jade frowned. His pupils gradually turned golden. Under the influence of the Overlord's power, it was clearly seen that the power emitted by Ecclesia was being continuously absorbed into the statue. Countless twisted energies condensed in the dragon statue. The strong and disturbing breath was so strong that even Yuchen Jade could not see what was inside. Just then, a sound of footsteps suddenly reached Yuchen Jade's ears. He frowned and immediately hid behind the tree in the corridor. At the other end of the corridor, a knight wearing a silver-white female heavy kimono, with an airtight body, was walking towards the church with a giant sword and heavy shield in her hands. Although the breath was peaceful, Yuchen Jade could feel a sense of oppression from this female knight. If I am not mistaken, she is the 664th saint of the Holy See, Fleur-de-Lis, right? In the Abyss Dimension worldview, the saint who has 4 holy marks on her limbs at the same time and can use them at the same time, and who is only recognized by the gods and possesses the 3 artifacts of the church, Holy Sword, Holy Shield, Holy Kimono, is the existence with the highest military value in the entire teaching, except for the Archbishop. Judging from her appearance, she should be here to protect the safety of the church. It would be bad if she found out that I appeared here sneakily. Otherwise, I should go back to my own world first. When Yuchen Jade was about to end the duel link, Fleur-de-Lis suddenly paused. She looked towards Yuchen Jade's room. Her aura suddenly changed. Who? Come out. Yuchen Jade frowned. However, before he could walk out from behind the tree, a voice came from the other side. Oh, it's Fleur-de-Lis, the strongest saint indeed. We were so careful, but we were still detected. A black shadow fell from the sky and landed in front of Fleur-de-Lis and Yuchen Jade. The orc girl with pink cat ears and long pink hair was carrying a black canvas bag filled with various food supplies, and looked at the female knight in front of her with pride. Who are you? Among the wanted cultists, Feliget. Chapter 35. Jade took back the foot that was about to take a step. His eyes darkened. When he heard the name of the girl Feliget, the image of a certain card appeared in Jade's mind. Iron Beast Front, Feliget of Tuhana. Yuchen Jade knew. The so-called Iron Beast Front was formed by 6 young men who were eliminated by their respective tribes due to their own tragic experiences. In order to lead the beastmen on this far northern continent to fight against the Dragon Righteous Kingdom, they formed an alliance. Under the efforts of these young men, the Iron Beast Front united the forces of all beast tribes, including the Iron Kingdom. Using the powerful armor technology of the Iron Kingdom, they fought against the stigma power of the Dragon Righteous Kingdom. This large-scale resistance force was naturally regarded as occultist by the church and suppressed with all its strength. The Iron Beast Front, which was composed of several young men, has since become the church's #1 enemy. And this girl named Feliget is one of the 6 beastmen who once formed the Iron Beast Front. There is nothing wrong with Fleur-de-Lis calling her a wanted cultist. But Yuchen Jade is a little curious. According to his understanding of this world, the Iron Beast Front personnel generally wouldn't risk their lives to come to Longji to cause trouble, right? Moreover, judging from the appearance of the Vatican today, it seemed that it was some kind of important prayer day. Well, don't say it so harshly. What does cultist mean? Feliget spread her hands. Besides, it's you who are planning to invade the Iron Kingdom. It's not an invasion, but the will of God. Fleur-de-Lis retorted coldly. The people born in Longji Kingdom have an almost crazy trust in the power of the church and the stigmata. As the strongest fighting force in Longji Kingdom, Fleur-de-Lis's loyalty to the church is unparalleled. Tisk, so, there is nothing to talk about with brainwashed guys like you. Feliget obviously had no intention of continuing the conversation with Fleur-de-Lis. This time she came to Longji country, she just wanted to take advantage of Longji country's prayer day to secretly get some information about Longji country. Of course, she also wanted to steal some supplies to take back and relieve the pressure on her companions. But she thought her actions were cautious enough. Unexpectedly, the man in front of her discovered her tracks all of a sudden. Feliget was not good at close combat. Facing a strong man like Fleur-de-Lis, there was only one way to escape. Quietly putting her hands on her waist, Feliget took off a smoke bomb. She was ready to escape at any time. Anyway, I have something else to do today, so I won't play with you guys for now. Taking off the pull ring, Feliget was about to smash the smoke bomb in her hand heavily on the ground. Don't even think about escaping. But it was only a moment. Fleur-de-Lis took a step forward. The great sword in her hand had already picked up the smoke bomb in Feliget's hand. So fast. Feliget's pupil shrank, and her face was filled with disbelief. Bang! The smoke bomb exploded in the air. The thick fog and the violent noise interrupted the prayers in the church. The Archbishop's blessing of the stigmata was also interrupted. He looked up and looked outside. Several more explosions and gunshots sounded outside the temple. There are cultists! Someone shouted. The churchgoers immediately became confused. Archbishop, please evacuate first. The figures of the Holy See's assassination force, the followers, appeared behind the Archbishop like ghosts. The Archbishop was silent for a moment. In the end, he had to slowly retract the holy mark in his hand, and under the protection of the followers, he left the hall from the back door. And with the departure of the Archbishop, the rest of the believers became even more flustered like headless flies. Not all believers are so martial. The harassment of Long Yu-Gi-Oh by the Iron Beast front has made many people live in fear. Several explosions outside immediately detonated the fear in everyone's hearts. In the chaotic hall, Ecclesia stood there at a loss, staggering under the squeeze of the chaotic believers. At this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from the crowd, grabbed Ecclesia's fair little hand, and pulled Ecclesia out of the crowd. Ecclesia was stunned for a moment. She looked up. When she saw the brown-haired boy in front of her, Ecclesia showed a surprised expression on her face. 10 generations. Don't talk, leave here first. Jade quickly covered Ecclesia's mouth and left the church in the chaos of the churchgoers. Outside the church, the battle between Feliget and Flordelis was still going on. Of course, it was called a battle. In fact, Feliget used her agile body as a catgirl to escape to the outer city while throwing bombs on the ground to hinder Flordelis' pursuit. The agility of orcs is naturally much higher than that of humans. In addition, Flordelis also had the duty of protecting the Archbishop, so she could not be distracted and chased too far. After seeing Feliget go away, Flordelis could only send some knights of the Holy See to chase her. She turned back to the church. Ecclesia. However, when Flordelis returned to the church, it was already empty. Ecclesia was nowhere to be seen. Looking at the empty church hall, Flordelis had a bad feeling in her heart. At this time, Jade had gone from running with Ecclesia to Ecclesia running with Jade. The two came to Ecclesia's room in the palace and closed the door. Ecclesia wiped the sweat from her forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. That's all. I'll leave the cultists to Sister Flordelis. Looking at the gradually calming Ecclesia, Yuki. Jade was a little silent. In his memory, Ecclesia seemed to be quite good at fighting. After all, with an attack value of 1,500 points, it was considered a good combat power among 4-star dual elves. Why did it feel a little bit? As if she sensed Jade's scrutinizing gaze, Ecclesia hurriedly clenched her fist and coughed, then began to explain the church has strict rules. As a saint, I don't need to participate in the battle with the cultists unless it is necessary. That's right. Looking at Ecclesia, he added a sentence. Jade felt that this was a bit of a cover-up. Actually I just became a saint not long ago, I am not very proficient in my own power. Seeing Jade's unbelieving expression, Ecclesia could only smile and scratch her face. Ecclesia just turned 15 this year, and she had just been promoted from an internship saint. Before that, she had been living under the care of Flordelis, who was like a sister. She was not very proficient in many things. So today's sudden situation made Ecclesia a little unresponsive. By the way, Jade, where have you been these past 2 days? Suddenly, she disappeared without a word, causing me to be scolded by Sister Flordelis. At this time, Ecclesia remembered something again. A look of dissatisfaction appeared on her little face, and she looked at Yuki Jade. This. Jade was still trying to find some excuse. But at this moment, the system notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. The Dimension Link function maintenance time has expired, please prepare to leave. Oh no, the 2 hours are up. Yujiro was stunned. The next moment, Yujiro saw his body gradually becoming blurred. The soul in his body also felt the strong soul transmission again. Ecclesia beside him also noticed that Yujiro's body suddenly became unstable. She showed a surprised expression and subconsciously reached out to touch Yujiro. Tende, how is your body? However, with this contact, Ecclesia's body also began to fluctuate. In the blink of an eye, Ecclesia and Yuki Jade disappeared into the room at the same time. At this moment, the door of the saint's room was also pushed open. Ecclesia, are you there? Flordelis nervously entered the room, looking for Ecclesia. However, looking at the empty room, Flirtala's heart immediately sank to the freezing point. Not good. Chapter 36. Dual World. GX Dimension. When Jade opened his eyes again, he had returned safely to this familiar hotel. It was already dawn. He checked the date on his phone. Today was the third day of the competition, which was the semifinals. From the match list that had been sent out, his opponent was John Anderson. Is that John? Seeing his opponent, a golden light appeared in Yuchen Jade's eyes. Okay. Then let Bekas take a look. Now he has made his choice. Looking at the time, Yuchen Jade was about to get up and go to the competition. However, he pressed his hand down. Suddenly he felt that he pressed something soft. Yuchen Jade was stunned for a moment. That thing was surprisingly soft. It was definitely not as soft as a mattress. Instead, it was like. Yujo Jade looked down. He saw the girl sleeping peacefully with a peaceful face. Her long golden hair was draped over the bed like a waterfall. She was still wearing the pure white robe of a saint. Her chubby face was full of comfort. She had no idea that she was lying on a man's bed. The saint, Ecclesia. This girl from the abyss dimension, actually came back with him? Yujo Jade silently moved his hand away. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. I have to say. Although she looks like a child, Ecclesia has a strong potential in her figure. She is indeed a saint who is known as a glutton. Her nutritional intake is really sufficient. Cough. She hurriedly drove away the distracting thoughts in her mind. Jade also began to wonder what was going on. She only remembered that when the system countdown ended, Jade's soul had already been transmitted back by the system. But at that moment, Ecclesia reached out and touched her. Then, nothing more. It seems that the dual link function of the system can not only allow oneself to go to the unknown elf world, but also bring the elves in the elf world to the human world. Moreover, it seems that the card elves brought to this world all appear in physical form. Otherwise, the feeling just now would not be so real. Thinking of this, Yujiro suddenly felt a chill on his back. It was as if one of his back spirits was staring at him with unfriendly eyes and gave him a warning. Ahem. Pay attention next time. Pay attention next time. I just comforted my back spirit with an unstable temper in my heart. The girl who was sleeping peacefully suddenly moaned and slowly sat up from the bed. Ecclesia rubbed her eyes sleepily. Then she stretched hard, and a look of comfort appeared on her face. But then, the unfamiliar environment in front of her quickly broke the comfort on Ecclesia's face. She widened her eyes. When she turned around, she saw Yujiro's unchanging ice face. 10th generation. What? Where is this place? Why am I in a place like this? Weren't we in my room just now? Looking at Ecclesia's panic, Yujo Jade didn't know how to explain for a moment. After a moment of silence, Yujo Jade could only explain the current situation in a way that Ecclesia was more familiar with. He also briefly explained the difference between the dual world and the spirit world. Dual monsters? Dual dimension. Are you saying that in this world, we appear in the form of cards? Did we come to the human dimension from the elf dimension under the influence of some special power? After Yuki Jade's unremitting efforts to explain, Ecclesia finally changed from her initial stupid look to a confused look now. In the final analysis, she followed Jade to the dimension where he lived. The people in this dimension can borrow the power of the elves in other dimensions and use it in the form of cards. Finally, it gradually formed the current Duel Monsters game that uses cards as a duel method. I seem to have heard the Archbishop say that huge holes appear from time to time outside the sky. And outside the void, there are some unexpected worlds. I didn't expect that all of this was true. Ecclesia's eyes sparkled with excitement. She didn't feel any anxiety or fear because she was in a strange world. It was not difficult to see that although Ecclesia was a saint, she had a strong adventurous nature in her heart. For this world that she had never seen before, Ecclesia exuded a strong excitement and curiosity from the inside out. Wow! The buildings here are so tall. And so densely packed. Ah! Shadade, look outside, there are a lot of strange pieces of iron running on the ground. I heard that the Iron Country has a mysterious power that can make steel move. Could it be that this world also has the same power as the Iron Country? Ah! Jade, look up in the sky, there is a dragon flying. What a handsome dragon! You mean 3D images? What are 3D images? Jade. Jade. Everything in this big box is so cold, and there are so many delicious things, can you give them to me? After a while, the girl turned the whole room upside down out of curiosity. Finally, she took the snacks in the refrigerator and ate them. Yuchen Jade was silent for a moment, and suddenly regretted turning on the dual link function. Himself. This is an ancestor who can eat and create things from the abyss dimension. Chapter 37. As for the foodie Ecclesia, Yuzuk Jade had no idea how to deal with her. Seeing that the game time was approaching, Yuzuk Jade had no choice but to let Ecclesia stay in the hotel. After the duel was over, he would consider how to send Ecclesia back to the abyss dimension. When Yuzuk Jade arrived at the arena, his game with John had just begun. Sorry, I'm a little late. Yujo Jade immediately put on his dual disc and came to the duel area opposite John. It's okay, Jade, I'm looking forward to the duel with you. John still had a kind smile on his face. He raised the dual disc on his arm, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Fight with all your might. Yet. Looking at the blue-haired boy in front of him, Yujo Jade smiled calmly, and inexplicably felt a little strange in his heart. Should I say that he is worthy of being my future best friend in the original work? Sure enough, there is a reason why I can hit it off with John at first sight. As the duel between John and Yuki Jade unfolds. At the same time, on the top floor of Kaiba Corporation, in the president's office, the big screen is showing the duel in Kaiba Paradise. It seems that the 10th generation boy and John boy have met in the competition as we imagined. Pegasus sat on the sofa, shaking the red wine in his hand, smiling and watching the duel on the screen at this moment. I hope that we can see the good intentions left in the heart of the 10th generation boy from this duel. Is there any good in his heart? Kaiba Sito glanced coldly at Pegasus. Yuki Jade. This boy with extreme darkness in his body. Does he really have the so-called good in his heart? Yuchen 10th generation, LP4000. John Anderson, LP4000. I'll take the first attack, draw a card. John took the first attack. He drew a card from the deck and began to calculate quickly in his mind. At present, his Gem Beast deck still lacked the most critical ultimate Gem God Rainbow Dragon. Therefore, if he wanted to win the 10th generation, he had to rely on some other means. John made up his mind. Activate the continuous magic card, Bridge of Heart. John took the lead and showed the card in his hand. This card allows me to summon the Gemin monster again in the main phase in addition to the normal summon. I summon, Gem Beast, Jade Pegasus. Amidst the flashing lights, the white horse spread its wings behind it, flew out from the card, and landed on John's field. Jade Beast Sapphire Pegasus. Star rating, 4. Orcs. Attack power, 1800, defense power, 1200. Hey, John, is a new duel starting? The Jade Pegasus turned around and glanced at John, and a voice that only the Elf Master could hear rang out from his mouth. This opponent on the opposite side feels a little different from the opponent from the previous 2 days. Ah, today's opponent is quite strong. It's the extent that if you are not careful, you might lose. John nodded, then looked up at Jade. Jade, you can hear the voices of the Gem Beasts, right? Yujo Jade nodded silently. As expected, Jade, you are also an elf user like me, who can hear the voices of elves. John smiled calmly. To me, everyone in the Hoyaman community is like my family. Jade Pegasus's effect is activated when this card is successfully normal summoned, flipped, or special summoned. Choose a Gemin monster from your hand, deck, or graveyard as a continuous magic card and place it in your magic or trap zone. I will place Gemin Rubaimon in the magic and trap area. As soon as the words fell, a red gem immediately appeared on John's field. Awesome! Placing monsters as magic cards in the magic trap area is a rare deck. The deck used by this player named John is the legendary Gem Beast deck, which is said to have only one set. Every card in the deck is unique in the world. The deck used by Yujo Jade is also unique, right? I have never seen anyone use the same deck as him. There were waves of discussion in the audience. The Gem Beast deck, whether in terms of rarity or value, is the top in the dual world. It is said that when Mr. Pegasus made the Gem Beast deck, a wealthy man wanted to spend tens of millions of dollars to buy it, but was rejected by Pegasus. Then, the next year, he gave this rare deck to John, the champion of the youth group who had just debuted. It can be said that it is the envy of others. Because of the effect of Heart Bridge, I can summon another gem beast from my hand. I chose to summon, Gem Beast, Jade Turtle. John placed the card in his hand on the dual disc. As the green light flashed on the field, an old turtle with a green gem on its back, curled up in its shell, appeared on John's field. Jade Beast Jade Turtle. Stars, 3. Aqua. Defense, 2000. Oh, John, you called me out so early. The Jade Turtle huddled in its shell, and through the gap in its shell, it watched Jade across the street. There is a very ominous power in that child. Yes, so I can only ask everyone to lend me their strength. John nodded and smiled. Since John needs it, then use my old power. The Jade Turtle said without hesitation, activate the other effect of Heart Bridge. Well, okay. John nodded vigorously, and then his eyes became serious. Activate the second effect of the Bridge of Heart. Destroy the Emerald Turtle on the field, and add a gem spell or trap from the deck to your hand. Bang! The Emerald Turtle turned into pieces on the spot, and then turned into a green gem in John's magic and trap area, floating in the air. After being destroyed, it will not be sent to the graveyard, but will become a permanent magic and remain on the field. Jade smiled calmly and glanced at the card in his hand. It seems that this duel is going to be a little more interesting. Chapter 38. The Gem Beast deck uses the linkage between magic cards and monsters. By gathering 7 types of gem beasts on the field and in the graveyard, you can special summon Ultimate Gem God Rainbow Dragon to deal a devastating blow to the opponent. In the world of the previous life, after the gem beasts were strengthened successively, although there were too many waste pieces in the deck and the startup was too lengthy, it could not become mainstream. But it already has the strength of an entertainment deck. In today's GX era, it can be regarded as a very strong deck. It's a pity that John has not yet obtained the most important card in the Gem Beast deck. Otherwise, with the bond between John and the deck, his strength would definitely be more than 1 level stronger than it is now. But because there is no key Rainbow Dragon in the deck, the cards John took out from the deck can only be defensive trap cards. 2 cards are hidden. The turn ends. Throwing down 2 traps, John can only end the turn. My turn, draw a card. It's Jade's turn. Glancing at the cards he drew, Jade already had a rough plan in mind. There are many places where the Yubel deck is really strong. But the reason why it can become mainstream is mainly because of its high compatibility with demon monsters, which allows it to be compatible with 3 different axes: carving demons, breaking equipment, and phantom demons. It's a pity Jade now only has Yubel as an axis. But even so, it is definitely enough to deal with John now. Activate the field magic card, Nightmare Jade Throne. Jade didn't say anything more and directly activated the field magic card. The deep darkness surged in the field. The lonely and proud throne rose from the darkness and stood in front of everyone. There were occasional exclamations on the field. Many viewers lamented that the current technological progress is really fast. This 3-dimensional imaging technology actually gave people a creepy feeling. Of course, compared to those viewers who couldn't see the elves. John and the gem beasts on the field already felt that their hair stood on end. John. Ah, did you feel it too, Jade Pegasus? John's forehead was covered with sweat. He looked at the boy in front of him who was shrouded in darkness, and a forced smile appeared on his face. I really don't know why Jade has to bear such a terrible darkness. Jade slowly raised his hand. The darkness began to surge with Jade's hand. A card emerged from the foggy darkness. According to the effect of Nightmare Throne, select a demon-type monster with 0 attack and defense from your deck and add it to your hand. The card I chose to add to my hand is Sacrifice Demon World Lotus. Jade opened his hand, and Sacrificial Demonic Lotus fell into Jade's hand. I summon Sacrifice Demon Lotus and release it to activate the effect of Sacrifice Demon Lotus. Special summon a Yubel monster from your deck. Come out. Yubel Elf. The rolling black mist gathered on the throne behind the 10th generation. Accompanied by waves of chilling sneers, the figure of the Yubel Elf appeared half lying on the throne, with a cruel sneer on his enchanting purple lips. Yubel Elf. Star rating, 10. Demons. Attack power, 0, defense power, 0. Yubel, the elf that has been following the boy for a long time. Over the past 2 years, with the travels of the 10th generation boy, this elf has become quite powerful. Looking at the appearance of Yubel's spirit on the screen, Pegasus's expression gradually became serious. Yubel's darkness was too powerful. The oppressive feeling of this spirit that merged with the body of a demon dragon alone made the spirit masters who could see the essence of the dual spirits feel panic in their hearts. Kaiba Sito on the side was relatively calm. Although Kaiba could also feel the powerful oppression of Yubel's spirit, he was not a serious spirit master after all. At most, he could only rely on his keen insight to feel the difference of this monster. When Yubel Elf is special summoned successfully, select a spell or trap card with the name of Yubel from your deck and add it to your hand, or place it on the field. Jade opened his hand. In the darkness, a card had already gathered in Jade's palm like magic. Hey, did that card appear out of thin air? It's a trick, right? It's definitely a trick, right? It could also be the performance effect of stereoscopic imaging technology. Otherwise, it would be too ridiculous to make a card appear out of thin air. Looking at the cards condensed in the darkness, the audience couldn't help but start a wave of shocked discussions. Of course, most people still deeply believe in science. Jade's method, which is almost beyond the scope of natural explanation, was forcibly portrayed as the reason for Kaiba technology. John on the field was a little amused about this. Jade was obviously serious about the duel with him. This terrible darkness was obviously Jade's way of telling himself that he would use all his strength to deal with him. Obviously, there is no need to use all your strength. John grumbled helplessly. I choose to cover the card on my own field. Jade placed the card in his hand on the magic trap area. Then, from your hand, activate the effect of Hell Graveyard Crawler. This effect can only be activated if there is a demon-type monster on your side of the field. Special summon this card. After that, place a Yubel on your field, or a card with Yubel Destruction of Monsters. Hell Graveyard Crawler. Star rating, 1. Demons. Attack, 0, Defense, 0. A monster covered in bandages appeared from the black fog. The purple flames burning on its body caused the body of the Yubel elf next to it to rapidly transform. I destroyed the Yubel elf. And according to the effect of Yubel elf, special summon a Yubel from your hand, deck, graveyard, or excluded area. Yubel in his hand was held high by Jade. The green light flashing in his left eye and the golden light in his right eye formed an intertwined color in the darkness. Come out. My other half's soul. Yubel. Yubel. Star rating, 10. Demons. Chapter 39. Appeared. Jade's current trump card, Yubel. Seeing Yubel appear, replacing the Yubel elf, John took a deep breath, his expression gradually solemn. In the previous duel, although John had seen Jade use Yubel, but every time Yubel appeared, Jade would use the card Nightmare Pain to instantly kill the opponent. Therefore, there is very little information about this monster that can be found. But what is certain is that the monster Yubel has the ability to reflect battle damage. Now, John must find a way to prevent the reflected damage caused by Yubel's battle. Humph, you called me out just to deal with this brat. Yubel's face still looked a little ugly. It was obvious that Yubel was still a little unhappy about Ecclesia. For an elf like Yubel who had a strong possessiveness, it was enough for Jade to be the only one with her. The girl who followed from the inexplicable world was obviously an eyesore to Yubel. However, Jade didn't want to say anything to Yubel at this critical moment. After all, this was the critical moment of the duel. Fight, Yubel, attack Gem Beast, Jade Pegasus. As Jade launched his attack, Yubel, who was lying on his side on the throne, also raised his dragon claw with a sneer. Forget it, let's just play with these little things and vent our anger. The Jade Pegasus immediately felt a strong mental force entering its brain, forcing it to attack Yubel. Jade Pegasus. John's face changed. He could feel that the connection between him and Jade Pegasus had been broken at this moment. Jade Pegasus seemed to be controlled by Yubel and had lost consciousness. Damn it, activate the trap card. False explosion. In an emergency, John could only open the face-up card on the field, activate with a card on your field as the target, destroy that card. Destroy your own card? Hearing the effect John read out, the audience exclaimed. Even Jade couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, as if he didn't expect John to prepare such a card in his deck. Hehe, I did some research on Yubel in the 10th generation deck. Although it is a very strong monster, if its attack and defense are only 0, it means that as long as you don't set any monsters on the field, you will be immune to the damage caused by Yubel. John wiped his nose and laughed, so, in order to avoid this situation, I prepared this card in the deck. After being destroyed, the gem beasts will not be sent to the graveyard, but will stay on the field and fight alongside me. So, Jade Pegasus. Return to the magic and trap area. John opened his right hand, and a strong lightning struck the Jade Pegasus heavily. The Jade Pegasus's red eyes suddenly became clear, and then turned into a blue gem, falling into John's magic trap area. Then, the third effect of Heart Bridge is activated. John raised his hand high, and the continuous magic card in front of him flashed a dazzling light. When a gem beast card is placed in your spell/trap zone, target a card on your opponent's field. That card and Bridge of Heart return to the holder's hand. As soon as the words fell, the continuous magic card returned to John's hand. The card I choose to return to your hand is Yubel. Did he use the Bridge of Heart to remove Yubel on the field of Jade? Seeing John's tactics, the audience's emotions suddenly became high. Jade's trump card was removed. Even the camera was pointed at Jade at this moment. Countless people sitting in front of the live broadcast or in the audience wanted to see what kind of expression this boy would show after the trump card was removed. But it was a pity. Even though Yubel on the field had turned into a card and returned to Jade's hand, there was still no change in emotion on Jade's face. Is this true? Player Yushin has no expression at all. What a joke. The trump cards have been solved. Jade's performance not only exceeded the audience's expectations. Even John vaguely felt that something was wrong. The darkness around him did not become thinner with Yubel's departure. On the contrary, the darkness gathered around him became larger and larger. That's unfortunate, John. Yubel is still angry now. Jade glanced behind him. Under John's nervous gaze. On the high dark throne, Yubel's dark figure gradually became larger. The shape of the dragon began to swell. A dragon with 2 heads and 2 wings jumped down from the throne in the boiling darkness and appeared in front of John. Yubel, the hated knight. Stars, 1/1. Demon/special summon. Attack power, 0, defense power, 0. What? John's face changed drastically, and he took a step back subconsciously. The moment Yubel returns to the hand, the effect of Nightmare Throne is activated. Once per turn, if Yubel on your side of the field leaves the field due to an effect, activate this. From the deck, graveyard, or banished state, add a Yubel monster that is 1 star higher or 1 star lower to your hand. After that, you can ignore the monster's summoning conditions and special summon it. Jade showed the card in his hand with a smile on his face. This is the card I added to my hand. The new powers gained by traveling around the world with Yubel. Yubel's angry form. Yubel, the hated knight. Chapter 40. Yubel. Evolved. Seeing the changes in Yubel on the field. Everyone who was watching this duel, whether it was the audience before the live broadcast or the audience at the scene, all showed a look of shock. I didn't expect that such a powerful monster could continue to evolve. What a joke. An 11-star high-level monster. Isn't this already beyond the level of a god? The level of the 3 mythical gods is 10 stars. How could it be possible that there is still such a trump card hidden in the 10th generation deck? Ed in the lounge showed a surprised expression. 11-star monster. In this era when everyone is still fighting with X-Kings, everyone knows what an 11-star monster represents. Is this boy really a 1-star duelist? With this kind of strength, hasn't it already reached the professional level? Professional? Are you kidding me? Didn't Yushin players beat professional players in the previous 2 games? Come to think of it, didn't Yajo win those 2 duels by sheer luck? The audience was in uproar. With a card of this level, no one would believe that this boy's true strength is only 1 star. Kaiba Company, this rating you made is totally worthless. Yubel, is it a dual Pokemon that can evolve continuously in battle? In the president's office. Pegasus stared at the duel scene in front of him, with an expression of shock on his face. It was the first time he had seen a type like Yubel, whose original strength was already quite strong, but could still evolve continuously. Humph, as the father of dual monsters, didn't you make this card yourself? Kaiba Sito glanced at Pegasus, and was puzzled by his shock. No, I didn't create such a card sprite, rather, a considerable number of cards in this world are not made by me or our company's employees. Pegasus shook his head slowly. The spirits of dual monsters all have their own wills. The cards in Jade's hand may be the cards he condensed with his own power after being recognized by the elves during his 2 years of travel. This is also commonly known as printing cards. Of course, there is a big difference between officially recognized printing cards and unrecognized printing cards. Cards printed by the power of the elves can be read by the Duel disk and stored in the Duel database. After all, there are thousands of types of cards in the world, and the International Illusion Company alone cannot print so many with stone tablets. And many elves also like to follow some duelists recognized by them and transform into their cards. This is not uncommon in the Duel world. And the cards printed by the power of the printer should be recognized by the prison, and they will receive 3 years of free food and accommodation. Card Elf. Kaiba Sito fell silent. He was no longer like when he was young and had just come into contact with duel monsters. When he heard the word card spirit, he would sneer at it. However, no matter how much it evolves, Yubel's attack power is still 0. Sito Kaiba crossed his arms and watched the situation on the field with cold eyes. Yajojode, how do you end this duel? On the field, the two-headed dragon was roaring and venting its anger. On the dragon's chest, Yubel's distorted face gradually condensed, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, staring at John with angry eyes. Ah, I actually forced such an ugly side of me to show it in front of Jade. You bastard! Yubel's anger made John sweat even more. He always felt that if Jade wasn't standing opposite him, this elf named Yubel would definitely run out of the card and teach him a lesson. Enough, Yubel! The battle phase is over, retreat! Yuki Jade shouted at Yubel. Yubel, who had transformed into a dragon, could only glare at John angrily, and then retreated to Jade's side with an unhappy look on his face. Yubel, the hated knight, since the attack power is 0, there is no need to continue fighting. Speaking of this, Yuki Jade raised a card in his hand and placed it on the duel disc. Face a card, the turn ends. Finally, have you survived the 10th round? John breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yubel, hated knight, at the end of its turn, will destroy all monsters on the field except this card. Yajojode said in a deep voice. All monsters? John glanced at his empty monster zone, and then at Hell Graveyard Creeper on Yajojode's field. Doesn't that mean there are only Jade's own monsters? I destroy, Hell Graveyard Creeper. Bang! As soon as the words fell, the Hell Graveyard Creepers on the field were shattered into pieces by Yubel's terrifying power and disappeared without a trace. However, Yubel was still unable to resolve the anger in his heart. The two dragons raised their heads to the sky and howled in anger. Wow, what's going on? Why does this elf look so angry? John was a little overwhelmed as he covered his ears, which were numb from the shock. He hadn't really provoked Yubel, so why was he so angry? In short, it's my turn. Draw a card. John drew a card immediately. Glancing at the card in his hand, John began to think quickly. After the 10th generation of Yubel evolved, he still didn't know the other effects except the last one. If he continued to drag it on like this, the situation would become more and more unfavorable to him. Now, he could only try to break through head-on. Showing the card in his hand, John took a deep breath. Activate magic card. Cherish value. If there are 2 or more gem beast cards in your spell or trap zone, your opponent chooses one of them and sends it to the graveyard, and you draw 2 cards from your deck. Come on, Jade. John showed the 3 gem beasts in the magic trap area. Jade Pegasus, Ruby Beast, Jade Turtle, choose one and send it to the cemetery. One of them. Yajojode scanned the 3 cards in John's hand. Indeed. According to his understanding of the gem beast deck, sending the Jade Turtle to the graveyard is the best and safest choice. However, he glanced at the blocked card on his field. Yajojode had a new idea in his mind. I choose to send Rubaimon to the graveyard. Rubaimon? John was stunned for a moment, then he looked up and saw Jade's half-smiley expression. Could it be that? Chapter 41. As we all know, Jademon, Rubaimon has the ability to special summon as many Jademon monster cards in the magic and trap zone as possible when special summoned successfully. Based on this ability, as long as John accumulates enough Jademon in the magic trap zone, he can use Rubaimon's ability to summon them all. However, John felt a little uneasy. Jade's choice of Rubaimon just now was somewhat deliberate. It was as if he deliberately chose the most inappropriate option to lure him to go all out. Jademon belongs to a unique deck in the world. Jade, you probably don't know the effects of the gem beasts, right? Looking at Yuki Jade's unpredictable expression, John pondered for a moment, and finally made up his mind. In any case, this was his only chance to defeat Jade. Glancing at the card in his hand, John was ready to give it a try. Please, Ruby. After sending Rubaimon to the graveyard, John drew 2 cards from his deck. Then opened the cover card on the field, the magic card Pot of Greed. John chuckled. One of the traps he had set up earlier was actually a magic card in disguise. John's duel was really a little out of place. According to the effect of this card, draw 2 more cards from the deck. I added 4 cards to my hand in one go? It's time to start, John. After taking a look at the 4 cards he added, John was already fully confident. Then, I activate the continuous magic card. Bridge of Heart. Based on the effect of the Heart Bridge, I summon Gemin, Jade Tiger and Gemin, Amber Mammoth. Swish! Huang Yahu and Amber Mammoth immediately appeared on the 10th generation's field, one on the left and one on the right. John, leave the fighting to me. Huang Yahu raised his head and roared. John, spread out as much as possible, we are ready. Amber Mammoth glanced at John behind him. Okay, I understand. John nodded slightly, and then glanced at the card in his hand. In this case, there is only one last step left. Activate the effect of Bridge of Heart. Destroy the Jade Tiger on the field, and add a gem magic or trap card from the deck to your hand. John glanced at the number of his magic traps, and finally chose to send the Jade Tiger to the graveyard. Sorry, Jade Tiger. I'll put you in the graveyard for the time being. Gritting his teeth, John continued. And, according to the effect of Heart Bridge, this card returns to the owner's hand along with the field magic card Nightmare Throne on your field. John immediately retrieved the Heart Bridge in the magic trap zone. At the same time, he also ejected the field magic card on Jade's field that could make Yubel evolve. Yuki Jade silently retrieved the field magic card and calmly watched John continue to unfold. I will equip the magic card Golden Jade Strip and add it to my hand. In this way, everything is ready. John showed the golden code Jade bar in his hand. Activate the effect of Golden Jade Strip, select 2 Gemin monsters from your deck and place them in the magic and trap zones. After that, select a Gemin from your hand or graveyard to special summon. It's coming. Seeing John's operation, Yuki Jade raised his mouth. I placed Gem Beast, Amethyst Cat and Gem Beast, Cobalt Spike Eagle in the magic trap zone, and special summoned Gem Beast, Ruby Beast in the graveyard. Red gems gathered on the field. As the dazzling light flashed, a small beast with a red gem inlaid on its tail appeared on John's field. Jewel Beast, Ruby Beast. Stars, 3. Angels. Attack, 300. Jewelman Rubaimon. When the special summon succeeds, special summon all the Jewelman cards in the magic and trap area as much as possible. John raised his right hand and shouted. I choose to special summon. Gemin, Jade Pegasus Gemin, Amethyst Cat Gemin, Cobalt Spike Eagle. Swish, swish, swish. Amid the exclamations of the audience, 3 gem beasts appeared on John's field at the same time, and together with Rubaimon and Amber Mammoth on John's field, they stood guard in front of John. The special summon effect of Jade Pegasus is activated. Select a gem beast monster from your hand, deck, or graveyard as a continuous magic card, and place it face up in the magic and trap zone. I will place the gem beast, Topaz Tiger in the cemetery in the magic trap zone. John raised his arm. As the golden gem rose in John's magic trap zone, at this moment, 7 gem beasts had already appeared neatly on John's field. The shadows of the Jade Turtle and the Topaz Tiger also condensed in the group of gem beasts. The gems on the 7 gem beasts shone with brilliant light, and built a rainbow bridge in the sky that made the audience exclaim. Hee, how about the 10th generation? These are my family members. John wiped his nose proudly and laughed. It's a pity that I don't have a rainbow dragon in my deck now, otherwise I would definitely summon it to open your eyes. I have seen this kind of vision countless times in my previous life. Yuki Jade secretly complained in his heart. However, being able to gather all the gem beasts together in one go. The bond between John and the gem beast deck is indeed far beyond Jade's imagination. What a beautiful bond, Jade, Yubel. Sneered and glanced at Jade behind him. Are you sure you want to use that tactic? Well, after all, it is a gem beast. In order to win, this approach is necessary. Jade's eyes were fixed on the 2 covered cards on his field. 10th generation, Gem and Amethyst Cat can attack the opponent directly, but the combat damage inflicted by attacking the opponent is only half. John smiled, however, if these two cards are combined, it can still cause considerable damage. Activate the equipped magic cards, Power of Unity and Power of the Mage. The Power of Unity can increase the attack power of the equipped monster by the number of monsters on the field x 800 points. Mage's power can increase the attack power of the equipped monster by the number of magic and traps on the field x 500. I will equip all your strength to Amethyst Cat. Therefore, the attack power of Amethyst Cat is Bayou Beast Amethyst Cat. Attack damage, 1200 5200 7800. Attack power, 7800 points. Looking at the purple crystal cat with rainbow light all over its body, there were constant exclamations from the audience, and all the audience were shocked by this terrifying increase in attack power. As expected of John Boy, he raised the bond of his monsters to this level in just a moment. Even Pegasus couldn't help but sigh. Amethyst Cat caused damage to Jade through direct attack. Amber Mammoth can transfer the target of attack to itself when Yubel attacks, thereby reducing Yubel's counterattack. John, using the bond with the gem beasts, firmly grasped the victory of this duel in his hands. Jade boy! Did you see it? This is the power of companions. After seeing this scene, do you still insist on walking on the lonely dark road? At the moment when everyone thought John could win this duel, Yuchen Jade raised a smile of the underworld at the corner of his mouth. Sorry for the wait, John. Hey! John was slightly startled, not quite understanding what Jade meant by this. Since John gave me such a great gift, then I'll treat John a little bit. Jade waved his hand lightly, and the cover card on the field opened, trap card self-employment activated. For each monster on the opponent's field, inflict 500 points of damage to the opponent's health. What? John's face changed. The next moment, the power of the gem beasts was swallowed by the trap cards on the Jade field, and then reflected to John. Whoa! John Anderson, LP 400015000. It's not over yet. Jade was determined to kill people and destroy their hearts, so he would not let John go so easily. Open the continuous trap card. Forever love. Jade and Yubel looked at each other. They looked at John at the same time. At this moment, in Jade's eyes, the golden light of the Overlord and the emerald light of Yubel's soul intertwined. A different color flashed in the darkness. If there is a Yubel monster on your field, discard a card from your hand and send Eternal Love to the graveyard to activate. Use all monsters on your field, including Yubel, as fusion materials for a fusion summon, all the monsters. John's face changed drastically. The next moment, he saw the bodies of the gem beasts on his field twisting rapidly. The gem beasts roared in pain and turned into several colorful lights, which were constantly devoured by Yubel, the hated knight. As these gem beasts were devoured, Yubel's dragon transformation gradually disappeared. She turned into a demon again, and the dragon claw on her right hand turned into a dragon's head, flashing a scarlet light. Yubel, Guardian of Eternal Love. Stars, 1-2. Demon/Fusion. Attack power, 0, defense power, 0. Guardian of Eternal Love, activated when fusion summon is successful. Inflict damage equal to the number of fusion materials of this card x 500 points on the opponent. Jade said calmly. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Even those who were cheering for John stopped waving their cheering flags. Not to mention John. John at this moment had a dull look on his face. He looked as if he was played and stood there stupidly. The power of the gem beasts absorbed by Yubel was released by her again. And this time, these gem beasts were no longer the power to protect John. Instead, they were defeating John's power. Amid a scream, John's body was knocked out of the field by the colorful light and fell heavily to the ground. John Anderson, LP 15000. Chapter 42. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Even when the image of Jade's victory appeared on the big screen, the audience didn't even react. Even the live broadcast barrage was blank for a moment. Then, there were overwhelming question marks. What the hell? Jade's monster fused with John's Hoyaman? And not only did it fuse, but it even spit the power of Hoyaman to John? Killed John in seconds? What's going on? John was still shouting about bonds and family in the last second. How come he was killed in an instant? Moreover, he was beaten away by the family mentioned by John. Isn't this too murderous? How is it possible? Pegasus fell on the sofa, looking at the scene in front of him with disbelief. The first question he gave to Jade was to see how Jade would respond when facing John, who had an extreme bond with the deck. Pegasus thought that Jade would burst out with terrifying dark power to defeat John. He also thought that Jade would understand the power of the bond between John and the deck, choose to believe in his companions, and abandon the lonely dark path. But what Pegasus never expected was that Jade himself chose the third way to solve the problem. Give others bonds to the cow, and then use the cow's bond to teach the victim a lesson. What NTR plot! This is completely different from the script he imagined. Snort, ha 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 ha. Compared to Pegasus, Kaiba Sito on the side suddenly raised his head and laughed. Defeat the opponent by absorbing the opponent's power. Sito Kaiba suddenly looked at the boy Jade with a new eye. This kind of unconventional duel was really to Sito Kaiba's liking. Before, he had always been prejudiced against this boy because of the domineering power in Jade's body. But now it seems that Jade is just a pure duelist. In order to win, he can really do unexpected things. Interesting. It's really quite interesting. I'm already looking forward to what this child will become in the future. Sito Kaiba stood up and walked out the door. He no longer had the heart to watch the next game of Ed. He heard the sound of the door closing behind him. Pegasus stared at Jade on the screen, with an unfathomable calmness on his face. Jade boy. What is your background color? Lose, did he lose? John sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the notice of Jade's victory on the big screen in a daze. Looking at Jade walking out of the venue. John felt a little dazed for a moment. Jade, he broke the bond between himself and the Gemin. He used the power between himself and the Gemin to completely defeat himself. Really, you are so strong, Jade? Looking at the gem beast cards in his hand, John murmured in a low voice. Then, a helpless look appeared on his face. He lay on the ground, looking at the blue sky in a big letter shape. I hope I can meet him again in the future. I really want to make friends with such an opponent. Congratulations to the host for defeating the legendary duelist, John Anderson. It was detected that the host had merged the power of the gem beasts in the duel. The advanced gem beast card group has been transferred to the host's collection card book. Having absorbed some of the power of the gem beasts, the host can improve the bond with the duel elves more quickly. Stepping down from the duel stage, the system reward notification sounded in Jade's ears. Feeling the extra higher gem beasts in his system card book, Jade was a little stunned for a moment. High gem beasts. This is the deck that was born after John was corrupted by Yubel's power and turned black in the second part of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. To be precise, this deck is the blackened version of the gem beasts after being affected by Yubel's power. Although everyone says that the blackened is 10 times stronger. But the gem beasts are actually a lot weaker than the original deck after being blackened. The effects of the high-level gem beasts are much stronger than the original gem beasts when taken out individually. But the high-level gem beasts are quite dependent on field magic. Moreover, because the field of the high-level gem beasts is not gem beasts, but higher gem beasts that are independent of the gem beasts. This also makes it impossible for higher gem beasts to enjoy the assistance of the gem beasts' magic and traps. The ultimate gem god, Rainbow Dark Dragon summoned by the high-level gem beasts is not as effective as the ultimate gem god, Rainbow Dragon. And until now, high-level gem beasts have not been strengthened in the slightest. It can be said that it is the product of the failure of blackening. Of course, this also proves from the side that the gem beasts deck cannot improve its combat effectiveness by blackening alone. Only the ultimate bond is the root of the strength of the gem beasts. Although this deck is a bit weak, the power drawn from these gem beasts is. Jade was still a little confused. What was this ability to improve the bond between himself and the elves faster? Could it speed up the process of developing goodwill between himself and the elves? Jade was still confused. Suddenly, he saw a familiar blonde girl at the entrance of Kaiba Hotel. The girl was wearing a European saint's robe that was out of tune with the surroundings. She looked silly and cute, and it seemed that she was at risk of being abducted. After seeing Jade, the girl's originally confused expression immediately became happy. She waved her hand, and looked towards the distant people who were looking at her. Ah, Jade, you're here. Looking at Ecclesia's big smile, Jade suddenly felt speechless. What made him even more speechless was that he saw a series of +1+1+1 popping up quickly on Ecclesia's head from the system interface that had not yet been closed. What is this? Yujo rubbed his eyes, almost thinking he had seen something wrong. Chapter 43. Although Ecclesia looks like a normal girl, her true identity is also a card elf from the elf world. The power obtained from the gem beasts seems to be able to be used on Ecclesia. Why didn't you wait for me in the hotel and ran out by yourself? Yuchen Jade turned off the system, and the +1 on Ecclesia's head disappeared. Because there is no food left. Ecclesia puffed up her cheeks and stamped her feet in displeasure. Really, Jade, where on earth have you been? I waited for you for a long time and you didn't come back, so I thought of coming out to find you myself. Yujo. Jade glanced behind him, at the big screen in the distance showing his victory in the duel, and after clenching his fist and coughing, he said, I took care of some things. Are you going to duel? Although Ecclesia was simple, she was not stupid. She tilted her head and saw the big screen hanging high in the sky in the Kaiba duel arena in the distance. When I was bored in the house, I also read some books about duels. In your world, dueling monsters should be quite important, right? Ecclesia proudly raised her head, put her hands on her hips, and puffed out her rather well-endowed chest. Don't underestimate me, I adapt to the other world very quickly. Well, that's really amazing, Yujo. Jade was silent for a moment, and could only give a perfunctory laugh. And there are so many interesting things in your world. Ecclesia said, and seemed to have thought of something, and immediately told Jade happily about what she had done in the hotel today. After listening to Ecclesia's story, Yuchen Jade realized that Ecclesia had not been eating all day today. In addition to eating snacks in the refrigerator, Ecclesia also tried to study the computer, and various electronic games in the house. She also tried to play them while reading the instructions. It can be said that in just one morning, Ecclesia quickly became familiar with various high-tech products in the world with her clever little head. Lianju Ecclesia has figured out how to use the duel disc. She even learned the duel rules online and played a game with others online. Although she was severely punished for not knowing how to build a deck, Ecclesia has learned the general rules of the duel quite well. Yuki Jade couldn't help but praise her as a genius. You know, when Yubel first came to him, he even had to teach himself how to use the duel disc. Compared to Yubel, he is indeed quite talented. Of course, in order to avoid the dissatisfaction of Yubel in the deck, Yuchen Jade would naturally not say such words. He went to the hotel front desk to order lunch for 2 people, and asked the front desk to refill the snacks in the refrigerator in the room. Yuchen Jade and Ecclesia returned to the room. Looking at Ecclesia, who was happily sitting in front of the screen playing the game console, Yuchen Jade on the side was thinking about his system, how to bring Ecclesia back to the Abyss dimension. Open the system's dual link function interface. Yuchen Jade unexpectedly discovered that this time the function list has been. It was no longer a simple countdown. It seemed that I had triggered some condition. The current interface actually showed the option of Abyss dimension. In addition to Abyss dimension, Yujo Jade even saw the teleportation options of various card worlds such as World Destruction Dimension, Flash Blade Dimension, and DT Dimension. But unfortunately, other worlds are temporarily grey. It seems that only by reaching a certain level can a new dimension be unlocked. When he clicked on Abyss Dimension, Yujo Jade saw, in addition to the teleport option, there was even a card with the appearance of Ecclesia engraved on it. Saint of Teaching, Ecclesia, not yet unlocked. Star rating, 4. Magician. Attack, 1500, Defense, 1500. All the card decks related to the Abyss Dimension have also appeared in the options of Abyss Dimension. Except for the Dragon's Beasts of the Abyss in the Dragon card pack selection that the system rewarded to me before, which are shown as unlocked, the other card decks have not yet been shown as unlocked. Teaching, Iron Beast, Brand, Sword of the Sword, Ice Water, Prison of Death, Satellite Shining. It seems that all the decks in the Abyss world can be collected through the Abyss Dimension. Based on this, can I also collect the corresponding decks from other worlds? Not only that, I can also rely on my own domineering power. Rule these dimensions. Become the master of these dimensions and even the dual world. The ambition in my heart beats like a ghost flame at this moment. Yuki Jade's mouth curled up with a sneer. Then. Chapter 44. At this moment, in a room on the 2nd floor of the Seahorse Hotel, the room was spotless. There was not even any extra decoration in the room, All that came into view was the empty whiteness and the round table placed in the middle of the room. A man in a white robe sat at the table. On the table, several tarot cards were arranged on the table. Looking at the messages on them, the corners of the man's mouth curled up with a sneer. At this time, the door of the room was slowly opened. A silver-haired boy in a suit and leather shoes strode out of the door. In the next final, only you and Yuki Jade are left, right? Ed. Hearing that man's words, the silver-haired young man snorted. Are you doing your divination again, King's-Eye? Ed walked behind King's-Eye and looked at the tarot cards on King's-Eye's desk. That's right, Ed, your victory in this duel is destined. But, the next, the... King slowly flipped a card from the deck. Mystery 7, Chariot. Star rating, 4. Angels. Attack power, 1700, defense power, 1700. Chariot. Ed. Was slightly startled. That's right, in the next duel, you will lose to Jade. Putting the chariot in his hand on the table, Sayu slowly turned the card over and handed it to Ed. Me? Lost to Jade. Ed had a puzzled look on his face. Indeed, through the previous duels, this guy named Jade was indeed quite strong. But to assert that he lost to Jade, wasn't it too arbitrary for Sayu to say so? Don't deny fate, Ed. This is what fate has told me. Zai Wang raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. But such a result is only the beginning of Jade's road to hell. He drew another card. A hint of madness gradually emerged in Sayu's eyes. Mystery power 15 demon. Star rating, 7. Angels. Attack power, 2500, defense power, 2500. Jade. Your future is destined to fall into darkness. All of this is just the road of your destiny before you fall into darkness. On the other side, in the room, Jade was sitting in front of the computer, watching the discussion on the Duel forum about the invitational tournament. It was not hard to see from the discussion that quite a lot of people were very curious about the emergence of Jade, the new Duel star. No one had expected that in this invitational tournament, which was mostly made up of the top 20 duelists, this group of professional players would be beaten by an unknown newcomer. This was a bit magical. What's the story behind this player named Jade? Why haven't I heard of him before? That's right, I have no impression of such a strong duelist. I have investigated this player. His previous duel record is completely blank. He doesn't even have any public duel results. This is ridiculous. How many dueling masters are hidden in this world that we don't know about? Master Jade will definitely win. The forum replied one after another. Duel Monsters is a game that cannot be denied to have some luck involved. But being able to defeat professional duelists, former duel champions, and junior champions for several consecutive days is enough to represent Yuki Jade's strength. However, as Ed is a talented duelist who has never lost a game since entering the professional league, I think it is unlikely for him to lose to Yuki Jade, right? This is not certain. Yuki Jade has won so many games, and his health points have not been reduced yet. Hiss, indeed, I didn't notice it until you told me. But Ed has more dueling experience, which is definitely not something a dueling newbie can compare to. Lord Jade must be the champion. Hey, who is that girl called Love Girl upstairs? Stop spamming. There was a lot of noise on the forum about the upcoming game. People who didn't think highly of Jade at first, after watching the game for a few days, became very interested in this young man. Looking at the discussions on the internet, Jade shook his head helplessly. Jade? What are you looking at? At this time, Ecclesia also leaned over and looked at the discussion on the forum curiously. Oh. Is it Jade's game tomorrow? Looking at Ecclesia's twinkling eyes, Yuchen. Jade closed the web page helplessly. Well, I have to prepare well for the match with Ed tomorrow. Yuchen Jade took out his deck, his expression gradually becoming serious. Ed. The owner of the Hero of Destiny. If I can beat him. Chapter 45. Ed's Destiny Hero, currently without the most important terminal, Destiny Hero, Blood Demon D. It is not difficult to defeat him. However, since he is a hero user, Yuki Jade also had the idea of using his own heroes to compete with Ed's heroes. It's been a long time since I last used you. Looking at the cards in his hand that he had kept for many years, Yu Zhao smiled. My male bastards. Kaiba Paradise. Finals. The poster of Jade vs. Ed Phoenix has appeared on the big screen. The venue has just been opened for a short time. The venue is already full. Not only because this game is a world-class invitational tournament sponsored by the International Illusion Society. More importantly, after the fermentation of the forum in the past few days, Jade, the Dark Horse, has become the most watched new star in the Duel world. After winning so many Duel Masters in succession. If Jade can even beat Ed Phoenix, the noble son of the Duel world, then the Duel world today is probably going to change. The audience is enthusiastically discussing the direction of the duel. And on the internet, the discussion about Jade vs. Ed is also continuing to rise. Kaiba Hotel. Ecclesia blinked her big watery eyes and watched the live broadcast on the computer at the moment. She kept grabbing potato chips from the package and stuffing them into her mouth with a nervous look. At the same time, as the finals began, a clear dragon roar sounded. The Blue Eyes White Dragon, made of stereoscopic imaging technology, spread its wings and soared into the sky amid the exclamations of the audience, passing over the audience seats one by one. Then, the Blue Eyes White Dragon soared into the sky. A strong explosive gale bomb condensed in its mouth. Under the horrified eyes of the audience, it suddenly sprayed towards the duel stage. In an instant, a violent explosion surged from the stage. The terrifying hurricane swept across the scene, causing the audience to scream continuously. However, just when the audience was scared and wanted to flee everywhere, the strong wind on the duel stage suddenly dissipated. In the center of the terrifying hurricane, Kaiba raised his right arm high. The duel disc on his arm flashed a dazzling blue light in the strong wind. At this moment, Kaiba appeared in the center of the duel stage with the posture of a king. He stared at the surroundings with cold eyes and roared with his passionate voice. Duelists from all over the world. See it. This is the powerful illusion of the next generation duel disc newly developed by Kaiba Corporation. As soon as the words fell, the duel disc on Kaiba's arm flashed with a blue light and quickly absorbed all the airflow around it. At this moment, the hurricane subsided. All the audience were stunned in their seats. Duel image? You call this a duel image? But soon, some people gradually came back to their senses from the shock. Amidst the cheers, the entire audience quickly boiled. Such a realistic duel image has become a carnival for the duelists. Kaiba. This powerful man in the duel world, second only to the Duel King, the chairman of Kaiba Corporation, and a legendary figure who promoted the duel monsters. This time, he actually came to the duel scene in such a crazy, cool, and extremely second-year way. He also brought brand new duel equipment. How could people not be excited? Kaiba! 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 Warm cheers resounded through the world. Duelists from all over the world have been caught up in the carnival created by Kaiba. In the lounge, Jade looked speechlessly at the president who was giving a passionate speech on the big screen. It must be said that Kaiba really has a business mind. In the final of the invitational tournament funded by the International Illusion Society, which was so popular, he advertised the new next generation duel disc of his own company Kaiba. And the advertisement was so exciting. What the duel disc is the temple of the soul, the card is the weapon of the duelist, breaking through the flesh. The restrictions, the collision of souls through the next generation duel disc. Although it is a bit second year. But in this almost invincible atmosphere, coupled with Kaiba's spirit, it is really contagious. If he didn't have much money in his pocket, Jade really wanted to pay for one. Compared to Jade, Ed on the side, sat silently on the sofa. His eyes were always focused on Jade. At this moment, all he could think of were the words Sayu said to him yesterday. He couldn't beat Jade, this is a destined arrangement. Tisk, what a joke. Ed gritted his teeth, staring at Jade with an increasingly serious look. He had previously believed in the fate determined by Sayu. But only this time. He didn't want to believe it. And he didn't want to believe it again. Ed clenched his fists. I won't lose. Sayu. I will prove it to you. My destiny hero will never lose to anyone. Chapter 46. At the same time, under Kaiba's passionate speech, the new product of Kaiba Company, the next generation duel disc, was obviously a huge success. Everyone was immersed in this carnival. Seeing that the atmosphere was already heated up, Kaiba waved his hand. The next moment, a next-generation dual disc that was the same as the one worn on Kaiba Sito's arm slowly appeared in front of everyone from the lifting platform. The final winner of this invitational tournament will receive a new generation of dual disc jointly funded by the International Illusion Society and Kaiba Corporation. This dual disc has the most comprehensive duel system available today. Similarly, it also supports duelists with unique personalities to change the appearance of the dual disc. Sito Kaiba pressed the button on the dual disc, and in front of everyone's surprised eyes, the dual disc actually changed from a high-tech azure blue appearance to a universal fiery red dual disc. Now, the audience was boiling again. A dual disc that can change its appearance? This can't be explained by science at all, right? Kaiba, have you mastered alien technology? Well, then, the final. Let the two sides begin, the final collision of souls. Kaiba Sito shouted. As the lights flickered, Jade and Ed looked at each other. They walked out of the lounge and headed towards the duel stage. As they emerged from the lounge, the surrounding lights instantly focused on Jade and Ed. On the big screen, Jade and Ed's faces appeared tit-for-tat on the split screen, attracting countless audiences to cheer passionately. Master Jade! Come on! Lee waved the cheering flag in his hand, his voice almost hoarse with excitement. Humph, I admit that I underestimated you a little bit, Yujo Jade. Walking to the duel stage. Ed glanced at Yujo Jade and said coldly, but, it ends here. Yujo Jade smiled indifferently. He ignored Ed's declaration of war, put on the dual disc and walked onto the duel stage. Hateful. Feeling ignored, Ed's face darkened. He also put the dual disc on his arm. Looking at the deck in his hand, a solemn look appeared on his face. Sai Wang. I will prove that I will never lose. The two stepped onto their respective duel areas. The decks of both parties were shuffled quickly on the dual disc, and the two of them focused their eyes on each other. Humph, fight to your heart's content. Use your soul, use everything you have, and experience the battle to your heart's content. Kaiba Sito raised his right hand and shouted loudly. Duel. Yuchen 10th Generation, LP4000. Ed Phoenix, LP4000. I get the first strike. Draw a card. As the duel began, Ed glanced at the first strike prompt on the duel disc and immediately drew a card. Let's test it out a bit first. Magic card, Fusion. Ed showed the card in his hand. Fusion right at the start? Seeing Ed's choice, many spectators exclaimed. Using the King Bomb right at the start, it seems that this duel has a lot of selling points. I will fuse the Elemental Hero, Wingman and Elemental Hero, Hot Girl in my hand. Ed quickly took out the two cards from his hand, Fusion Summon. Elemental Hero, Phoenix Man. As soon as the words fell, the two basic heroes, Wingman and Hot Girl, quickly jumped into the fusion vortex. As the vortex dissipated, a hero with green wings and a black and red body appeared in front of everyone. Elemental Heroes, Phoenix. Stars, 6. Warrior/Fusion. Attack Power, 2100, Defense Power, 1200. Phoenix Man? Can't Wingman and Hot Girl only fuse with Flame Wingman? At this time, some viewers who had not watched Ed's game expressed doubts. Indeed, in the current mainstream Elemental Hero deck, Wingman and Hot Girl only have one fusion route, Flame Wingman. But the hero used by Ed seems to be a little different from the heroes on the market. Humph, 2 cards are covered, and the round is over. Ed raised his lips and covered the 2 cards in his hand on the dual disc. He looked up at Yujo Jade. But he found that Yujo Jade was looking at him coldly, as if he was a little dissatisfied with his first round. You're using a monster like this to test me. Ed, if this is all you can do, I'll be bored. Yuzo Jade put his finger on the dual disc. Ed was shocked. He rarely used the Fate Hero series of decks in front of outsiders. Did Jade know that he had another hero? It's my turn, draw a card. Yu Cheng Jade knew that Ed was still hiding his weakness. Using such a basic elemental hero was too much of an understatement. Scanning his hand, Yu Cheng Jade's mind had flashed through several ways to kill Ed. However, his system still had to defeat the opponent's card elves head-on to get a lot of rewards. If he won without forcing Ed's Destiny hero out, the rewards might be greatly reduced. In this case, activate the magic card, Fusion. Yujo Jade also showed the card in his hand. I merged the elemental hero, Shadow Mist Girl and Elemental Hero, Liquid Man in my hand. Fusion Summon. Elemental Heroes, Absolute Zero. Seeing the card that Yuki Jade showed, there was a cry of surprise on the field. Wait! An elemental hero? Moreover, an elemental hero that has never been seen on the market? Chapter 47. With the appearance of Absolute Zero, Ed showed a very surprised look on his face. Heroes? The deck used by Yuki Jade is actually heroes? Moreover, he has never seen any of the elemental heroes he used? Whether it is the Shadow Mist Girl, Liquid Man, or Absolute Zero Man. These are actually the types of heroes that he has never seen before. Ed's father is a card designer, and his main series is the Hero series. Ed has been influenced by his father since he was a child. As for the understanding of Hero series cards, he thinks that no one will surpass him. But when Yuki Jade showed these elemental heroes that he had never seen before, Ed's confidence in heroes was instantly discounted. He couldn't believe that there were heroes in the world that he had never seen. The strong wind swept the ice, and a terrifying ice storm blew up on the field. The violent cold wind even made the audience feel the biting cold. The hero in white armor and cloak broke through the ice storm with kneeling on the ground. He suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of Yuki Jade. Elemental Heroes, Absolute Zero. Star Rating, 8. Warrior/Fusion. Attack Power, 2500, Defense Power, 2000. Thanks to the stunning 3D imaging technology of Kaiba Corporation. The appearance of Absolute Zero instantly caused a warm exclamation from the audience. Oh my god, this is too real, right? If it weren't for the 3D imaging technology that Kaiba's president demonstrated earlier, I would have really thought that this was a summon of the hero from the card. Is this Haima technology? Haima Company, the god forever. The appearance of Absolute Zero ignited the heroic spirit of countless audiences. Hero vs. Hero. In this duel, who will win the final victory? Absolute Zero's attack power is higher than Phoenix Man, but Elemental Hero, Phoenix Man has the effect of not being destroyed by battle, so even in a normal battle, the 10th generation player cannot eliminate the monsters on the field of Ed player. At this time, some duelists in the audience who have studied duels deeply also began to analyze carefully. Absolute Zero's appearance is indeed eye-catching. But the effect of Phoenix Man is not so easy to break through. At this moment, the effects of Elemental Hero, Shadow Mist Girl and Elemental Hero, Liquid Man, which were sent to the graveyard due to the fusion, were activated. Yuki Jade immediately said according to the chain, the first is the effect of Elemental Hero, Shadow Mist Girl. If this card is sent to the graveyard, add a hero monster from your deck to your hand except Shadow Mist Girl. Yuki Jade unfolds his deck and takes out a card. Then, the effect of Elemental Hero, Liquid Man. When this card is sent to the graveyard or banished as a fusion material, draw 2 cards from your deck, then choose a card from your hand and discard it. Yuki draws 2 more cards. Then, he chooses a card from his hand and sends it to the graveyard. That's it. Looking at the card in his hand, Yuki said, activate a quick attack magic card. Mask Transformation. Mask Changes. Seeing the card in Yuki Jade's hand, Ed's pupil shrank. Target the Elemental Hero, Absolute Zero on your field. Let Absolute Zero transform and fuse. Holding the card in his hand high, Yuki Jade shouted coldly. Transformation and Fusion. Hearing what Yuki Jade shouted, Ed, as well as Kaiba Sito and Pegasus who were watching the battle in the viewing room, all showed surprised expressions. That's right, it's Transformation and Fusion. Yuki Jade took the Elemental Hero, Absolute Zero from the dual disc, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Send Absolute Zero to the graveyard, and special summon a masked hero with the same attributes as Absolute Zero from the extra deck. A fusion summon that can be completed with only 1 monster. This is Transformation Fusion. Yuki Jade opened his right hand. A golden light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, a snow-white aura began to bloom around Absolute Zero on the field, and the surrounding icicles, in the shape of fighting spirit, continued to spurt out. Hensen. Absolute Zero took a transformation pose like in a special drama. A black belt gathered around his waist, and a white cross-shaped transformation device emerged from the black belt. Come out. Masked Hero. Acid. A hero starting with M? Hearing the name of the hero called out by Yuki Jade, Ed's face changed again. The next moment, Absolute Zero was enveloped by a ball of deep blue light. As the deep blue light dissipated, Absolute Zero has transformed into a brand new appearance. Masked Hero Acid Water. Star Rating, 8. Warrior/Fusion. Attack Power, 2600, Defense Power, 2100. Dark Blue Knight Armor, Chest Armor with red marks, and Knight Starting Pose. At this moment, a new hero of special effects masked style was displayed in front of everyone in a posture that shocked the whole world. This is the unique hero field that belongs to Yuki Jade. M Hero. Masked Hero. Listening to the warm cheers of the audience, Ed's face was pale at this moment. He suddenly realized, hero is not a title that belongs only to him. His own destined hero is not the only hero in the world. The boy in front of him, Yuki Jade, has a power far beyond his imagination. He is a hero far beyond his imagination. Ed clenched his fists and bit his lower lip unwillingly. Could it be that? Chapter 48. When Absolute Zero leaves the field, all monsters on the opponent's field will be destroyed. Moreover, when Acid Water is successfully special summoned, all magic and trap cards on the opponent's field are destroyed. The attack power of monsters on the opponent's field decreases by 300 points. The combo that Yuki Jade wanted has been formed. Zetsu Zero transforms into Acid Water. This method can be said to be the most classic combo of the hero deck. Using the mask change, the effects of Zetsu Zero and Acid Water are triggered at the same time, thus achieving the ability to completely clear the field. What? Sure enough, after hearing the effect read out by Yuki Jade, Ed was shocked. The next moment, the storm intertwined by the power of Juling and Acid Water began to sweep towards Ed's field with amazing momentum. Although the elemental hero Phoenix Man has the effect of not being destroyed by battle, it seems particularly powerless in the face of effect destruction. Coupled with Acid Water's ability to clear the backfield, in just a blink of an eye, the monsters on Ed's field and the two cover cards in the backfield turned into fragments and disappeared instantly. Ouch! Ed's face darkened and he raised his arms to block the broken debris in front of him. He didn't expect that Yuki Jade could clear his layout in an instant. Did he really underestimate him? Now your front court is empty, right? Yuki Jade entered the battle phase without hesitation. Fight! Masked Hero, Acid Water, attack the opponent directly. Acid Water immediately jumped up. In the air, a night kick was condensed, and it instantly penetrated Ed's body. A burning pain came from Ed's abdomen. Ed held his stomach and stepped back a few steps. His health value dropped rapidly like running water. Ed Phoenix, LP 40001400. In an instant, his health dropped below the danger line. The night kick that hit Ed's abdomen hard instantly made the audience scream. The attack ended. Yuki Jade's eyes swept across the cards in his hand. His eyes paused slightly on one of the cards. This card. This is the first card given to me by the system since I awakened the power of the Overlord, although I have never used it. However, should I use it in this situation? Use Ed's hero and your own hero. The corner of his mouth raised an arc. Yuki Jade put that card and another card in his hand on the duel disc. 2 cards are set, turn ends. Press the button to end the turn. Yuki Jade calmly ends his turn. Damn it! Ed slowly got up from the ground, gritting his teeth and staring at Yuki Jade. In Yuki Jade's hand, there was a hero monster retrieved using Elemental Hero, Shadow Mist Lady. And before entering the battle, Yuki Jade had not performed a normal summon at all. With the little life left, even if Yuki Jade summoned a random Electro, he would have already lost. But this guy only chose to use Acid Water to attack. Is he deliberately letting the opponent win? Jade's letting the opponent win deeply hurt Ed's self-esteem. My turn, draw a card. Ed knew that he could no longer hide. Yuki Jade. My Destiny hero will never lose to your heroes. Activate magic card, Destiny draw card. Ed threw out the card he had drawn. As the magic card gathered in the light on Ed's field, Yuki Jade's eyes finally relaxed at this moment. Is it finally here? Ed's Destiny Heroes. Discard a Destiny Hero card in your hand to activate. Draw 2 cards from the deck. Ed discarded the last card in his hand. I discard the Destiny Hero, Demonic Man in my hand. Draw 2 cards from the deck. Ed then put another card on the dual disc. Activate the magic card, Pot of Greed. According to the effect, draw 2 cards from the deck. Here it comes. GX character passive skill, when there are no cards in hand, you must use the Pot of Greed. 1 card is unconditionally profitable. This is a god card for dual monsters. Except for a certain supermodel mermaid deck, it is not very necessary. Almost everyone has one. After replenishing the hand cards, Ed immediately continued his development. Magic card, Beyond Destiny. Target a Destiny hero monster in your graveyard, and special summon a Destiny hero monster from your deck that is half the level of that monster or less. The level of Destiny hero, Demonic Man in my graveyard is 6, so I special summon a level 3 Destiny hero, Stubborn Man from my deck. Ed unfolded his deck and placed one of the monsters on the duel disc. As the light spread, a hero with heavy armor on his arms appeared on Ed's field with a roar. It appeared. It was the legendary trump card deck of Ed, Hero of Destiny. Ed's Hero of Destiny ignited the enthusiasm of the audience again. Being able to see 2 heroes that we have never seen in the past in the finals at once. This ticket to the finals is worth it. Then, I normal summon Destiny hero, Drillman. Ed once again placed the remaining 2 cards on the duel disc one by one. Activate when Drillman is successfully summoned or special summoned. Special summon a Destiny hero monster from your hand with an attack power equal to this card's. I special summoned, Destiny hero, Gunner. As soon as the words fell, the Drill Man and the Gun Man floated up one after another. The 2 heroes of fate crossed their arms and slowly landed beside Ed. Gun Drawer, when a hero monster is successfully special summoned by its effect, both players draw a card from their decks. Ed placed his finger on the duel board and quickly drew a card. Jade also drew a card calmly and silently added it to his hand. Activate the effect of Destiny hero, Demonic Man in the graveyard. Banish the demon in the graveyard, and special summon the second demon from the deck. Ed said, sending the demon in the graveyard to the banishment zone. The next moment, a dark hero wearing black demon wings and with a D symbol engraved on his chest emerged from the summoning circle with a roar. Very good. Now all the conditions are met. Looking at the card in his hand, Ed looked coldly at Jade. 10th generation, next, you will see it. The most powerful hero among all the heroes of Destiny. Release 3 monsters on the field, including the Destiny hero. Special summon from your hand. Come out. Destined hero, the Doctrine. Raised his hand. 3 black beams of light immediately surged on Ed's field. They enveloped the 3 monsters, the Demon Man, the Gun Man, and the Stubborn Man. As the beams of light dissipated, the hero wearing devil wings soared into the air. The sharp blade on his arm flashed a dazzling cold light in the darkness. As the darkness dissipated, the Doctrine, bound by iron chains, appeared on Ed's field under the projection of the dual image. Destiny hero, Doctrine. Star rating, 8. Warrior/special summon. Attack power, 3400, defense power, 2400. Appeared. Ed's real trump card now. The hero of Destiny lurking in the darkness. The Doctrine. Looking at the Doctrine slowly falling beside Ed. Jade raised a smile. Jade, have you seen it? My Destiny hero. Ed clenched his fists. He looked at the acid water on Jade's field, and at this moment he felt unprecedented satisfaction. The Destiny hero teaches people. The attack power is far superior to the elemental hero, and the dark hero above the masked hero. Jade. Even you have to admit. The Destiny hero is superior to the elemental hero and the masked hero, right? However, when he saw the smile on Jade's mouth, Ed's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he had an ominous premonition. Indeed, if we only talk about attack power, the Doctrine is the strongest among all the non-fusion monster heroes. But, as a professional player, you should know this very well, right? Duel monsters are not just a competition of attack power. Especially the duel between heroes. If you are not careful, your hero on the field will become the opponent's wedding dress. Jade slowly raised his head. A golden light appeared in his pupils. Open the card cover. Quick attack magic card. Chapter 49. A symbol of the strongest power created by the darkness deep in the soul. Absolutely invincible. Unleash the ultimate power. Activate, Super Fusion. As Jade raised the card in his hand, at this moment, the sky suddenly gathered with lead grey dark clouds. Thunder flashed in the dark clouds. A strong, disturbing atmosphere quickly enveloped the scene. It seemed to distort everything in the world. What the hell is going on here? Ed was so frightened by the scene before his eyes that he couldn't tell for a moment whether it was a 3D image or a real change in the sky. Hyperconvergence. By discarding a card in your hand, you can use the monsters on your and your opponent's fields as fusion materials for fusion. Jade took out a card in his hand and shouted coldly. Use the monsters on both sides' fields as materials for fusion. Ed's face changed drastically. That means even the Destiny Hero on his field will become Jade's fusion material? I choose to merge your Destiny Hero, Drill Man, and Destiny Hero, Doctrine Man. Jade's body was gradually shrouded in darkness. Even the dual disc on his arm gradually deformed under the cover of darkness. Black armor gradually covered Jade's body. The dual disc on his arm also emerged with orange magic eyes, transforming into sharp bone spurs. What happened? Why did the Yushin player transform while playing? Is this a trick, or is it because of the 3D image of Kaiba Corporation? Oh my god, even if it is a 3D image, isn't it too realistic? Just looking into that child's eyes already scared me. The changes in Jade immediately caused panic among the audience. The sudden changes in the world that seemed like the end of the world, plus Jade's appearance as if he was a demon who ruled the world, made countless people panic. Ed's forehead was covered with cold sweat at this moment. He looked at Jade, who was almost a different person in front of him. He suppressed his inner fear and said, even if you can fuse the monsters on my field. However, the Hero of Destiny is my own unique hero. Jade, what kind of monsters can you fuse with the heroes on my field? That's right. Ed's words were like a revelation to many viewers. The Destiny Hero is Ed's exclusive. How could Jade succeed in fusion? However, Super Fusion has been activated. This means that Jade must have monsters that can be successfully fused. Thunder flashed in the sky. The Doctrine Man and the Drill Man on Ed's field covered their heads and struggled with painful screams. However, even so, the bodies of the two monsters were gradually twisted in the vortex of fusion. Under the power of super fusion, the two monsters began to merge rapidly. Hyperconvergence. You can combine everything in the world together. Even though I don't have the corresponding fusion terminal in my hand. Jade spoke calmly. He opened his hand, and amid the thunder, a card slowly condensed in his palm. A hero created by fusing a 6-star or higher hero monster with a Destiny Hero fusion monster. At this moment, it will be officially born. No, it's impossible. Ed stepped back repeatedly, his eyes dancing with disbelief. The Destiny Hero is the legacy left to him by his father. How could anyone else in this world have the Destiny Hero? Absolutely, absolutely impossible. Am I dreaming? Am I definitely dreaming now? The vortex gradually dissipated. Ed stared at the new figure slowly emerging from the vortex with wide eyes. The dark phoenix wings blocked the sky like a shield covering the sun. The body burning like a flame bloomed with a different charm in the darkness. Immortality. Hero of Destiny, destroy Phoenix Man. Destiny Heroes Destruction Phoenix. Star rating, 8. Warrior/Fusion. Attack power, 2500, defense power, 2100. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Even Kaiba and Pegasus in the viewing room stood up in shock. Everyone stared blankly at the hero floating in the air, burning with flames. For a moment, the scene was dead silent. No one could believe that Jade actually fused and summoned the Destiny Hero monster. Impossible, impossible. The last bit of determination in Ed's heart was completely shattered. He gritted his teeth, but in the end, he seemed to have lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. This also means Ed, both his victory and his self-esteem had been completely shattered by Jade. My turn. Seeing that Ed had lost the desire to resist, Yuzhao drew a card and flicked his fingers. Phoenix Destroyer, attack Ed directly. Looking at the Phoenix Destroyer rushing towards him, Ed's pupil shrank. He was hit hard by the Phoenix Destroyer's attack. In the blink of an eye, Ed's health value quickly returned to 0. Ed also fell heavily to the ground. Ed Phoenix, LP 14000. Jade, win. Duel. Chapter 50. 1. Jade, he won? Looking at Jade's winning avatar on the big screen in front of them, the audience was stunned for a moment. The appearance of Destined Hero, Phoenix Man of Destruction undoubtedly made everyone fall into silence. It was too scary. Yuki Jade actually used the opponent's monster to fuse such a card? Can the card called Super Fusion really fuse everything and create a card that has never existed before? In the viewing room, Kaiba looked at Yuki Jade on the field with a serious expression. Behind him, his confidant Isano had already taken the investigation report and quickly came behind Kaiba. Master Sito, the investigation results are out. There is indeed no record of super fusion and destruction of Phoenix in the current card library. These two cards are cards that Yuki Jade has never used before. Isano's words made Kaiba frown even more. Bekas beside him also had a complicated expression. Regarding hyperconvergence, I once saw it in an ancient text record. This card is the ultimate fusion card created by the evil teachings of the legendary spirit world, which triggers the 5 negative emotions of anger, hatred, bitterness, sadness, and doubt in the heart. It can be said that this card is a collection of the darkest powers. But I didn't expect this card to appear in Jade's hands. Kaiba was silent for a moment. He slowly turned around and walked out of the viewing room. He took the elevator and came to the center of the duel venue. As the audience was stunned, Kaiba walked to the side of Yuki Jade and raised Yuki Jade's left hand high. It seems that this duel invitational tournament has finally come to an end. The winner is the duelist, Yuki Jade. As Kaiba loud voice echoed over Kaiba Paradise. At this moment, the audience finally burst into thunderous cheers. This is amazing. What kind of duel is this? This is the first time I've seen such a duel. I've never seen a card like this before that fuses your opponent's monsters to create new monsters. Isn't this too strong? This is as strong as cheating. Yajo Jade! Yajo Jade! Yajo Jade! The voices calling for Yajo Jade became louder and louder. From this moment on, the name Yajo Jade was destined to be written into the history of duel monsters. In the crowded audience, Sayu stared at Yajo Jade on the field with a sneer. As fate would have it, did I win? But, this victory is your first step into the darkness. Yuchin Jade, I'm looking forward to your future performance, he he he. Sayu slowly pulled down his hood and gradually disappeared in the crowd. On the field, Ed, who was kneeling on the ground with an unwilling look on his face, slowly stood up amid thunderous cheers. Looking at Yuki Jade, who was declared the winner by Kaiba with his left hand raised high. Ed's expression was a little dazed. The inner loss and broken self-esteem made Ed extremely embarrassed at the moment. He looked at Yuki Jade deeply. He clenched his fists and left the duel field without looking back. He would not be discouraged like this. Yuki Jade used super fusion to prove the upper limit of the hero of destiny. Himself, I will definitely be able to surpass this limit. Sooner or later, I will definitely win the upper city again. Absolutely. Watching Ed leave, Yuki Jade slowly shook his head and looked away. Although Ed was a little arrogant, he was a very righteous boy. I hope this duel will help Ed improve in the future. With a sigh in his heart, Yuki Jade turned his head and looked at Kaiba beside him. The president still had that cold and stinky face. However, compared to when they met not long ago, it can be seen that there is a little more affirmation of Yuki Jade's strength in the president's eyes. Although Kaiba is also an extreme tsundere, he usually looks down on everything. But in the final analysis, once he meets an opponent that Kaiba recognizes, then he will not be stingy with his attention to his opponent. Of course, if one day you are surpassed by the president, then the president will mock you like he did to Yanushi, calling you a mediocre person and a small fry. It's not that he really despises the mediocrities and small fry he calls them. It's just that the president's personality is like that, which makes people helpless. Yuki Jade knows Kaiba too well. Yajo Jade, congratulations! Taking the dual disc off the prize table, Kaiba handed it to Yajo Jade. The grand prize of this invitational tournament. The next generation dual disc? Looking at the dual disc in his hand, Yajo Jade immediately replaced the old dual disc on his arm. Then he put on this high-tech blue dual disc on his arm. Soon, a blue electronic projection screen appeared in front of Yajo Jade's eyes. Please select the dual disc style. Style. Looking at the hundreds of styles of dual discs, Yajo Jade smiled calmly and clicked on one of them, the black and gold Overlord dual disc. In an instant, the dual disc on his arm began to rapidly transform. Amid the exclamations of the audience, the next generation dual disc had transformed into the style that Jade had used before. The black and gold Overlord color, as well as the magic eye engraved on the dual disc, were even reproduced one-to-one. Should we choose this style of dual disc, Jade? Seeing this, Kaiba snorted coldly. He seemed to understand that ordinary people could not make Jade turn back from the dark path. However, you've always wanted to go to the Duel Academy, right? Kaiba glanced at Zhao. As an additional reward for this championship, I will make an exception and give you a chance to enter the Duel Academy. Jade's mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 51. Congratulations to the host for defeating the legendary duelist, Ed Phoenix. Detected that the host used hyperfusion to fuse the Phoenix of Destruction. The card Destiny Hero, Phoenix Destroyer has been sent to the host's collection card book. Destiny Hero series cards have been sent to the host's collection card book. Has absorbed some of the power to destroy the Phoenix Man. As the duel ended, Jade listened to the system prompts in his ears while feeling his own dark power rising. Destroy part of the power of the Phoenix Man. Opening his hands, looking at the flames dancing in his palms, Zhao raised his eyebrows. As expected. Speaking of Phoenix Destroyer, the most eye-catching thing is naturally the destructive power of Phoenix Destroyer and the rebirth ability to revive from the graveyard in the next round. It seems that he has also been given the rebirth ability of Phoenix Destroyer by the system. Although it seems that this ability seems to have a long cooling time. Well, but it doesn't seem to be of much use to me. Jade touched his chin and thought secretly. After all, it is a world of playing cards. His rebirth feels useless. With his current strength, there is no chance to use this, right? But no matter what, it is better to have a way to save your life. What he has to face is not only the card game in the dual world, but also those fancy and expensive things in the elf world. As soon as he arrived downstairs of the hotel, Jade saw a familiar figure. 10th generation. Ecclesia waved her arms and ran towards him excitedly. You're so awesome, Jade. You beat your opponent in one fell swoop. Looking at the girl running in front of him with eyes full of admiration, a drop of sweat immediately fell from Jujiro's forehead. Even without opening the system, Jujiro could seem to see the +1+1+1 popping out of Ecclesia's head. Not only did it not lose any life points, but it also fused the opponent's trump card into a new monster in one breath. This is too amazing. He is worthy of being the Jade. Ecclesia blinked her big eyes and praised Jade. You ran here to wait for me, is it because there is no food in the house? Jade tried his best to ignore Ecclesia's flattery. He knew Ecclesia too well. This glutton, who could make her abandon the snacks in the house and run to a place like this to greet him, must not be to praise him. Sure enough. Seeing that Jade had exposed her thoughts, Ecclesia scratched her head and stuck out her tongue, and laughed awkwardly. Hehe, you are indeed the 10th generation, you even know this. Tende. I went to the hotel front desk to reorder lunch and snacks. Jade also returned to the room with Ecclesia, who was holding a bunch of snacks and was very satisfied. As the champion of this invitational tournament, Jade not only received the next generation dual disc given by Kaiba, but also a one-year free ticket for Kaiba Park. During this year, he can use any facilities in Kaiba Park with the free ticket. Including hotels, restaurants, and other places, he can eat and stay at will. There is still some time before the Duel Academy assessment mentioned by Kaiba. These days, Jade is also going to rest in the hotel first. By the way, study how to send this troublesome glutton saint back to the abyss dimension. Although Jade doesn't mind raising a pet. But after all, there is a difference between men and women. Ecclesia is not very defensive against people, and there are always inconveniences in daily life. Today, I am not the stubborn card player in the original work. Naturally, I can't ignore a girl in pajamas dangling in front of me. Well, wandering around in all senses. Inside the room, Ecclesia sat cross-legged on the bed, eating snacks and watching variety shows on TV with a smile on her face. Ecclesia's ability to adapt to the modern world is extremely terrifying. In 2 days, she not only mastered all the electrical appliances, but also found variety channels and TV series that she liked to watch. Every time she watched a show, she would watch it for the whole day, as if she was addicted to it. Jade also asked Ecclesia if she wanted to return to Longi Kingdom. But this glutton actually looked like she was happy here, not thinking about the outside world, and completely forgot her identity and responsibilities as a saint. What saint? Just a gluttonous otaku. Maybe, just like the last time I came to this world. If I touch Ecclesia and jump through dimensions, I can send her back to the abyss dimension, right? After thinking for a long time, Jade suddenly remembered the situation when he brought Ecclesia here. He glanced at Ecclesia, who was focusing on the TV. Jade stretched out his hand and gently placed it on Ecclesia's shoulder. Whether to enable the dual link function. Open. Hey. Ecclesia was stunned for a moment. The next second, she felt a flash before her eyes. Then, she and Jade appeared in a world she was familiar with. The Abyss Dimension, Longi Country. Why did you suddenly come back? Ecclesia was still confused. She didn't notice that at this moment, thunder was rumbling in the sky above Longi Country, and a terrifying hole was rapidly expanding from it. Jade looked up at the hole in the sky. But he saw a giant dragon with scorching flames all over its body falling from the hole towards Longi Country like a meteor. Hey! Isn't it such a coincidence? Chapter 52. The flames rolled down from the sky, carrying a pitch-black dragon. The roar filled with deadly threats shook the entire Longi Kingdom. Facing the dragon that seemed to be destroying Longi Kingdom, immediately prepared to counterattack. Countless knights of the church began to move out. Fleur-de-Lis, the saint, was also fully armed. Jade, its sister Fleur-de-Lis. Ecclesia and Jade rushed to the city wall. Although they had just returned to this world, the hole in the sky still made Ecclesia immediately understand what happened. The Abyss Dimension is located in an unstable dimensional area. Holes like this one appear in the sky from time to time. And from the holes, monsters often descend and destroy the surrounding cities. 680 As saints, the duty of Ecclesia and Fleur-de-Lis is to protect the country and prevent it from being destroyed by these monsters. Jade looked in the direction Ecclesia pointed. On the plain, the giant dragon with blazing flames all over its body had appeared. It was a demon dragon covered with silver scales. After landing, the demon dragon immediately spread its wings and roared. Its body was also covered with scarlet lightning. A pair of blood-red eyes covered with madness revealed that the demon dragon was in an extremely unstable state at the moment. Ash Dragon, Falling Dragon. Jade frowned, and the name of this dragon suddenly appeared in his mind. Roar. After seeing the troops of the church, Luo Yinlong became more and more violent. It roared and spewed hot dragon flames at the troops of the church. Scatter quickly. Fleur-de-Lis loudly commanded the troops of the church. She tightly grasped the holy sword and holy shield in her hands, dodging the dragon flames sprayed by Luo Yinlong while running towards Luo Yinlong. Even though she was wearing holy armor, Fleur-de-Lis's speed did not stop at all. She quickly approached the dragon. She raised the holy sword in her hand high and chopped the dragon with one sword. However, the silver scales of the dragon were stronger than expected. Fleur-de-Lis's attack only left a faint mark on the dragon's scales. Not only that, this attack seemed to anger the dragon even more. It turned around and swung its tail, and its tail like a steel whip hit Fleur-de-Lis heavily, knocking Fleur-de-Lis away more than 10 meters. Sister Fleur-de-Lis! Ecclesia exclaimed nervously. Looking at Fleur-de-Lis who was blown away, Ecclesia looked at Jade for help. Jade, what should I do? Sister Fleur-de-Lis. Jade's eyes darkened slightly. If he guessed correctly, the identity of this ash dragon, the fallen dragon, should be Albus's fallen, that is, the boy named Albus. According to the description in the story of the card, Albus should be controlled by Alub, so he attacked everything around him like crazy. Damn it! After being blown away, Fleur-de-Lis immediately turned over and got up from the ground. However, Luo Yinlong seemed to have locked Fleur-de-Lis as his target. It immediately roared and swooped down towards Fleur-de-Lis. Damn it! To read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Fleur-de-Lis had no choice but to put up the holy shield and prepare to withstand the attack of the dragon. However, at this moment, another extremely terrifying force suddenly shot from the direction of the city wall. A group of terrifying wind bullets hit Luo Yinlong's body. With Luo Yinlong's shrill screams, Luo Yinlong was instantly blown away. What? This power? Fleur-de-Lis was startled and looked in the direction where the gale bullet came from. She saw a young man dressed in Western European aristocratic clothes, holding a blonde girl falling from the sky. As the young man landed, the blonde girl immediately jumped out of the young man's arms and ran towards Fleur-de-Lis. Sister Fleur-de-Lis. Ecclesia. Fleur-de-Lis was obviously extremely shocked when she saw the blonde girl. Even though her face was covered by a helmet, Jade could still feel the shock on Fleur-de-Lis's face. Ecclesia, why are you here? Where have you been these days? Fleur-de-Lis looked at Ecclesia, who had thrown herself into her arms, took off her helmet and asked nervously. Do you know how worried I was when you were missing? And the Vatican has sent so many people to look for you. Elder sister, Ecclesia lowered her head in self-blame. But soon, she looked at Fleur-de-Lis and opened her hands to use the power of the stigmata. Sister Fleur-de-Lis, are you okay? No, I am protected by the holy armor. The attack just now can't hurt me. Fleur-de-Lis shook her head and was about to ask Ecclesia in detail where she had gone. Jade interrupted the conversation between the two sisters. Now is not the time for small talk. The explosive wind bullet of destruction I used was, after all, just a simplified version, and its power was only 2/3 of the original Blue Eyes White Dragons. Such an attack cannot defeat Luo Yinlong with an attack power of 2,500 points. Jade said calmly, which confused Fleur-de-Lis. However, the battles between dual monsters in the spirit world are indeed compared according to attack power. Such an attack can injure Luo Yinlong, but it is still a little short of defeating him completely. Looking at Luo Yinlong, who struggled to get up from the ground, from the fact that Luo Yinlong's dragon armor was only broken, it was not enough. It is exactly what Jade thought. However, the attack of the gust of wind bullets did slightly reduce Luo Yinlong's strength. Then, we will rely on this. Yujiro opened his hand. A card with black flames suddenly appeared in Yujiro's hand. Then, darkness began to surge rapidly. The power of the Overlord was like a thick fog covering Yujiro. What? The power of this boy? Fleur-de-Lis's face changed. She looked at the boy in front of her in disbelief. She was extremely afraid of the darkness in the boy. This guy. Chapter 53. The darkness expanded rapidly. The arrogance like a tsunami instantly submerged the battlefield at this moment. Not only Fleur-de-Lis, but also the troops of the church instantly felt the horror of this arrogance. Roar! Luo Yinlong seemed to feel the threat from the darkness. It instinctively felt fear. But its eyes flashing with scarlet light showed that it was completely helpless at the moment. It seemed as if it was forced by something. Luo Yinlong roared and rushed towards Jade frantically. Have you become so pathetic that you can't even control your body? Jade's body was already wrapped in darkness. As the black fog dissipated, the armor under the darkness had already covered Jade. No, rather than Jade, it would be better to say that the person now is the Overlord. Overlord Jade. In that case, come and taste it for yourself, the taste of despair. Come out. The most vicious. Worst. My most loyal servant. Evil hero, evil blade demon king. The black card condensed in the palm of his hand suddenly exploded at this moment. A black beam of light rushed straight into the sky, pouring into the rolling dark clouds in the sky, shaking a circle of grey ripples in the sky. At that moment, even the people on the continent outside the Great Sand Sea saw the black beam of light rushing straight into the sky. The terrifying aura instantly made the entire abyss dimension tremble. Fleur-de-Lis hugged Ecclesia tightly and stared at the scene in front of her dully. Not only her. Those Vatican troops who were watching the battlefield from afar were also shocked by the scene in front of them. On the city wall, looking at the shocking dark power, the Archbishop in white robes remained silent. No one could tell what kind of expression he had under his mask at this moment. At this moment, only Luo Yinlong on the battlefield still maintained a surging fighting spirit. It roared at the black beam of light and attacked it like crazy. A pair of sharp claws covered in silver steel armor swung wildly, but each claw seemed to be swung on solid steel, leaving only scattered sparks. He he he. A wicked sneer rang out from the beam of light. Luo Yinlong's pupil shrank. The next second, a large hand suddenly stretched out from the beam of light, grabbed Luo Yinlong's head, and slammed the dragon's body to the ground like a toy. The ground was broken, and a huge pit was created. Luo Yinlong's face was pressed against the bottom of the pit, and half of his face was deeply sunken in the mud. A look of shock appeared on the other half of the dragon's face. Roar! It struggled hard, and the dragon's body twisted wildly on the ground, like a lizard that was pressed to the ground and struggled desperately. In the roar from its mouth, a hint of despair could be heard. At this moment, the black light column had been completely shattered. The devil's wings as black as ink steel slowly opened. The full image of the devil hero, wearing black armor covered with steel needles and with an evil sneer on the corner of his mouth under the mask, was now displayed in front of everyone. This is the strongest, most fierce, and most evil hero. The most loyal subordinate of the Overlord. The Evil Blade Demon King. Evil Hero, Evil Blade Demon King. Star Rating, 8. Demon/Fusion. Attack Power, 3500, Defense Power, 2100. Fleur-de-Lis's expression had frozen on her face. She stared blankly at the Evil Blade Demon King who was suppressing Luo Yinlong. And Yuki Jade, who was standing behind the Evil Blade Demon King and was wrapped in black armor. There were beads of sweat on her forehead. She could feel it. The power of the Evil Blade Demon King all came from the boy shrouded in dark armor. The boy named Yuki Jade. He was the source of the Evil Blade Demon King's powerful power. Yuki Jade was like a puppeteer controlling a puppet. That ferocious aura also represented Yuki Jade's darkness. For a moment, Fleur-de-Lis couldn't even tell which side was the most threatening. Awesome, Tende, Ecclesia. Huddled in Fleur-de-Lis's arms, staring blankly at Yuki Jade who was shrouded in darkness. She didn't know where Yuki Jade's power came from, nor how terrifying this power was in the eyes of others. But the only thing Ecclesia could feel was that this evil and dark power was used to protect her and Long Yuguo. For a girl with a pure heart, this was enough. Roar! Luo Yinlong's resistance continued. It struggled more and more intensely. It even overturned the grip of the Evil Blade Demon King, spread its wings, and fled into the sky. The Evil Blade Demon King also showed his wings and flew into the sky. The black and silver-white light collided with each other in the sky. There were bursts of piercing sonic booms in the air. After several confrontations, Luo Yinlong's indestructible silver armor was already covered with more than a dozen claw marks that were deep enough to see the flesh and blood. The Evil Blade Demon King still had that evil sneer on his mouth, and the sharp blades on his arms flashed a terrifying cold light. Roar! Luo Yinlong raised his head, condensed a ball of scorching dragon flame in his mouth and sprayed it towards the Evil Blade Demon King. The red dragon flame dragged out a tail like a fire dragon in the dark sky, and actually illuminated half of the sky. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. The Evil Blade Demon King did not retreat. His whole body was burning with a dark purple aura, and the whole person turned into a ball of light. With a hell dive, he instantly broke Luo Yinlong's dragon flame and smashed Luo Yinlong heavily to the ground. At this moment, Luo Yinlong was hit hard again. However, as the Evil Blade Demon King slowly landed, Luo Yinlong struggled to get up again. The bloodshot eyes still stared at the Evil Blade Demon King indifferently. The wounds all over his body were gradually healing under a strange force. Sure enough, the power that transformed Albus into a dragon was not as simple as he had imagined. Yujo Jade's eyes darkened slightly. The golden light in his pupils flickered like a flame. Ash Dragon, Fallen Dragon, is a branded dragon born from the fusion of Albus and a monster with an attack power of 2500 or more. According to the description on the card, although the attack power of Fallen Dragon is only 2500 points, it is far less than the 3500 points of Evil Blade Demon King. But the attack power of Fallen Dragon can be increased by 100 points of the original level of the monster used as the fusion material of this card. In other words, Albus's 4-star level plus the level of another unknown monster. At this moment, Fallen Dragon, which has fused with unknown power, has an attack power that is not as good as the Evil Blade Demon King, but it is on par with it. However, Jade Yuki no longer wants to drag it on. Although he didn't want to do this at the beginning, but now it seems that instead of letting Albus continue to be crazy like this, it would be better. Yuki Jade lowered his head. The golden light in his left eye gradually turned into green. Together with the light in his right eye, they formed a distinct heterochromatic pupil. In this case, just merge your power with mine. Yubel, Guardian of Eternal Love. Yubel's shadow appeared behind Yujo Jade. A strange sneer appeared on her lips. Yubel opened her arms. The devil's wings suddenly spread out from her back. Countless tentacle-like blood vessels gushed out and instantly pierced Luo Yinlong's armor under the trembling eyes of everyone. Roar! Luo Yinlong let out a painful wail. The part of power that belonged to Albus in his body was like a stream of water, passing through the countless tentacles and being rapidly absorbed into the body of Yuchen Jade. Everyone was shocked by the scene before their eyes. The dragon was disintegrating at this moment. The previously invincible power was now turning into countless starlights, constantly merging into Yuchen Jade's body. Even the archbishop couldn't help but be horrified after seeing Yuchen Jade's actions. He could see that the boy was seizing the power of the white mark. The power of the mark that he had coveted for so long must not be taken away by this guy who suddenly appeared. Quick, stop him! No matter what, he cannot be allowed to absorb the power of the mark. The archbishop lost his composure for the first time in his life. He screamed as hard as he could, and the followers beside him emerged from the shadows one after another and rushed to the battlefield. However, it was too late. With the intervention of Yubel's power, the balance quickly tilted towards Yujo Jade. Although for card elves, attack power is the key to determine strength, but the effect is also one of the factors that affect the battle. At this moment, Luo Yunlong's fusion dragonization has completely disintegrated. The figure of the giant dragon began to shrink, and gradually, it turned into the image of a white-haired and black-skinned boy. The boy's body also turned into a faint light. Finally, the light condensed into a small card and fell into Jade's hands. Albus's Fall. Star rating, 4. Dragon. Attack, 1800, Defense, 0. Yuki Jade closed his eyes. He felt the card spirit of Albus who had fallen asleep due to fatigue. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the key card of the Abyss Dimension. Albus's Fall. Draws upon Albus's dragon power. The power of the white mark has been unlocked. The host can combine with all the surrounding elements to transform into different dragons. Branded card set, unlocked. Listening to the system prompts, Jade slowly opened his eyes under the Overlord armor. A fierce look appeared in his eyes that were interwoven with gold and green. Albus. You will become one of my powers that rule the dimension. Become. Chapter 54. The cold wind swept across the broken land of the royal city. The destruction caused by the arrival of the dragon still remained like a scar on the land. Now, the dragon has disappeared. However, the murderous aura in the cold wind has not disappeared at all. The believers of the Holy See still held their swords tightly in their hands, staring at the young man standing in the center of the battlefield with vigilance. Fleur-de-Lis was also very nervous at this moment. Although this young man in black armor saved Long Yuguo from the hands of the dragon, the trembling power and the terrifying darkness made Fleur-de-Lis feel even more frightened. This power far exceeds the stigmata. Even Fleur-de-Lis, who is known as the strongest saint, has no confidence in her heart. Moreover, the evil hero standing beside the boy is like an insurmountable mountain at this moment, making all the staff of the Holy See feel unprecedented pressure. 10 generations. Jade wins. However, this dead silence was broken by the girl's cheerful and excited shout. Ecclesia broke free from Fleur-de-Lis's embrace and ran towards Yujo Jade happily. Ecclesia. Fleur-de-Lis was startled. She reached out to grab Ecclesia. However, a chill rising from behind suddenly froze Fleur-de-Lis' body in place. It seemed that she felt something. Fleur-de-Lis' pupils shrank and a trace of cold sweat oozed from her forehead. 10 generations. So amazing. Jade, you are the hero who saved Longji country. Ecclesia waved and ran towards Yujo Jade. All she could see was the boy covered in black armor. She didn't notice that the air around her was freezing like a cold wave. Yujo Jade suddenly raised his head. His eyes, which were flashing with different colors, stared at Ecclesia with extremely terrifying murderous intent and coldness. Hey! Ecclesia was slightly startled. Then she saw Yuki Jade opening his right hand towards her. A ball of condensed black flames gushed out from his palm. Hey! Before Ecclesia could come to her senses, the black flames passed by Ecclesia's side and instantly hit the disciple who appeared behind Ecclesia at some point. Whoa! The moment the black flames touched the disciple, they quickly burned up. With a shrill scream, the disciple fell to the ground and rolled around wildly. His body gradually twisted in the flames. This is, followers of the Holy See? Ecclesia turned around hastily. But she saw behind her, the followers of the Holy See were already overwhelming and attacking Yujo Jade. Disciple, in the Vatican, an absolutely loyal assassination unit that was trained by the Archbishop since childhood and only follows the Archbishop's orders. Fleur-de-Lis froze in place, she tightly grasped the holy sword in her hand, with a look of disbelief in her eyes. Since the saint appeared here, it meant that the Archbishop. Destiny Heroes Destruction Phoenix. The eternal flames of hell. Jade grabbed Ecclesia and protected her behind him. Then he waved his hand. The shadow of the Phoenix Man of Destruction appeared behind Jade. Ha! The Phoenix of Destruction shouted. The wings behind him spread out, and countless inextinguishable black flames rained down on the overwhelming followers. In an instant, most of the followers were swallowed by the terrifying hellfire, and fell to the ground one by one, turning into ashes with painful screams. However, these followers seemed to have no personality of their own. They completely ignored their companions who were twisted into charcoal on the ground. One by one, they lowered their bodies, stomped on the ground suddenly the moment they landed, and ran towards Jade as fast as lightning. The fastest one arrived in front of Jade in the blink of an eye. He showed the hidden blade at the crook of his arm, aiming directly at Jade's throat. However, the hidden blade had just been raised. A fist that seemed to have 1,000 pounds of force had already hit the god heavily on the head of the disciple. In just a moment, the disciple was deeply embedded in the ground by this punch and lost his life instantly. Tisk! Did the power of the sword beasts come in handy after all? Glancing at the bloodstains on his Overlord gauntlet, Jade had no time to complain. His eyes were already on the other disciples who rushed over one after another. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. It will take some time to release the power to destroy the Phoenix Man and the power of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. These dead warriors who have been trained in instant killing and assassination since childhood will never give themselves time to release these a second time. What's more, I have to take care of the idiot Ecclesia. I didn't even pay attention to the situation around me, and I rushed straight towards me. This guy is really too defenseless. Evil Blade Demon King. Yubel pulled Ecclesia and quickly dodged the attack of one of the followers. The next second, the sharp blade of the Evil Blade Demon King tore the follower apart. The splattering blood made the Evil Blade Demon King's evil smile even worse. This kind of real battle is a scene that can never be reproduced in the Duel Monsters game. Joy. As a card elf, the Evil Blade Demon King only felt a burst of bloodthirsty joy at this moment. Compared to the crazy smile of the Evil Blade Demon King, Ecclesia was so scared that she was about to cry in Jade's arms. The scene of blood splattering and flesh flying everywhere was a bit too exciting for a girl who had just finished her internship as a saint. She tightly grasped the chest armor of the Overlord, and her head shrank in Jade's arms like a frightened cat. Although this posture was a bit ambiguous, it was even more detrimental to Jade's actions. Sure enough, the overturned king was right. Women and the like are really a nuisance. Tisk, there is no other way, Yubel. Looking at the several followers who bypassed the Evil Blade Demon King and came straight to him, Jade could only use Yubel's power again. Humph, you are so ruthless to use my power on another woman, Jade. Yubel would not let Jade be in danger. She spread her wings, a cruel sneer on her face, and appeared behind Jade in a physical form. In the blink of an eye, with Yubel as the center, a terrifying dark impact instantly attacked in all directions. Those gods who rushed towards Jade shrank quickly the moment they came into contact with the darkness. Countless life essences emerged from their bodies and were absorbed crazily by Yubel. It's the power of deliciousness. It seems that the so-called abyss dimension is just like this, it can be destroyed easily. Licking his lips, Yubel gradually became excited in the battle. I didn't think of this at first. Jade frowned. At first, he just wanted to stop the rampaging Albus. But who knew that things would develop to this extent? After absorbing the white mark, he has become a thorn in the side of the Archbishop. It seems that while absorbing Albus's power, he has also replaced Albus's mission. He has become the #1 enemy of Long Yuguo. Jade looked around. As the Evil Blade Demon King chopped off the head of the last believer, the broken ruins were already filled with the believers of the Holy See lying in all directions. And the group of believers of the Holy See who were the troops were already trembling with fear at the scene before them. At this moment, all the faith and passion had long been replaced by the instinct of survival. Wang Ma Zhao, but among this group of believers, a figure wearing silver-white holy armor, holding a holy sword and a holy shield, attacked Jade resolutely. The Evil Blade Demon King showed his sharp sword and took the lead in the battle. However, that figure seemed to have no intention of paying attention to the Evil Blade Demon King at all. She displayed gorgeous swordsmanship, turned her body in a circle, and swung the sword gorgeously like a dance, deflecting the attack of the Evil Blade Demon King. Under the slightly surprised eyes of the Evil Blade Demon King, the woman wearing holy armor, with the holy sword in her hand shining with terrifying holy light, rushed straight to Jade. Jade's eyes condensed. Behind him, the figures of the Phoenix Man of Destruction and Yubel appeared on the left and right. Have you finally decided to take action? The strongest saint of the Holy See. The Knight of Teaching, Fleur-de-Lis. On the city wall, he reported. Looking at the tragic battle in the ruins of the battlefield, the Archbishop raised his mouth under the mask. In his palm, the 2 red marks shone with a strange scarlet. That's it, Fleur-de-Lis. Chapter 55. The Holy Sword, mixed with a strong spirit aura, rushed straight towards Jade. Yubel and the Phoenix of Destruction stood on the left and right behind Jade, waiting for Fleur-de-Lis's attack to arrive and give her a fatal counterattack. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Fleur-de-Lis and Jade. The corner of the Archbishop's mouth even curled up a cruel sneer. Sister Fleur-de-Lis. Just when the air was almost frozen, Ecclesia's voice suddenly broke the silence. Ecclesia suddenly opened her arms and blocked Jade. Her determined eyes seemed to show that Ecclesia wanted to protect Jade. Fleur-de-Lis's eyes trembled. The holy sword that was stabbing at Ecclesia suddenly stopped in front of her chest. Her body froze in place. The holy sword in her hand could no longer move forward. What? Seeing Fleur-de-Lis suddenly freeze, the Archbishop's expression under the mask quickly solidified. Fleur-de-Lis. What are you doing? Kill him quickly and take back the brand. They. Archbishop urged the brand of he in his palm and screamed anxiously in his heart. The red electric light instantly enveloped Fleur-de-Lis's limbs. Fleur-de-Lis' pupils shrank and she made a painful sound. Sister F, Sister Fodes? What happened to you? Looking at Fleur-de-Lis, who suddenly knelt on the ground with her head covered, Ecclesia showed a nervous expression on her face. Behind her, Jade, as well as the Phoenix Man of Destruction and Yubel, all showed solemn expressions. Jade knew that as the strongest saint of the Holy See, Fleur-de-Lis had the most stigmata, which were attached to her limbs. With the power of these 4 stigmata, Fleur-de-Lis could manipulate the 3 holy weapons of the Church, the holy armor, the holy sword, and the holy shield, and could perform the magical thunder of the Holy Spirit, bringing down a devastating punishment from heaven. But anyone who knows the story of the Abyss Dimension card knows that the so-called power of the Holy Mark of Longi Kingdom is actually the corrupt power from the depths of the Abyss, which is the scarlet corruption called the Mark of He. This power is sprinkled by Abyss Beastaliber, and with this corrupt power that can corrupt people, it corrodes the body and mind of all people in Longi Kingdom. The Archbishop of Longi Kingdom is actually the most loyal believer of Aluber. He follows the orders of Aluber and enslaves the subjects of Longi Kingdom with the corrupt Mark of He. He also attempted to collect the souls of the 666 purest saints to gain the power of the evil guide that surpasses the gods. As the 664th saint, Fleur-de-Lis possessed the most powerful stigma power, and was also the most severely corrupted. The Archbishop used the power of the He Mark to control Fleur-de-Lis, attempting to destroy the strongest saint and Jade together. While obtaining the 664th pure soul, he also seized the power of Albus's white mark. But the Archbishop obviously underestimated the seemingly invincible Ecclesia without a sense of existence. The girl who had mediocre talent since childhood, who only awakened 1 stigma compared to Fleur-de-Lis, and the only holy weapon she could manipulate was the holy hammer. Although she had a pure and flawless soul, the Archbishop had always regarded her as one of the saints among the 666 souls. But the Archbishop didn't know. She grew up with Fleur-de-Lis since childhood, and under Fleur-de-Lis's care, the 2 of them were like sisters. The emotions generated at this moment actually suppressed the control of the Mark of He. Quick, go fast, Fleur-de-Lis covered her forehead, and the holy marks on her limbs were flashing scarlet lightning. At this moment, she also realized that something was wrong. The holy marks that she had awakened for more than 10 years seemed to be constantly modifying her consciousness. Could it be that the Archbishop was manipulating her? Fleur-de-Lis felt that her faith was collapsing. But now was not the time to think about these things. She could feel that the Archbishop's voice was always lingering in her mind. The Archbishop wanted me to clear all obstacles. He wanted me to kill the boy in front of me, and standing in front of him was Ecclesia. No, it's not possible. Only Ecclesia will not do it. Fleur-de-Lis desperately resisted the will in her mind. But her body had already begun to raise the holy sword uncontrollably, aiming at Ecclesia in front of her. Sister, elder sister. Looking at the struggling Fleur-de-Lis, Ecclesia was at a loss for a moment. She didn't know what had happened. She only knew that Fleur-de-Lis was in great pain. 10 generations. At this point, the only support in Ecclesia's heart was Jade. She looked at Jade for help. Her eyes were filled with helplessness and fear. Jade frowned. In the darkness behind him, several figures of Duel elves suddenly appeared. Evil Heart Hero, Evil Blade Devil. To read the exciting novel, go to Novel Network. Elemental Heroes, Sunrise. Elemental Hero, Absolute Zero. The three heroes instantly appeared beside Fleur-de-Lis and held her tightly. As Fleur-de-Lis was controlled, Jade immediately turned his attention to the Archbishop on the city wall who was watching everything here. In order to restore Fleur-de-Lis to normal, the culprit of all this must be completely defeated. It seems that he has sensed Jade's thoughts. The Archbishop sneered. His body began to slowly float in the air. He raised his hands high. The mark of He on the palms began to spew out scarlet lightning frantically in all directions. The holy marks on the bodies of those believers of the Holy See who had long left the battlefield suddenly broke out. The mark of He quickly eroded their souls, causing them to rush towards Jade like crazy. It's not just these believers. Where the mark of He fell, the residents with holy marks also began to cover the holy marks on their bodies and make painful sounds like they were possessed. Are they forcing believers to launch suicide attacks? Jade's face sank. There are too many believers of the Holy See who are pouring in like a tide. The most important thing is. Jade looked at Ecclesia beside him. It seemed that she was affected by the mark of He. The stigmata on Ecclesia's forehead also began to flare up. She covered the stigmata on her forehead and fell to the ground in pain. Ecclesia. Seeing. Ecclesia screaming in pain. Fleur-de-Lis struggled desperately, and the holy scars on her body were violently emitting the red lightning of the He mark. Things are a bit bad, 10 day. Do we kill them all? Or? Yubel's face darkened, and he had already thought of killing them all. Jade frowned slightly. Before he could speak. Behind him, a gunshot suddenly broke the balance of the battlefield at the moment. A crazy believer was shot in the head on the spot. All the remaining believers, and even the Archbishop's eyes, were attracted to the direction where the gunshot came from. Jade turned his head to look. But he saw a birdman wearing heavy mechanical armor whizzing through the sky, and the heavy artillery in his right hand was frantically bombarding the group of crazy believers, constantly harvesting the battlefield in the sky. And then, a golden bear-shaped mecha also rushed into the battle from a distance. A girl with pink cat ears was driving the mecha, pouring out fierce artillery fire. The orc silver wolf holding a gun blade, the bull-headed orc carrying heavy artillery, and the centaur holding a crossbow joined the battlefield one by one. Even the thin birdman with a crow mask was soaring in the sky, constantly throwing fierce bombs at the believers below. The horrific artillery fire instantly reversed the situation of the battle. Wow, you dare to fight against the entire Longi kingdom alone, you are quite brave. At this time, a girl carrying a pink sniper rifle and wearing goggles jumped lightly to the side of Jade. She glanced at Jade and smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Although I don't know who you are. But as long as there are people who are against these hypocritical churches, we, the Iron Beast Front, will definitely come to help. Next, leave it to us. Iron Beast Front Ledger the Fierce Bird. Iron Beast Front Block Strike Blue Bear. Iron Beast Front Silver Bullet Luguru. Iron Beast Front Class. Iron Beast Front Flactor. Iron Beast Front Nobel. Iron Beast Front, Feliget of the Flower. At this moment, the reinforcements that had long been attracted by the arrival of the dragon officially set out.